So, I've seen a lot of disgusting phones, but this has to top it. You guys keep tagging me in this, so enjoy.
A customer said that their phone battery was bloated, so I opened the phone to check. Does anyone know how to fix this? I'm just an intern.
So, I get you're new at the job and all, but you need better lighting. You can't do a repair when it's that dim. Also, what the
It's the Care Bears meets The Shining. It's Naughty Bear.
It's a birthday cake! It looks like they're going to have a magnificent birthday party for Daddles. And look at all those presents! Did you make that for Daddles? Oh, you're such a thoughtful bear. What a shame you didn't get invited.
Uh-oh. You don't want to upset Naughty Bear.
Annihilation!
Told you, bad things happen. Because you score wicked points for being naughty in Naughty Bear for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. This is the Xbox 360 version, and this is the funniest game I've seen in a long time. Intentionally funny, and each weapon in the game has a different kill move. So taking out all of these bears, frankly, never gets old.
Sticky incineration!
Now keep an eye on the top left corner of the screen and pay attention to how I'm being scored in this game. Because in addition to the variety of awesome ways that you can slaughter cute stuffed bears, the real highlight in Naughty Bear is how you're scored. Not just for killing and breaking things, but for also scaring bears. If they hear another bear being killed in the distance, you get points. If you catch them in a trap, you get points. If you smash things, you get points. If they watch you kill another bear, you get points. And there's a score multiplier, so the more bad things you do quickly, the more points you earn. Which makes Naughty Bear a decadent blast to play because you're rewarded for sheer chaos and carnage. Naughty Bear can be played as a casual, fun, humorous game, or it can be taken seriously and played as a real challenge. Because unlocking all of the levels and all of the different Naughty Bear costumes in the game is quite difficult. This game puts up a surprising challenge once you get into it. Now, it's somewhat complicated by the fact that the controls are nowhere near as good as the humor in Naughty Bear. The camera perspective in particular is constantly frustrating. And the whole game feels like it could have used some more refinement. However, that can be overlooked, because when you can do stuff like this, you can cut Naughty Bear some slack.
Oh, I see. You found a mythical Uni-Bear. They are marvelous, aren't they?
I think this game would make a great present because it's so immediately funny. If you hand this to your friend, they'll smile. Even the title is funny. The picture on the packaging is funny. You can play Naughty Bear at a party, and whether it's guys or girls, whether they're into racing games, shooters, Japanese role-playing games, everybody will get a laugh at Naughty Bear, unless they have absolutely no sense of humor or are complete game snobs, in which case you don't want to be friends with them anyway. Well, the controls aren't as good as Metal Gear Solid 4, and graphically it doesn't look like real life. Also, I didn't see what Naughty Bear's motivation was. Aren't I smart? No, Dude, it's Naughty Bear. Shut up. The game is really compartmentalized, and there's a variety of missions. Some of them are straightforward, you just kill everything, those are my favorites. Others are far more challenging. Sometimes you are not allowed to hit other bears while still having to rack up insane points. So you have to rely on stealth or capturing them in traps, as well as smashing everything in sight. As you play through the game, the enemies become more challenging. There's ninja bears and army bears. The bears will barricade themselves into buildings and call for support, so it'll be like Grand Theft Auto and you'll hear helicopters swooping in from the background. In some missions you have to rack up points in a certain amount of time, so the game definitely mixes it up in terms of challenging you with different levels, even though they basically all look the same.
Assassination!
How did this game get a teen rating? It has such a dark, morbid sense of humor that when played with these bright cartoon bears with names like Daddles and Cuddles, that you just can't help but like Naughty Bear.
You did it!
And while it's probably obvious, I have to compliment the designers on the music. The off-key kids' music is terrific and totally fits the game, and the narrator, whoever does the voice acting in this game, deserves an award.
Teamed up. I'm afraid that those bad fluffy bird cams seem to want to spy on you. How dreadful. Really, how rude it is to spy on people. Perhaps you should try and shut down as many of those fluffy bird cams as you can. Nautical!
In order to play new levels, you need to unlock them by earning points and trophies on existing levels, which frequently can be harder than it sounds. I found that repeat gameplay was necessary to figure out the best path to smash, kill, slaughter, and destroy. Because obviously, in addition to completing the level, you need to keep your score multiplier up.
Naughty. You failed!
And it takes a while, but eventually you learn to chain horrible events together, like capturing a bear and then scaring them until they kill themselves.
Unfathomable sacrification!
In conclusion, you know, Naughty Bear leaves a lot of room for improvement, but I can see this series having a long life ahead of it, because it's so thoroughly enjoyable. But they need to fix the camera controls, because particularly when you're fighting indoors, you can lose track of where Naughty Bear is, or who you're fighting. I'd like to see some more diversity in the level design, but, you know, for a first outing, Naughty Bear makes an impression. This even has multiplayer. I'm already looking forward to Naughty Bear 2, and I hope they call it the Careless Bears vs. Die Little Pony. Take that, you no-good criminals. If you want to put the smack down, then you've got to play Crackdown. Conveniently, those two words rhyme. You know what else rhymes with Crackdown? Fun. I may not understand how this rhyming thing works, but frankly, I don't care. I don't care because Crackdown has exceeded my expectations, and proven once again that when you put the word crack into a video game, it's inevitably going to be good. The same holds true for another game called Crackdown on the Sega Genesis. a Sega arcade game, not to be confused with this one. Although they both do have one major thing in common. When you spell them backwards, all the letters line up in the same order.
No HUD marker above a human target means it's a civilian agent. Try not to kill him.
Oh, wait, my bad. In this game, you're the good guy. Sorry about that. I really broken. No, I'm not. I don't.
Your indiscriminate killing of the innocent is unacceptable, Agent.
As I'm recording this, Crackdown 2, the sequel to this game, was just released, and I figured before I play Crackdown 2, I should play the first one. And this game was donated by Nick in Des Moines, Washington. A giant thank you, Nick, because this game is awesome. And to be honest, I did not think it would be very good because, for what it's worth, I thought the packaging looked cheesy. And it does, but it actually makes complete sense after you play the game because it fits the style. It just didn't make a good first impression. Anyway, that's better left for an inane packaging review.
Your ineptitude is embarrassing.
And the style of Crackdown is a bit cheesy, which I like. It's got a comic book kind of extravagance to it. And even though it's a game where you can create mass carnage and waste thousands of virtual people, it's not really a dark, violent game. It's a lighthearted machine gun-toting romp through Pacific City. That's incredibly addictive because you enhance your super agent. The more people you shoot, the better you are at shooting. The more of those green things that you get, your agility increases. You can jump higher, you become stronger, faster, more handsome. It's Crackdown, the video game version of Crack without any of the nasty side effects. No, seriously, this game is wildly addictive, and the combat controls are great. I found the gunplay to be far more fun than Grand Theft Auto 4. Obviously, you can't look at this game without thinking of the GTA series, and as far as I'm concerned, this game feels like one of the older Grand Theft Auto games before they got really dark. Crackdown has a nice sense of humor. There's a lot of activity on the ground. There's obviously a lot of things to destroy. You can jump into cars and crush things and drive over people. It's a fairly sizable map, not nearly as large as some of the newer GTA games, but there's a lot of things to do. You can compete in races. There's tons of things to collect, like those agility icons. You'll be constantly getting into gunfights and attacking strongholds as you're taking down gang members one by one.
Cleaning up the filth left by Garcia's scum and renaming the district Green Bay as a mark of respect to one of the agency's founders. Agent, your initiative and ability are inspirational.
And I think you'll find that the more time you spend playing Crackdown and the more things you collect and the more that you do, it's fun to actually watch your agent improve. In fact, you can't even play the later levels until you're adequately skilled. Terrific game, and what makes it even better, since it's an Xbox 360 exclusive and a very popular one, is that it's extremely affordable. You can even play with some friends over Xbox Live. The music in the game is excellent and not the norm. It completely fits the style of Crackdown. I've got a ways to go and I want to see my agent rise to the top of his abilities. I really dig the game. It's a nice mix of that Grand Theft Auto style and like a goofy superhero comic book. You can play the game almost indefinitely because it's just fun to play for one thing, but also there's all these things to collect and upgrade your agent, and to me the game never got old. They've done a nice job to keep this game entertaining for a while. Crackdown. As the title would suggest, it's hard to put down crack. Wait, I mean the game, Crackdown. Crackdown. I'll see you again in the review of Crackdown 2, the sequel to Crackdown. Crackdown 2. Crack Boogaloo.
Take it easy, Agent. Peacekeepers are on your side. Agent Flambe.
This is Burnout Revenge, the game that teaches you how to drive a taxi. No, I'm just kidding. That's an insult to taxi drivers. They're much crazier than this. The object of this game is to drive like a complete maniac and smash your opponents into oncoming traffic or buildings. As you can see, this game is lots of fun, and this is one of the earlier Xbox 360 releases, therefore it's extremely affordable today and easy to find. I have Atari cartridges that cost more than Burnout Revenge. You really can't go wrong with the Burnout series. They're not great driving games, but they're awesome arcade racers. They have reasonably solid driving controls, but most importantly, they're over-the-top fun. Burnout Paradise is my favorite in this series, and it's just an amazing game, where they basically just expanded on this game and opened it up into its own world. Paradise City. This one is more compartmentalized. Each of the races take place in different environments, but they're not linked together. You have to go in and out of menus to play them. There's a variety of different races. Some of the events like this one, you're driving to get from point A to point B as fast as possible. There's some races where you just have to survive getting from point A to point B. Races where you're supposed to crash all of your opponents. And others where you wreck as many cars in traffic as possible. Really, what's not to like about this game? It's the perfect arcade-style driving game. Easy to pick up and play, difficult to master. There's numerous events in the game, dozens of them, and they get more challenging as you level up. This game was pretty heavily hyped for online gameplay. I don't really think there's many people playing online these days. Burnout Paradise is probably a better choice for that. The strength of Burnout Revenge is that it's super affordable and unbelievably fun. In most games, I would be annoyed by the stop and start nature of gameplay. When you crash your car, it goes through a very elaborate slow-mo sequence of your car being obliterated. In the Burnout games, you almost want to crash intentionally just to see it. There's some very clever audio mixing and sound design in the game, and a huge mix of alternative pop music, as you can hear in the background. Lots of good low-end rumble in the game as well. It's a good one for a subwoofer. I'm not sure I fully understand the purpose of these crashing events, but they're certainly great stress relief. What are these cars carrying? They're like packed with napalm. Burnout Revenge. It just makes me want to play more Burnout. The game never burns out, seriously. It's a good name for the series. Where the fun never burns out. Something upbeat like that. They could have a jingle. Burnout Revenge. I'll end this review by showing cars crashing. banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. These aren't the droids I'm looking for! Out of my way! Die! Stupid gonk droid. When the droid beeps at you, it's laughing at you. Make those bleeping rolling monstrosities pay for their sins in Star Wars The Force Unleashed. The most Lando Star Wars game I've played since The Empire Strikes Back on Atari 2600. And that's quite a compliment, because that game had AT-ATs. And so does this one. This one also allows you to electrocute Jawas. Dink, dink, dink. Ha. Oh wait, he's still moving. Oh, well, we gotta finish him off. Can't start a proper review without killing Jawas.
My being here has never been about my piloting.
That's right, it's because of your winning personality. Hey, I love this game. It doesn't waste the franchise title, it doesn't spit on old school Star Wars. It has terrific characters, and the storyline is cool, the gameplay is excellent, and it's all around Lando.
Head through the bottom of that blockade.
Sadly, this game is not about Lando. See, that would be a different game. They should make that Star Wars Lando Unleashed. Where the gameplay consists of seducing alien women and mixing fantastic cocktails.
We have the entire galaxy in front of us. And yet, for the first time in my life, I don't know where to go.
To the Lando system. This is a different game. This is Star Wars The Force Unleashed, where you play as Darth Vader's apprentice. Quite a popular game. I'm sure many of you have played it for one reason or another, probably because I'm usually underwhelmed by Star Wars games. It's taken me a few years to get to it. Now the good news is the price has crashed in that time, so you can easily find an affordable copy today, and as I'm recording this, it's near the release of the sequel. Disco dancing AT-ATs, anyone? I hope so. TK421, why aren't you at your post? Die, stupid extras. There's more to this game than just electrocuting Jawas and stormtroopers, but there doesn't need to be. That's what's great about it.
Now go, and remember.
Nah, seriously, the Apprentice is the best Star Wars character I've seen since 1983. I need to find an action figure of the Apprentice and then put him in my G.I. Joe vehicles and crash him into the Transformers. They don't have that in this game, though. But they have lots of other cool things. Like seriously awesome gameplay where you use the Force and your lightsaber to kick some ass from one star system to another. Does Cobra have a union? Like, do they get pissed off if, say, the Empire soldiers are driving his tanks? Is that some kind of violation? Talk about two totally inept branches of fictional militaries. Cobra versus Stormtroopers. It would be a bunch of missed shots and people ejecting out of airplanes for no reason. They need to make that game. They had G.I. Joe versus Transformers comic books, except they were complete fiction. The Transformers would have just stomped on them. Completely ruined the realism of what could have potentially been a very believable comic book concept. Never. No, it wasn't. Back to the game. It's kind of like God of War meets Star Wars, which is kind of like giant beer meet empty glass ready to drink. You run around and kill things with a lightsaber, which is just cool to begin with. As you play, you upgrade your apprentice and get piles of new moves as well as new Force skills, and you can electrocute people using the Force. And I could kill all of these bad guys with a variety of moves, but it's far more entertaining to grab them with the Force and just throw them into walls or off of cliffs. That never gets old. Now, as good as this game is, I could have done without the whole QuickTime button prompt things. Some of which feel like they're lifted straight out of God of War. And they cheapen the game a bit, because you can't concentrate on the beautiful visuals and the action because you're just staring at the button prompts. It's kind of a cheap trick. That's a minor complaint compared to the whole. You know what really shines in this game is the sound design. They pull original sounds out of the Star Wars films and use them properly and to great effect when you're fighting in the Death Star and the laser goes off. If you've seen the film 1,000 times, it works. That you can just hear in the background the and of course there's the John Williams music and just the random noises in the background. It just captures Star Wars. You witness the birth of the rebellion, and it's a terrific storyline. I think this will appeal to new fans of Star Wars as well as those of us who really haven't moved beyond 1983's Return of the Jedi. I like my Ewoks with zippers, please, no CGI. And that's the game, Star Wars The Force Unleashed. I'm already looking forward to the sequel, Star Wars Lando Unleashed, a game where motion controls are used and not gimmicky because you need them to accurately replicate mixing drinks for alien ladies. How else could you get the feeling that you're really using a hydro spanner to blend up some smooth, refreshing cocktails in space?
That'd take effort. Just play nice with each other, kids.
Welcome to Classic Game Room, coming to you from the Intergalactic Space Arcade. Here's a life-commanding JRPG on the Xbox 360. It's Tales of Vesperia. Rated T for a bunch of things, including suggestive themes. Suggesting what? Would we really call that suggestive? That's more implied than anything. After all, this is a tale of love and adventure. A tale of action and excitement. A tale, or tales, of Vesperia.
There are various incentives for getting along with me, you know.
Get ready. I'm taking you down.
A 2008 release for the Xbox 360, a giant JRPG with enormous production values, good music, and lots 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 of grinding. Strengthen your thumbs for this one, kids, because you'll spend a lot of time mashing the B button. Tales of Vesperia is a cool game, and I don't play very many of these anymore. While I tend to enjoy them, you need the time to play a game like this. Although it's a good one to unwind with at the end of a day, play an hour, kill a bunch of things, level up, and move on. On the plot side, your main character is named Yuri.
Don't get sloppy!
Who's like the criminal with a heart of gold and starts off hunting for a Blastia core which was stolen from the slums of the capital city. Basically a giant cork that kept the water in place. You quickly make some new friends, starting with the pink-haired girl named Estelice, who's the princess, of course. But no robot exoskeleton. Can this really be considered a JRPG? If only it had a busty girl with purple hair, giant ears, and... oh, it has that. Okay, it's a JRPG.
With Judas seducing the guard, this plan can't fail.
I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, Carol. What can I do to be like Judith?
You should start with gravity-defying ears. Beyond the obvious sarcasm, it looks like somebody's ready for Comic-Con. Tales of Vesperia is a charismatic JRPG with some extremely likable characters and a plot that should keep you occupied if you're into games like this. Along the way, we meet Flynn, who shares the packaging artwork with Yuri. He's a boyhood friend and a goody-goody captain in the Knights. You'll hunt down the Blastia core and then try to figure out why there's a giant flying dragon that's talking to your pink-haired girlfriend, but not really your girlfriend because you need tension throughout the entire game. Come on, Yuri, haven't you seen Empire? She likes this scoundrel, and you're a scoundrel. I should write these games. They would be so awful. Because your party would never leave the first inn. Screw this kingdom. Somebody put Duran Duran on the jukebox and order me another tankard of mead. I'm about to level up. You tell him, Rapide, my pipe-smoking dog. Now, interestingly, the packaging does not warn me of tobacco usage. However, there is an alcohol reference, so I'm assuming the dog is also drunk. Whether or not you really like these games, you gotta admit that Tales of Vesperia looks great. It also plays well. Instead of just picking commands during battle, you actually fight them, although most of the time you'll just be mashing buttons. You can even just kick back and let your team do all the work for you, because I'm lazy.
We finished.
Great job, team. I was checking my messages. You can even play with up to 3 of your friends co-op during battle, and make your least favorite friend play Carol.
I got no time to think.
Just follow these kids on their journey and kill everything that moves. Tales of Vesperia is probably not a game I would have played, except a copy was sent to the show by our friend Jared from Independence, Missouri. In the Starfy review, I said Tales of Vesperia was sent to the show by Sebastian in Scotland, but Sebastian actually sent Tales of Graces.
It's nothing personal.
Which will be the next life-commanding JRPG after this one. All these tales, no flippers.
Do you know something about this box?
So, yeah, just stay dead.
Oh, Raven, you're so clever and witty and old. What is he, like 28? Man, he's over the hill.
Scribed formula? What do you mean?
They are most commonly known as Apatheia, of which the clear...
As you're playing Tales of Vesperia, make sure to play as each of the characters in your party. Learn their moves.
They're bouncing. What are you looking at? I wish I could bounce.
Wait a second. What was that? I think that was another suggestive theme. Back to the inn. It's ladies with swords drink free night. Wait a second.
Bouncing.
To play as each of the characters in your party, learn their moves.
They're bouncing. What are you looking at? I wish I could bounce.
Wait a second. What was that? I think that was another suggestive theme. Back to the inn. It's ladies with swords drink free night. Later in the game, you'll obviously meet some more powerful foes, so it's best to know who you want in your combat party and who you'd like to be playing. I found Yuri to be the most well-rounded. He's good at close range and can just sit back and Azure Edge everyone over and over and over and over again. I'll just sit back here and launch things at you from a distance while everyone casts healing spells on me. It's called the strategy of cowards that don't want to get their hands dirty. My strategy. So what else can I say? I think there's a fair amount of depth to each of the characters. The storyline is somewhat interesting as you start to try to unravel what's going on in the world with air and with monsters. And there's lots of things to pick fights with and destroy. So if you like JRPGs and a good sizable combat adventure game, then I would definitely check this one out. This is on the Xbox 360. It's a good time. I'm still playing it. It's not my typical genre of choice, although I enjoy games like Phantasy Star and Dragon's Dogma. I like this one too, although it's totally different. It's Tales of Vesperia. Thanks again to Jared in Missouri. Set aside some time if you're going to play this one. It's a fantastic tale, ready to be told, as the fates of 2 friends traveling separate paths intertwine in an epic adventure of justice, trust, and friendship. Aw, that's heartwarming.
Come on!
Yay!
All right! How about a hug?
I don't think so.
Vanished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where I have an Xbox 360 game console here with Ms. Pac-Man on the front of it. It's a special edition. And I hear they just released the Xbox One, which means this one must be the future because it's 359 ahead of it. Released in 2005, there's many viewers who probably consider this thing a classic game system. Why, this Xbox 360 is so old it should have a wood grain finish and knobs and switches on the front of it where you choose between black and white and colored televisions. But no, it actually has an HDMI output for high-definition video, and it connects to the internet. All of this from 2005, back when dinosaurs battled Model Ts with flamethrowers, and it was awesome. Or was that's just how I remember 2005. That's how I remember last week. This is my original Xbox 360. It's taken me this long to review it. I bought this when it was reasonably new back in 2007 or so, and I've since upgraded the hard drive to a 250 gig hard drive. It red ringed of death on me. A couple years ago, I filmed some videos about that, and they fixed it under warranty. It has had no problems since. I've played many, many games on my Xbox 360. In fact, most of the Classic Game Room reviews of 360 games were made using this game system. The addition of Ms. Pac-Man never hurts. I like the 360 because you get great performance for the price. Especially now that the Xbox One has come out, Xbox 360s are dirt cheap and the games are even cheaper. Here's a close-up look at the controller, which I reviewed years ago. It still works, still runs on batteries, and most importantly, still plays games, and there's a lot of games available for the Xbox 360. All kinds of games. Driving games, shooting games, arcade games, even Sega Dreamcast games. But is the Xbox 360 better than the Sega Dreamcast? Never! Let's not go that far. The Dreamcast has personality. The 360 has an enormous game library, and it'll play a lot of the original Xbox games, as long as you have the model with a hard drive. It won't play Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, but it will play Panzer Dragoon Orta, which is by far the better of the two. By now, I have amassed piles of Xbox 360 games, and I've never really gotten into the whole PlayStation 3 versus Xbox 360 console war because I absolutely don't care, and they're pretty much the same game system. The 360 is traditionally cheaper, but the PlayStation 3 plays Blu-ray. There's your big difference, but they both pale in comparison to the Sega Genesis and Vectrex. The 360 has an external power supply. You push that little button there to open the disc tray, and after many years and hundreds of hours of video games, it still works, and still delivers great performance. The fan in this thing is loud as hell, so I also have the smaller 4 gig model, which I use at home, and I previously reviewed that version. This one has the big hard drive, which is required for games like Grand Theft Auto 5, old Xbox games, and downloading stuff from Xbox Live or whatever. You know what the Xbox 360 can use? More first-person shooters. To clarify, more first-person shooters like Wolfenstein. There's just so many great games available on the Xbox 360, and many of them are really cheap today. A lot of different kinds of games. First-person shooters, obviously, driving games, fighting games like Rumble Roses, Double X. And I haven't even gotten started on Kinect. This is mildly exciting because it's the first time I've ever actually plugged the Kinect into my Xbox 360, and I'm going to play Kinect Adventures because, wow, does this look great. I love motion controls. Love them. So I want to download an update. Does the update make it not suck? You are the controller. So, before I start making fun of this thing without mercy, because I hate motion controls, I do like the Xbox 360, and I highly recommend one. It's affordable, it has great games, lots of great games, it plays a lot of backwards compatible Xbox games, and now let's really see if this thing is better with Kinect. Music's better than the game. I just want to freak out everybody who's been asking about these. Would you rather I play this or Kinect Adventures? I'm through with you, Kinect. Connect this. That's the digital sad sound. Signal lost. Isn't that an awesome sound? That's the best part of this thing, when you turn off the Kinect. Here's a game that shows that you don't need an expensive retail packaged copy, multi-billion-dollar marketing budget, or 10-year franchise history to have a good multiplayer shooter. It's Blacklight Tango Down, a downloadable shooter for Xbox Live Arcade, PlayStation 3, and PC. And while the game doesn't do much to separate itself from its competent competitors, you easily get what you pay for if you're into multiplayer first-person shooter combat. Shooters are a dime a dozen these days, and I find that people tend to overanalyze them when trying to describe them. You can see what the game looks like on screen right here. This is the game, I'm playing it. I'm getting my ass kicked, but that's normal for me. Actually, I didn't do that bad once I learned the maps. The gameplay is extremely easy to pick up because it's nothing you haven't seen 1,000 times before. Blacklight Tango Down is like a mixture of Halo meets Modern Warfare, but not nearly as ultra-violent as the Modern Warfare games. It's got more of a comic book style. Fans of MAG on the PlayStation 3 will probably dig this game, because it's a straightforward shooter. The maps are decent, I wish it was a bit more colorful, but overall the game looks nice, it plays well, and that's what's important. Gameplay. The gameplay is traditional first-person shooter. There's a single-player campaign, but it doesn't really amount to that much. If you want a good single-player storyline, you go for games like BioShock, Singularity, or Red Faction. I'd really only recommend Blacklight Tango Down for those of you that enjoy multiplayer. There were lots of people online playing when I dove into some team deathmatch games, and the competition was fast and friendly. And that's a great compliment for any multiplayer shooter. There, that's the review. There's no need to overanalyze this one. It's Blacklight Tango Down. But let's watch some more gameplay, because it's the kind of game where you play and level up your character to the point where they unlock new guns, new armor, and all the guys kind of look like Halo guys. There's your typical variety of machine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, and when you get different ones, the scopes are different. You get grenades and like little digit bombs which blow up and then make your screen go crazy like something out of Ghost in the Shell. I dug the game because of its simplicity. Typically I prefer more of a science fiction campaign single-player storyline, but for multiplayer I like a very straightforward game like this one. And it has health packs, so you can't just hide in a corner and regenerate all your health. Combined with some moderate regeneration, you regenerate up to a certain level, And then to fill your health gauge, you've got to find a health pack or a health pack bin. During the campaign mode, you can easily just kind of turn around, backtrack, and get health. When you're playing against the computer in the single-player mode, the enemy AI is nothing special, but like I said, this game is really meant for multiplayer, and for that, it does a great job. It's affordable, it's playable, and at least on the Xbox 360 version, which is what we're watching here, it works well. Gameplay was smooth, and I had no issues. I like that you're rewarded for leveling up. It has achievement points. Blacklight, Tango Down. This is the beginning of a franchise, so I expect that we'll see more of these and hopefully more maps with more color, please, and more soft drink advertisements. I really need to know what other brands of soft drinks are out there. Let's get creative. I want every surface in this game covered with drink ads from Mr. Pibb, Cherokee Red, Slice, Jolt, Mellow Yellow. Come on. More. Black Light, Orange, Faygo Down. This is Afterburner Climax from Sega. Adrenaline-pumping eye candy with explosions. It's like Top Gun mixed with a bottle of napalm. It's fun, but it's short. It's for those of us who enjoy arcade-style scoring. Short games where the objective is to rack up as many points as possible. You can compete in global leaderboards or just compete against yourself. But wait, there's more. Just listen to the music. It's the Afterburner 2 music, one of my favorite games on the Sega Genesis. I've been looking forward to Afterburner Climax for a while. I had high expectations, and in some areas it's exceeded them, in others it's fallen a bit short. Like the game itself, it is very short. I think we've all just become spoiled these days with extremely long games. This is fairly true to the old-school Afterburner style. The game itself won't take you very long to win. I've beat the game at least 7 times by now. The fun part is racking up as many points as possible, because winning is easy, scoring over 2 or 3 million points in a game is not. There's a climax bar on the bottom left, and when that fills up, you activate the climax thing, which sort of electrocutes all of the other airplanes and slows them down, giving you a chance to lock onto more of them at once and then blow them away. Doesn't really add much to the gameplay. Makes for a neat title, I guess. I could take or leave that. The strength here is simply the smooth gameplay, fast-paced action, and the Afterburner style. It's a bit like Outrun with a jet. You're being scored for the distance that you travel. You're not scored by cars that you pass, but obviously you do rack up points for blowing away enemies. Sometimes you can choose your own direction. There's secret levels. There's objectives that, when completed, will unlock different options for gameplay. You can make it easier, you can make it harder. After you win the game several times and unlock various things, I think the best part of the game is simply the score attack mode, where you can then post your score to the global leaderboards. If you don't enjoy arcade-style scoring and short, fast games, then I would not recommend Afterburner Climax. Then you want to play a longer game. I'll recommend Phantasy Star 2, which you can get on the Sonic's Ultimate Collection. Strangely enough, Afterburner 2 is not on that disc, though. Afterburner Climax is a downloadable game from Xbox Live or PlayStation Network. Sega Genesis owners are left out, sadly. I guess we'll just have to play our Afterburner 2 cartridges over and over and over again, which is fine by me. We're watching the 360 version, and gameplay is just smooth. Lots of explosions, lots of stuff going on, and you just cruise right through it. You've got 3 jets to choose from, F-18, F-14, and F-15, but no Veritech fighter. Whoa, getting dizzy. Hopefully they'll have some downloadable content add-ons for this game. I'd like to play as a Veritech fighter, TIE fighter, or at least Voltron. But I think Afterburner Climax speaks for itself with the visuals. What you see here is what you get. And damn, is it fun.
Welcome to Classic Game Room, where I bring you the review of Mushi Mushi Pork and Pink Sweets for Xbox 360. Is it as delicious as it sounds? Let's find out.
Mushi, Mushi, Moochie, Moochie, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but this game gets off to a good start because after you're destroyed, you are rewarded with a plate of meat. More games should give you some smoking hot sausage after you're blown up. Now, I tend to prefer my spaceship shooters with a little bit less underage cleavage, but it's the Japanese, so, you know, we'll cut them some slack here, because Cave has put out 2 good games on one disc for one not so low price. At least not anymore. This one will set you back quite a few bucks, but if you like Cave shooters, I'm sure it's worth it because the presentation is really nice and they give you lots of options. So regardless of your skill level, you can tailor the game to suit your play style. So, what are we doing here? We're flying around as a girl in her underwear who's riding a pig, shooting things that turn into pigs and drop pigs wearing parachutes. I would love to see a collaboration between Cave and Team Ninja. Like, that would be really interesting. I can't say that the art style or music really win me over here with this one, but the gameplay is certainly challenging. Albeit a bit complicated for my taste in the genre. I looked online to figure out how to play the game. I can't read the instructions. And there's numerous ways to score points depending on which one of your 2 shots that you're using, but for the most part, I just struggle to stay alive. I like these games, but I'm not that good at them. At some point, my eyes just start to glaze over and everything looks the same. I can't tell what's a shot and what's a parachuting pig. It's hard to explain the details when I don't fully understand them, so I'll direct you to the internet if you want to learn more about the specifics. However, I will say it's fun. I'm playing this with my Dream Arcade's Dream Stick for the Xbox 360 to get that real arcade feel. It plays great. We've got 3 young ladies to choose from. Choose your Space Marine and go to work. It's Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team. A twin-stick style shooter like Robotron 2084 with thousands of enemies to annihilate in a variety of fun and entertaining ways. This is a downloadable title being played on Xbox 360, and if you enjoy games like Robotron, Smash TV, or even some of the newer releases like Lara Croft Guardian of Light, then you'll dig Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team. The weapon I was just using is called the Burner, which is like a super concentrated flamethrower. Extra points right there. There's 4 characters to choose from when playing Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team. Each one has different strengths. Some are better at annihilating enemies with close range attacks, others are better shooting them at a distance. As you play through the campaign mode, you unlock upgrades and new survival levels. Yes, there's also a survival mode. And while I'm playing a single-player game here, one of the nicest features in Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team is multiplayer co-op gameplay, which I would highly recommend, because there's a lot of missions where you'll want one guy destroying things, like giant engines or cannons or something, and then somebody else clearing out waves of enemies trying to attack you. In the campaign mode, you're given objectives and then met with increasingly difficult waves of enemies. Note that you're being scored, and you can play each level over and over again with the different Space Marines or your friends, providing infinite replay value if you enjoy playing these games for points. There are score increases for killing multiple enemies quickly. The character I'm playing with here is the Librarian. He's the smart one. That carries the sword, which is on fire. He's my favorite for close range attacks, but pretty much useless when trying to destroy things at a distance. In addition to your gun and close range attack, each of the Space Marines has grenades and a special weapon, which in the case of the Tech Marine is a robotic sentry gun turret that eliminates enemies, giving you some cover fire. The Librarian nukes all of the bad guys within a certain range.
Rapid fire.
What more can I say? This game is an explosive good time. It's really fun. You upgrade Space Marines, light enemies on fire, and hack them to pieces while also blowing them up. And the controls work well. I'd say Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team gets it right. And the title is cool, too. I like the giant claw that he hits people with. I'll have to get one of those installed for daily use. It's Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team, highly recommended.
Classic Game Room time, where I bring you lots of pointing at the camera and button mashing fun. This is 99 Nights, or N3, on your Xbox 360. When 97 nights just isn't enough, and 98 nights is right out, 99 nights is there for you. What a terrible video game title. What were they thinking? Look at this guy's hair. It defies gravity. What does he use? His strut has an air of confidence to it. I think he's a Head and Shoulders kind of guy.
Oh, it's another one of these games, released in 2006 for the Xbox 360. N3, or 99 Nights, has a pretty heavy dose of cheese, but still manages to be a pretty good Dynasty Warriors knockoff. And I'm a total sucker for these kinds of games. I love them. Can't get enough Dynasty Warriors or clones of Dynasty Warriors.
The threat of an uprising remains. We must neutralize them before they come.
This is another example of one of these games where instead of having bad actors voicing bad CGI, they should have had bad actors acting in front of a cardboard set, like the 1990s full motion video games. That would have been way better. But I love the character names, which are like a giant word scramble. We're fighting as Umfifi versus Drikafufino. So what do you do in this game? Well, like Dynasty Warriors, you mash buttons and slaughter thousands of enemies. On your way to battle some officers and eventually end bosses, all the while collecting weapons and upgrades. It's not bad, and it's a fairly lengthy and surprisingly challenging game. You only start with one character, Umfufufi, and have to unlock the rest of them. And it'll take a lot longer to level up here than it does in the Dynasty Warriors, but let me be clear, something like Warriors Orochi 3 just blows this away. However, 99 Nights is just slightly different enough from the other Dynasty Warriors games to make it somewhat interesting. And like most of the 360 games these days, it's pretty cheap to collect. I love that you can cause death and destruction on a biblical scale here. Most of the combos are fairly easy to pull off, but the end bosses can be tricky. Others are just downright wacky. Who doesn't love Fak the Third? I mean, it's a giant frog king end boss. That alone makes this game worth buying. If more games had the balls to put frog kings in them, I think the world would be a better place. So much of 99 Nights feels unfinished. It's like a rough draft of an Xbox 360 game. When you're slaughtering enemies, you can barely tell which ones are the enemies and which ones are your friends. Thankfully, you can't attack your teammates, but you'll often find yourself looking for that one remaining bad guy in a sea of your friends, and you just can't spot them because there's no real indicator. They look exactly the same. When you hack and slash your way through enemies, they release red orbs that fill up that little red meter on the bottom left. When full, you can unleash a super special attack that, when used to slaughter enemies, releases blue orbs. When you fill the blue power meter, you can really go nuts. There's a sequel called 99 Nights 2, or N3-2, which is an even sillier title. I reviewed that years ago and enjoyed it. If you can't get enough button mashing, hack and slash Dynasty Warriors or Samurai Warriors or Dynasty Warriors Gundam style gameplay, then I recommend checking this one out. It's got some challenge that's a little bit different than the other ones. It definitely starts off slower because you've only got one character, but it's a little harder too. You gotta watch out for some of these missions that take 25-30 minutes to play through, only to get to the end and die from a cheap end boss hit, which then sends you all the way back to the beginning. There's no checkpoints. Otherwise, it's a nice game. Not great, but good for the genre. And I've got a classic game room shout out and thank you to send to Chris from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Thank you, Chris, for sending 100 nights -1. After each mission, you're scored a rating, as you saw, and you can go back and play the missions again and try to get an A or an S rating, which helps to unlock some new weapons and whatnot. It's a fun game. If you like the genre and can find it for cheap, maybe you're down with something a little different. Don't think it's going to be better than Warriors Orochi 3, because it's not, but it is 99 Nights for the 360.
This review has been approved by Lord Carnage. Banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. I don't know about you, but I distrust geometric shapes, which is why I love geometry. This is Divinity 2, quite a monster of a video game. Literally, this is one of those games that some people will love, while other people will get frustrated quickly and never want to see it again. I'm somewhere in the middle on this one because while I enjoy certain aspects of the game, the developers clearly expect players to spend a lot of time playing it and investigate every nook and cranny of this massive world that they've created.
Another one to add to the collection.
It can be a bit much at times, but if you like to explore a gigantic world full of quests and monsters and things to slay, with a complex plot and numerous subplots, take a close look at this one.
Forgive me, stranger. It's not very often I get visitors.
The girl now be brought back to life. It is Damien who will die. That was Talana's quest. Now it is yours.
This is from the same publisher as Sacred 2, one of my favorite games from 2009. Sacred 2 is a massive role-playing exploration game where you can level your character up and stuff, but it basically holds your hand the whole way through the game. It's always very, very clear what you were supposed to do in Sacred 2. Divinity 2 bites your hand, and then when it's done with that, it starts gnawing at your knees. For a console game, it's so complex that they even tell you during some loading screens if you're stuck to visit their website. I've seen some people complaining about the combat in Divinity 2. That didn't really bother me that much. It doesn't stand out in any way, but what bothered me is that you have to search everything in this game. Everything from desks to jars, corners, tables, dead bodies, you name it, and you have to point at it each time. And when we're talking about searching 100 different jars in a dungeon, that gets old fast. And if you miss something, then you can't open a door, for example. And keys in particular needed to unlock important things are about 4 pixels large. They're practically impossible to spot in this massive, cluttered environment. I've had an easier time finding my real car keys. Seriously, like make them sparkle or something, like they do in BioShock. There's this one part in the game where you have to take out several pieces of lettuce from a pot to find an important item laying in the pot. Some people will love this. It kind of drove me crazy.
My wounds are grave.
My other big issue with this game is that eventually you turn into a dragon, and they give you a sneak peek at this early in the game. And it's really cool because you can fly around as a dragon and like burn people. But 10 hours into the game, I'm stuck in Maxos' temple or whatever, and I'm still not able to turn into a dragon. As I said, some people will love this because it is a challenge. And it's a cool fantasy adventure. But don't expect to be anywhere quickly. The things that really make this game good are somewhat lost in the things that make it tedious. Leveling your character up, for example. There's not randomly generating enemies in this game. When you wipe out all of the orcs or ogres or whatever in a certain area, they're gone, which is probably more realistic. But if you want to just get your character strengthened up for a big fight, you've got to solve quests, some of which are kind of boring. I'd rather just slay hundreds of monsters like I did in Sacred 2. Make that thousands of monsters. That game is just a monster-slaying carnival. That's what this one could have used. because the environment is beautiful. It's a really good-looking game, very imaginative. The story is told through books that you'll pick up laying around, and there's some cutscenes with characters, very rich and detailed. But the environment is what steals the show here. Very nice design on the buildings and armor and the landscape and whatnot. That stuff's really cool. But as much as I respect that, and as much as I enjoy a fantasy world, I would have preferred to explore it more through chaos, destruction, and swordplay. But that's just me. Well, probably not just me. I imagine a lot of you will feel the same way. There's nothing a minigun and flamethrower can't solve in a magical land of adventure.
Running low on mana. Shiny.
Alright, I like that you can kick the chickens and kill them for experience points, and then pick up a chicken leg, which increases your health. But you can't hack and slash the pigs. By this logic, shouldn't I be able to get a ham sandwich out of one of those pigs? Or at least some bacon? Divinity 2 does have a nice sense of humor about it, and the writing style is very similar, actually, to the Sacred 2 game I've been talking about. Good old sarcasm in the dialogue. And you can select some goofy responses to things. There is a lot to like about this game, but you really have to be into it to appreciate it. Which is why I can't ever tell you yes or no, it's good, it's bad. The game claims to have 60 hours of gameplay. I think that's a low number. I think it's 60 hours if you know what you're doing. Maybe it's 60 hours if you know every basket that every important item is in. But you don't. You have to look in every corner. If you're into playing a game where you really have to take notes about a few things, like who you talk to, what you have to do, where something is, well, you get your money's worth in Divinity 2. This is on PC, it's on Xbox 360. We're watching the Xbox 360 version. To end the review, my guy will take a leap of faith, see if his legs are strong enough to survive the impact.
Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spaulding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
This is now over a month of a decomp with mold, so this is a very interesting one. So the gentleman died on the bed. Decomposition is still going, even though the body's not here. The fluid that was in it is still rolling. It leaked all underneath. Hey guys, so here we are on the scene today at a bio in St. Petersburg, Florida. So we actually did the estimate about 3 weeks ago at this apartment, and at that point it was a 2-week decomposition. So when the coroners and everybody left, they lifted the windows. Property maintenance came in, lifted and opened the windows to help mitigate with smell. Well, they left them open, and it's been 3 weeks. So this is now over a month of a decomp with mold. So this is a very interesting one. So you'll see how the decomp has changed, so come with me. So as you see on the walls, we have a lot of mold now. You see the ceiling, you see down here, everything. And the smell in here, that's why we're wearing, you know, masks real heavy. I mean, even initially in the entire apartment is because there's so much presence of mold now. So you come in here, you can see, so the gentleman died on the bed. He leaked all over the floor. We actually already cleared out a lot of the boxes and things that were around, so we couldn't initially see this puddle. But he died right there, but as you see, that's all mold spores now. So as we spray it, as we touch it, it's kicking up those mold spores in the air because the window is open, and it has been almost a month. That decomposition is still going, even though the body's not here, the fluid that was in it is still rolling. So if you come over here, you can see it all here. So gentleman passed away on the hospital bed here. It leaked all underneath. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna cut this mattress up. We're gonna pull it out. We're gonna remove the bed. We're gonna clear the contents from underneath that we can't reach right now. We're gonna peel the floor, and the property maintenance is handling everything else.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh wow. We have part of the sheet that I cut off the mattress, with all the bio on it.
So this is the underside of the mattress. As you can see, that all the bio has seeped through the foam, and just colonies of mold have just been growing in this mattress for the past month, as it's just been sitting here subjected to rain and heat. So get it there.
What? Yeah. Alright guys, so this is the bottom side of that mattress. This is that blue covering that's on this hospital mattress. It's kind of a special foam one. So this is the bottom side. You can see where the kind of the grills were. I call it the grills, like it's a stove or something, or an oven. You can see the fat, and it's literally like it looks like hair, kind of, because it's the mold spores. So that yellow is also that adipose, that fat, all that stuff, all that decomp that's on there, as well as the mold that's been growing because of the moisture in here and because it's been allowed to continue to decompose with exposure to moisture, right? So here's the one going. The predicament that we are in now is this is a large hospital bed. It's very heavy. You can't carry it down as one piece because of the state of it and the nature of it. We're on the 10th floor. We have to get it to the bottom. Obviously, we have an elevator. But so the game plan is we're going to wipe it down, but we're going to break it into separate pieces. So this piece comes off, that piece comes off. These the side guards, like rails, come off, and then we're going to take the wheels and dispose of them as bio because those are been sitting in the bio. Then we can carry this piece down as one, the headboard and the footboard down as one, and the handrails down as one. And then we can carry that all down. Then we can address the floor, and then we can do it that way. So that's the game plan for right now.
Oh, come here, I got a boo-boo. They're being mean to me. There it is.
Sit. Lift up. I'll set on my case of water right there.
Yep. So.
Alright, can you get in the middle?
Alright guys, so if you probably haven't heard, we have new merch out. In honor of that, we'd like to give you a 20% discount when you use promo code CRIME. We're going to be dropping new merch every month, so if you haven't done so already, click the link below to sign up for our bi-weekly newsletter. You'll get updates for new YouTube videos, exclusive giveaways for those on our email list, and more of crime scene cleaning. Click the link below to sign up today to get all our new designs.
No.
This is LVT or LVP, I can't remember which one it is. Maybe you guys can remember and tell me in the comments, but it's the gray bottom type. It's a stick down flooring, but it's super easy to come up. You just find a corner, you take your blade, you score it down the sides, and it just peels right up, which is super nice for bios or any job where requires us to remove flooring, because after you get the first one, it comes up like a charm. You just peel it back a little bit. Actually.
What? Maybe the crowbar would help in this case.
A little bit heavy though.
Yeah, it's a water bottle in here.
Nice.
We can do it. Watch out. Okay. Looks like some of the bio went through the tiles. You can see it right here. Here it's really slippery.
So the body fluid looks like lemon lime sherbet melted on the floor. That's what it looks like. Still. It's the same color. It is a little difficult to get a hold of it with anything, with any tools, with anything, because it's so slippery. It's like baking grease on everything, you know? It's hard to
Ready?
Let's see how we use about this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna hand this to you.
We're gonna use part A, the surface treat. All of the visible biohazardous spots and all the spots that indicate when we indicate the whole floor. We're gonna use a wire brush to agitate it and to scrub all that bio out. And then we're gonna, once we do that 3 times or until it stops indicating, but 3 times is our standard. Biohazard container. It's not hardened like this, but it is actually a cardboard box. Yeah.
Garbage. We'll take them down to the truck eventually, but right now, take them to the stage and... Yeah, I can off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they're just...
You may ask me why I'm not using a broom or a scraper or something to get this stuff off the floor. Because it's stuck to the floor. So I have to like literally pick it off with my hands. So once I get at least like 99% of this stuff up, what we're gonna do is we're gonna indicate, and obviously our visible bio spots where the blood seep through between those tiles. We're gonna hit it with part A, we're gonna treat it, we're gonna scrub it 3 times. We're gonna hit the whole floor, surface treat, wipe, let it dry, spray it again, part A, wire brush, wipe it, like I said, 3 times. And then what we're gonna do is take our Kills paint and seal it in. And then a nice even coat all the way around. We'll seal it in. I'm spraying all the visible bio spots, and I'm kind of covering the whole surface area generally of the spot that we pulled the floor from for any seepage, anything like that. Once I get a good even coating on it, we're gonna take hand scrubbers and we're gonna scrub it up. We're gonna get nice and good, wipe it down, and then do that 2 more times before we paint it.
Ooh, challenging.
I got in trouble.
Oh, God, again.
So the green stuff that you're seeing on the floor is all that glue that they stick the LVP and the LVT down with. So that's what that is. It's just part A, ripping up the glue in the brush mixed with hairs and probably, you know, some blood and bio from the floor. But what you're seeing, the most of the matter there is just that glue. Alright guys, Nathan here at the end of another successful bio for Spalding Decon. So, again, as from the beginning of the video, here's where the initial scene was, right? So, the gentleman had passed away on that bed, it had leaked onto the floor, had got underneath the subfloor for the entire area, as you can see right here, where we ended up pulling this flooring. Just to reiterate, the windows were left open by the coroners or the police department. When they come, it smells real bad for a decomp. When they find the body, they would pull it out. They ripped the windows open, let it air out a little bit, and they never shut them. So it's been over a month now since the body was removed, and the gentleman was there for 2 weeks before they found him, right? So it's been a long time for decomp. Well, since the window was open and moisture was introduced, there was a lot of mold. You can see mold evident all over the place in here. So the bio itself, the actual bodily fluids, the fat, the blood, all the nasty, good, goopy stuff that we love and enjoy here on these jobs was really moldy. So the blood was moldy, everything. So as you can see from the beginning, just kind of where it was. So it had grown mold spores and stuff, so we kind of had to fight the mold spores a little bit, leave the window open, kind of to help mitigate and take the proper measures because those mold spores were introduced into the air. So.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations. Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
We have a biohazard job. She really didn't give me a full description of what happened. She said the guy's still alive. Said he bled for about 8 hours. There's parts in the apartment that have little bits and pieces of chunks of flesh and also blood on it. We're out here in St. Pete. We have a biohazard job. She really didn't give me a full description of what happened. Said the guy's still alive. Said he bled for about 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours, she said. Was a little broken up about it, a little bit distraught, but at the same time too, she wants me to remove all the things that have blood on it, which is obvious, but we're gonna be taking all the carpet. There's parts in the apartment that have little bits and pieces of chunks of flesh and also blood on it. She wants me to just go ahead and remove all that, you know, a couple tedious paperwork that she wants me to keep. A couple things as we go in there, it's gonna have blood on the walls and a lot of stuff on the shoes and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna get rid of as much as I possibly can, bag up as much as I possibly can, tear up the carpet, wipe down the walls really good, and just kind of go from there.
Do we know what happened to the guy that made him bleed out?
No, she didn't tell me. She didn't go into depth. I tried to, you know, dig a little bit, but, you know, she seemed like she was a little bit broken up about it. So she wouldn't, you know, tell me anything further, but he's alive, you know. I just kind of went with there and just tried to help her as much as possible and tell her, you know, try to have this done and completed, you know, as soon as possible for her.
So you're reading your comments?
Dude, I was reading some of the comments from the last jobs and stuff. I appreciate all the Pokemon goers accepting me in their world, in their life. Very, very kind words, very nice words. I appreciate all of you guys. And to a lot of you guys, don't be so sensitive to stuff, you know? I like, you know, having fun at work. I like creating a good atmosphere at work to where, you know, I'm not only, you know, trying to make time dealing with some of this craziness that we deal with, but I'm just trying to help the time go by, man. Maybe shed some light on somebody's day that may be down, didn't wake up in a good mood. Try to put them in a good mood, make them feel good. Plus, at the same time, I feel good. I love all of you guys, though. To all my tourists out there, I love you.
What's your sign?
I'm the best sign. Sagittarius all day.
Ooh.
You know what time that is. We're the real deal.
You know your moon and your ascending?
No, I can give them a full moon at any time.
So pretty much everything in here been contaminated by blood?
A little bit of it, but not everything. Maybe got pretty much this stuff we laid on.
those kind of things. All this stuff's got to go. She doesn't want the TV in the stand or the stereo taken, but this has blood on it, obviously. But I'm gonna take all this stuff, I'm gonna clear all this floor out, but I gotta go through some of these papers she wants me to go through and throw them in there. So time consuming, but at the same time, I want to make sure that she's getting what she wants. Are you gonna have to be using any like indicator or anything like that? Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna do all that once I clear this out, so that way I can just spray. I'm gonna pull up all the carpet, take the carpets out bits by pieces. Are you putting everything in a bio bag just in case it does have blood on it? Yeah, for sure. Some days you feel like this, some days you don't. But at the end of the day, you're blessed. It's pretty funny. I have blood on the table. The towel. So do you know, is the guy that bled out over all this, is he moving back in? Or? I have no clue. She didn't tell me. She just told me he's still alive, and she wouldn't elaborate on anything more. But I just left it as is. But, she said just to get rid of everything now? Yeah, she just came in here with me and told me what to remove, and she wanted everything pretty much out, except for paperwork. Like the paperwork in the living room, she didn't want that in there. That's incredible. Yeah. Carpet in the bathroom. You ever seen that? No. I've never seen that. It's kind of gross. It must just be wet all the time, you know? Do you know how long the blood's been on the carpet? No, I have no clue. It's damn sure been over there over a week. It's almost like that rusty color. I'm wondering if they like tried to clean it and that's why it doesn't look as bad on top. Nah, ain't nobody tried to clean it. He almost bled out. He was trying to find his phone. Oh, he was walking around the whole house trying to find his phone while he was bleeding? Well, he was crawling. Oh, geez. This is why it's important to vacuum your carpet to settle dirt and dust. Oh! Why do you vacuum? I actually like sweeping better than the vacuum. I only like doing the cracks with the vacuum. I just meant like when you have carpet, you need to vacuum it, whereas this... Tomorrow, I'll vacuum all the corners, but I like sweeping. Fiona will probably do the back on all the floor too. No overhead lights and no lamps in here, so it must have just been like pitch black all the time. Yeah, he taped a lot of, she removed some of them, but he had clear tape over all these, over all the light switches. Always been a sci-fi guy. I like sci-fi movies. What's your favorite vampire movie? Ooh. Nosferatu, Dracula. I like the Dracula 2000, the one that got your boy in it. Keanu Reeves? No, the one that got your, I forget the dude's name. Evans. Luke Evans? Yeah, Dracula. Hey, Luke Evans, you good in that movie, brother. Dracula Untold. You crushed that movie. I'm waiting on part 2. Anybody that's seen Dracula Untold, let me know how you feel about it. I thought it was fire, just my opinion. Just imagine your apartment just has like posters of Luke Evans. So there's not one like on your ceiling above your bed? No, ain't none of that. That is, he's all about, one lady. Your queen.
My queen, my angel, you feel me?
Her Majesty.
My boo.
Sorry to report, ladies and gentlemen, Thaddeus is taken.
Yeah, take it. It's okay.
Sad for your fans. You're off the market.
Man. Fans are the fans, you feel me? At the end of the day, a compliment's a compliment. Your kind words are always appreciated. And, you know, I appreciate them to the utmost. I get to let all this just be it here at work. Go home, feel good about it. Come back, start off a new day. Same attitude.
Wrap on day one?
Man, day one's a wrap. Tomorrow, come in, do the scrub, do the disinfecting, do the scrub of the floors, the walls. At the end of the day, I wanted to be happy. I wanted to give us, you know, incredible reviews, but I just want to kill it with customer service, you know. This is who I am, both here at work and off, you know, away from work. So whatever she wants, I'm down to do. It was crazy because I was reading comments yesterday, and somebody was talking crap about our camera guy.
That's right.
I was like, "What?" Out of all things, you talk about the camera guy, and said we could do better without the camera guy. So whoever that was that wrote that comment, you don't know what you're talking about. We are the best camera guy in the world.
Oh my God!
Don't you forget that.
I'm gonna cry, Daddy.
Right?
Daddy,
He does his thing. He feels good, and at the
yeah.
same time, man, he's very blessed. He's very thankful.
so
He's
blessed.
motivated here.
Yeah.
and he does excellent work. He does excellent work. I appreciate everything that he does here. Those are just few words. There's many more that should represent him, but I'm just gonna keep it few words. He's an awesome guy. He does a great job. I appreciate you and your commentating that you're doing. Keep it up, brother. Now that he said that, go to another level.
Oh, okay.
Take it to another level.
I'll talk even more.
Oh man, go to another level. I love it.
And which one's this?
It's our blood indicator, which I just did. I just wanted to double check. A lot of it takes a lot. Just try to spray it and soak on so it takes it away. So that way it's easy for us to scrub and get off. A couple minutes for it to soak and eat away at it. It's a lot easier for me to, you know, just peel it away. So that way if somebody decided to live in it again, it's livable. See how it all bubbles up like that? Looks like some of it's just coming up pretty good. Filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Out the door it goes.
Bathroom carpet?
Huh?
Bathroom carpet?
Yeah.
Oh, that's way better. Why don't I just keep that? Which chemical is this?
This is just a deep clean to just bring up all the blood and scrub it away. So I'm gonna let it sit on there, and then I'm gonna come back, scrub it, clean up all the fluid. Be spick as span. It's our part A and part B. To do a little mixture, so what it does is it's going to peel up all the blood. It's going to lift it up on the surface, so that way it's easier for me to clean when I scrub it away with this metal bristle. This spot right here. This spot right there. See that right there? Soak one more time, soak one more time. Go eat, come back, do it again, repeat. Not as thick as it was. Gonna do one more scrub. Looks like I got it, but I'm gonna make sure I get it all. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. Know what song it is? You know what movie that's from?
gym. I couldn't do that, you know? Still gotta go to the gym. Gotta keep that body looking nice. Gotta be feeling good. Keep your mind healthy too. So for all those people trying to get in shape for 2021, man, you can do it. It's just being disciplined. Just gotta be disciplined, that's all. If you need some pointers, shout out your boy. I got you. Check out that TikTok. Come on there doing a little something, something. Yeah. Come on there doing a little something, something.
All right, about to finish up. Just got done doing all the scrubbing in here. Got all the blood off the walls, off the floor, the bathroom sink. Just gonna mop up in the bedroom, bathroom, and then the living room and kitchen. Make everything look good, make everything smell good for the client, so that way she comes in, she's very happy. I'm gonna point out all the areas that we tackled, the ones that I took pictures of and things of that nature, just to show her that we got the blood off of everything, cleaned that up very well. Hopefully it's another satisfied customer, and continue watching. So I'm gonna knock this mop out. Hopefully she's happy.
Thank you, Ted. We'll see you next time.
Man, I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate you, my camera guy.
Aww.
Appreciate you, brother.
Aww.
The looks on people's faces when we get done after doing a bio or, you know, a horde or anything of that magnitude, there's almost like, wow, you know? So it's almost like you just pay it forward, you know? Even though it's my job, I just feel like, you know, I'm doing some good, you know? You probably do more. I'm doing something.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and ring that bell to be notified of the next episode.
For more information, visit any of our locations. Do you ever wonder what happens when the police leave? Crime scene cleaners are private companies that handle the cleanup after the police are gone. Spalding Decon is one of the nation's largest cleanup companies handling the aftermath of homicides, suicides, decompositions, hoarding, and much more. These are our stories.
Get ready to do a bio cleanup job today. There's an older gentleman, he was in his 80s. Guess he had a abrupt heart attack. Bodily fluids and stuff kind of just ran out of his body, so there's stuff up there on the hardwood floor that we have to take care of. It's got a little bit on the walls.
Daddy, good to
Yes,
see
sir.
you again. It's been a minute.
Nice to be seen, man. Nice to be seen. I know it's been a while. You know, before we get started, I just want to give a special appreciation to all the people with Spalding Decon that's reached out to us as a company. We got hit with a big wave of COVID, and it kind of knocked out a lot of people, and just the stuff that we're getting done here in the offices and outside the office. We haven't been having good content for you guys in videos, so we're back at it. We're back to you know, revamping and getting stuff up and running for you guys, good content, good videos for you guys, so that way, you know, you can continuously keep enjoying what it is that we're doing and watching and supporting us. So I just want to say thank you guys, and I appreciate you guys reaching out and giving all the kind words and just supporting us through this hard time of COVID.
So Daddy, where
Yes, sir.
are we today? What are we doing today?
We are here in the downtown area, Tampa, get ready to do a bio cleanup job today.
So do you know anything about the story?
Yes,
how
it's
they
a
passed?
guy, is an older gentleman. He was in his 80s. I had talked to the homeowner here, and he was an older guy. He was a military guy that I guess he had a abrupt heart attack. And I guess he just bodily fluids and stuff kind of just ran out of his body. So there's stuff up there on the hardwood floor that we have to take care of. It's got a little bit on the walls. Said he was there for about 2 days. She was saying 2 to 3 days, what the police had told her. And he had a bunch of ailments at the time. He had his legs amputated, you know, due to, you know, the war and stuff of that nature. But we're here to just do a quick cleanup, knock it out, on to the next job. You can pull and roll.
What's step 1 gonna be, Fed?
Indicating exactly where everything is. I can see it, but hey, you can be walking on top of it. So we definitely got to indicate where all the bodily fluids are and blood is located. So that way we can locate it, start using our solutions and our chemicals to pull up the bodily fluids up off the surface. So that way it's located. We initiate it and penetrate it and start removing it from all the hard surfaces and getting rid of all that. So first we got to locate it. All the areas that you're getting and seeing that's bubbling up, that's going to be your blood and your bodily fluids and things of that nature. It's going to turn white. So we're probably going to have to take out where my feet are or behind all here with the wood that's bubbling up. That's going to be your blood and your bodily fluids and things of that nature. It's going to turn white. We're probably going to have to cut all this out and get rid of it so that way we can locate if anything is hitting the slug fluid. Start doing the baseboard, do the entryway, pop that, so that way it's going to be kind of smooth when we do it. Circle saw, do a perfect square, we're going to go right here, just like that, and then try to start pulling. Take that off. You're going to start it. Go straight to that line where you cut. About the corner of that, just start coming up a little easier. And then I'm going to run the blade right there. So we'll scrub it down and clean it up. And go from there. We're just going to keep pulling wood. We'll bag it up in red since we got it on the tarp right here. It's not getting on any carpeting. I got you. We'll double bag them at both ends. You can come and sit on the tarp. I'm mad. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm mad as fuck. That's how you hit that. I don't know how else to be, but work hard. You know what I'm talking about? But at the end of the day, how you been?
Me?
You seen any good movies?
I saw the Suicide Squad. It was okay.
Huh?
I saw the Suicide Squad. It was okay.
That's got your girl in it.
Got my girl in it?
What's your girl? The played on the Wolf of Wall Street?
Oh yeah, Margot Robbie. Yeah.
Yeah, her. Where's she from? Australia?
Yeah.
Big up to all my Australians out there.
Oh yeah, you play basketball in Australia.
Yeah, man,
didn't you?
Melbourne, Australia. What up? Holla at your boy, Melbourne United. Holla at your boy. There you go. See what I'm saying? Try to just slide it. You know
What are we cooking with?
Hot grease. She working out, you know what I'm saying? She just needed to warm up, you know what I'm saying? She needed to get her muscles activated. She needed to get her shit going. Now she mad. Y'all done pissed her off. Y'all done pissed her off. Look at her, how she holding that crowbar. This motherfucker wanna hurt somebody. Almost done. Soon we finish this, we'll take a little break, alright?
You mad?
Right now, underneath the suit, it feels like I've been standing in the rain for about 5 minutes.
She drenched.
Mad! Mad! Get angry! Get angry, dude. It's not about strength. Is it technique?
Yeah.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
Who told you that? Geechee?
Yeah, Nietzsche.
You study Geechee?
Yeah, man.
How long you been studying
God is
Geechee?
dead and we killed
Geechee?
Nietzsche. Nietzsche.
Oh, Geechee.
What?
Geechee? The clothing?
Yeah. Gucci.
I knew you was bougie. I knew you was bougie. Do it again. Hard. Yep. Last one. Keep up. One more. That's good. Easy peasy. Just wrap it, tape it off. It's all in biosecure. You know, containment secure. Grab the duct tape and just tape this bag to that bag right there. And then where your feet are, tape that part of the bag to that one, so it's one good wrap. It's a done deal, kid. It's trying. If you're not trying, finish the statement. If you're not trying,
You're dying. Did I get it right?
yeah. Once we wrap it, it ain't gonna move. That way we're not decontaminating anything in here.
Ew!
Hey, Fiona.
Hey Kennedy. Is there something that you need?
Yeah, did you create a bunch of fake fan accounts to comment Where's Fiona on our YouTube channel?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I tracked your IP address. The jig is up.
Alright, you got me.
Well, you could have gone away with it if you used Atlas VPN.
You're using too many acronyms.
A virtual private network. It's essentially a tool that encrypts your data and hides your virtual location.
Sounds like some fancy, expensive hacker stuff.
Well, actually, not even. Atlas VPN is currently running a huge discount on their 3-year deal for just $1.39 a month, with a 30-day money-back guarantee. It's not going to last forever, so be sure to click the link in our description box.
So, how does it work exactly?
When you connect to a VPN server, your device is given a new IP and DNS address. All of the traffic is encrypted and routed towards the VPN server. When the traffic arrives at the server, the VPN server decrypts the information and allows all the traffic to access the desired destination.
English, Candy. English, please.
And make sure your information isn't going to anyone you don't want it to. You can also change the location of your server to anywhere in the world to get access to different websites and content that you might otherwise be restricted to in your area.
You mean I could have British Netflix again?
Well, yeah, exactly. The coolest part, though, is the data breach monitor feature. By inserting your email address, the tool scans the internet to see if it ended up in any recorded data breaches or data dumps that includes emails, names, passwords, and other sensitive information. Enabling notifications ensures that you are aware of such incidents, and it gives you a heads up to change your passwords before anyone has a chance to steal your accounts. Keep yourself protected, Feed. This world is crazy.
What if it doesn't work for me?
Atlas VPN is supported on any device and provides a 30-day money-back guarantee for every subscription purchase.
Alright, all that privacy stuff is great.
But to be honest, you had me at British Netflix.
Well, we all have our priorities. Don't forget, subscribe to the service soon. They're running the $1.39 per month for a 3-year subscription for only a limited time. Click the link in the description below, and remember, it's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so no pressure.
Sounds good. Wait.
In the description of what video?
The one you're watching right now.
Ooh. What?
See? You're already back on YouTube. Bye, Fee.
What? Ants?
If you need a little metal brush, you can totally do that too. Oh, buddy. A little bit more. I wish that we could cut the beams out. Could make it a whole lot easier. But since the people, the clients that's paying us right now, we're only supposed to tear out the subfloor and do the subfloor, which we disinfect, and locate all the bio, indicate the bio, then use our chemical part A to raise all the bio to the surface so that way we can peel it away, tear it away. But we don't own the apartment below us. If the people were home, I tried to talk to them, see if we could do it, but then you have a whole ceiling in their house, and I don't know how they're going to feel about that. Hopefully she hires us to do the downstairs. It'll be one easy process, but if not, I hate to cut a hole in the roof, because you can see the bio right there, right there, but it's not over here. You can see the drywall starting to peel up through these cracks right here. This is an old house, man. But you know what they say about the old? Old is very sweet as juice. You know what I'm talking about? That's just what I heard. That's just what I heard.
So what's happening now, Fed?
We're going to spray, get the rest of this up, lay the wood down, get up out of here, bruh. I'm going to take this wood down. I'm going to cut this thing, scrub everywhere with the part A that you had on the beam. You scrub that down, wipe that up. They got to get with the person downstairs so we can set up an estimate to do the downstairs and remove the drywall from the downstairs up instead of the upstairs down.
So the bio is essentially on the ceiling from downstairs?
Yeah, it's already penetrated. The bios have penetrated. As you can see, it's got a couple of little stains right here on the drywall. So we're going to have to cut that out. They're going to have to do that. Once we seal it and everything, they're going to have to cut it out from the bottom. So We'll figure it out.
You always do.
We'll figure it out. Ain't nothing we can't handle.
They're gonna call you the Sandman now.
We gotta get out. Yeah. Oh, come on, dog. I just don't know. I just don't know how to continue sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to come off. We might be doing this by hand, Shelby. Said we can't move this on. She said we can't cut it out, so I'm trying to cut out as less as possible.
Wrapping the day up today. Had a pretty rough day. Anything that could go wrong went wrong. So we found more bio leading into the downstairs. So we're gonna have to get with the client this afternoon or tomorrow to see if we can go into his home and look at his ceiling to make sure that we can, you know, get rid of the bio, clean that all up, repatch everything, relay plywood down, kills it, disinfect it again, and just, you know, crush that whole situation in general. A little frustrating, but you know, we made it through the day. It's just day one. Have many more. I'm very blessed, very thankful to be here, be a part of Spalding Decon. So this is a wrap for day one. See you later.
Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to like, share.
Pokimane responds to the price of the cookies.
Like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? It's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but look, if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyway, when people are like, oh my god, $28 for cookies.
Yeah, so like obviously that's really bad, and like it's super out of touch to say that. It's dumb as fuck to say that. I don't know why she would say that. Like I have no idea why you would say that. But it doesn't make sense. Like I don't see the logic, because like this is the thing, right? She doesn't put herself in a bad position whenever she does that. She puts everybody that works on these cookies with her in a bad position. Because now she's created a bunch of negative PR for this company and these people that work with her. And so, like, whenever you do something like this, it's not like, oh, well, you're just going to get a bad clip or whatever. Now you've created bad PR for your company that you have people that have, you know, they've pursued this opportunity with you in order to make money, to build a career, to try to do something different, etc. And you put them in a really bad spot. So I think it's kind of selfish to do something like this, right? It might make her feel good to say something like that. It definitely probably felt good for her to say something like that. Because, like, some of the criticism that she got was, like, I would say it was an 11, right? And it should have been, like, an 8. It was a bit over the line. But the truth is that, like, you just can't, you can't go out and say this shit, right? You just can't. It makes everybody look bad. Oh, when are we getting OTK cookies? One true cookie? Oh, I like that. Yeah. So, Shane, XQC? Nah, if XQC had said this, people would have been pissed off. People have been pissed off no matter what. Now, I think obviously there is a way you can say something like this, and it wouldn't, because, like, yeah, this is the situation. I do think that, like, no, because, like, look, bro, like, think of how many, look, DSP begging for money. Look at this. Look at all of them. Look at all this. There's a whole industry for this shit. She's not e-begging. It's not the exact same thing. But what is the same is that people hate content creators that talk about money and get fixated on money. That's the goal. That's the point. People hate XQC for that because he shows, like, the watches and shit like that. People hate Hassan for that because he bought the house. People hate Pokimane for that, for this. People hate this I think it was Bad Bunny for saying that you should be able to afford a sub if you're watching every day. People hated Invader Vi for it whenever she said it. Like, it's just, every single time it happens, people get pissed off. $30 for 14 ounces of dry cookies? Well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. No, I hate Pokimane because she tries to sell $28 cookie and gaslight you into buying them. With the broke boy sentence, she can choke on. I mean, that's a bit much, right? I mean, come on, why don't you just chill the fuck out, man? But listen, what I'm trying to say here is that, like, whenever you talk about this kind of stuff and you start arguing with your audience and, like, trying to fight them and all this stuff, like, at a certain point, I guess I can go ahead. Let's talk about a little personal story here. Let's talk about a little bit of a personal story with Starforge. Who remembers the Starforge announcement? With me in the suit at the presentation desk. Remember that? Who remembers that? No, I remember that. Now, how well did that announcement go? Didn't go too well. And we had a meeting that night, and we discussed the feedback. And the truth is, while we thought that we had good value, and there were people like, oh no, this is actually fine, people understand it, etc. You have to remember one of the core values in selling. The customer is always right. And if the customer feels like they're not getting a good deal, then they're not getting a good deal. So we changed everything. Why? Because the customer base wanted that. Perception becomes reality. That's right. So sometimes if people think something is too expensive, it's too expensive. That's it. because you're monologuing, didn't she try to market it as an affordable health food? I don't know if she said affordable. I don't remember if she said that. She marketed it as a health food, but not as an affordable health food. Yeah, I don't remember that part. Customers 90% wrong, but you need customers, so you adapt. Well, you have to meet customers' expectations. It's not that the customer is always right, more so that you have to meet customers' expectations in certain things, because that's what the customer expects to see. That's it. It's perceived as value. Yes, exactly. Let me look at this. I think health food would be a flop since it's expensive. Customers are wrong, but you have to make them think that they're right. The customer is always right is let the Karen culture, but yes, you need to sell a good product. Karen culture is not really what we're talking about here. And it's hard, right? Whenever, and this is the truth, is it's hard whenever you think that you're in the right and everybody else thinks that you're wrong. But you have to understand that your position in this situation is different than your position as a content creator. You are not the king looking out over your subjects. You are a merchant that is trying to get people to come to your booth and buy your doodads. You know, whether this is a t-shirt or health food or computer, whatever it is. So you have a totally different relationship with the people that you're interacting with. And different types of selling and different types of argumentation and persuasion don't work in this avenue. Like, you can't use a femdom argument to get people to buy cookies. It just doesn't work that way. So don't do it. Huh? Don't huh me, I'm right. I'm fucking right. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be looking at the tweet. You'd be surprised. You know, at the example. Yes. We're speaking about customers as a whole, not individual, possibly unhinged person being right. Yes, exactly. Whenever you say the customer is always right, it doesn't mean that a customer is always right. It means the collective of customers are always right. So yeah, whenever you say if you're a broke boy, just say so. I mean, like, this doesn't really... It just doesn't work that way. It doesn't, because, like, you... One of the reasons why is because the cookies aren't a status symbol. Because, so, like, people don't buy the cookies to imply that they're not broke. People buy an expensive car to imply that they're not broke. People buy an expensive phone or expensive clothes or something like that. And if you said, if you're a broke boy, just say so, and you're selling a luxury brand, it makes sense. But you're selling a health food. It's the wrong kind of persuasion and messaging. That's just how it is. And whenever you say something like this, you put everybody that works in this company at risk. You hurt everybody. It's very selfish to say something like this, and it was a huge mistake for her to have done it. I know, obviously, you want to say your piece. You want to get your voice out there. You want to go and, you know, like, fucking set the record straight. But sometimes it doesn't matter if the record is straight, because you are a servant to the customers. Remember how you serve the customers. You're not a streamer. It's just it's a totally different mindset you need to have. And it's hard, man. It's hard to fucking have to deal with that. To swallow your pride and deal with fucking people that are talking shit about you, that are misrepresenting things. It sucks, man. But you have to do it, or you're not going to make any fucking money. They're not misrepresenting. I think that it's, my personal opinion is that I don't think that we should categorize things as scams unless they are mislabeled. I think a scam is whenever you buy something and you think you're buying one thing and you're getting something else. That's what I consider a scam. I think this is overpriced. And I think that, like, people saying everything is a scam devalues what a scam is. It's just overpriced, that's all. It's just as trashy, condescending, passive-aggressive as always. Yeah. Doesn't understand why some people don't like her. He does. You have to understand he has a job to do. Well, what? Like, if I say something bad about Pokimane, like, I'm gonna get, like, what? I'm gonna get banned? No, I'm not. What are you talking about? No, I've said plenty of negative things about her. And positive. I think that I am the only person who's fair. Because most people either defend her no matter what, or attack her all the time. And they don't look at any context. I am the only person who's actually fair. All right, Bill? No, you cap it all you want. But I genuinely believe that I'm the only person who's fair. I'm getting high on my own supply, maybe, but I'm being serious. Only? Well, I don't know. Maybe there are other people out there that are fair. I think there probably are, right? Sure, yeah. But like in terms of people that are like popular making content about this, I think that I'm one of the main ones. But why is it okay for the goblin to say the equivalent thing, ironically or not, and her saying it? The goblin. Which goblin? Is this mine goblin? Like, what is this? Like, goblin these nuts? We talking about XQC? Well, what do you mean XQC? Remember whenever he posted that picture with him and all that money after that person, like, and he got absolutely rinsed for that. People were fucking furious that he posted a picture of the briefcase full of money as a response to that guy who made the bullshit tweet. And I massively defended him because I thought he was in the right. I did. Because he wasn't selling anything. But yeah, that's basically what my perspective is with this kind of stuff, is that I think this is a huge mistake to do. It's dumb as fuck to say this. And so I hope anybody who thinks that like somehow like I'm not allowed to criticize Pokemon or some fucking bullshit. No, this is dumb as fuck. Should have never said this. This is awful. It hurts the entire company. I understand that there are people out there who believe fairness and context is a bias because they believe so strongly in what they think. But please, give me the benefit of the doubt that I will always try to be fair. And in the cases where I'm not being fair, I usually just try not to talk about them. Because, like, I know the person or some other reason. Was breaking Clara down? That's why I say that shit? Yeah. I understand how she feels, for sure. But it's still a bad decision. Yeah. Tries to insult the critics, saying math is hard. Yeah, I think that's only part of it. Like, the overpricing is only one element. It's also the fact that the cookies seem to be, like, almost the same as another type of cookie. Yeah. You're not taking a moral standpoint, you're just pointing out that it's a bad marketing decision. That's because morality is usually... Everybody has a different version of morality. So if you want to talk about morality, you're really just talking about your opinion on things, aren't you? So, like, my opinion, like... Whenever you're trying to sell something, you're either selling it or not, right? So, I find those to be more interesting conversations than just, like, what's moral and what's not moral. Because there are oftentimes people just grandstand with that, and they have, like, some perspective, and it doesn't really make sense, but that's it. Tell me 14 grams per sugar is not healthy, but 8 grams is. I don't know that. If you think that her saying it's a health food is a scam, I think that you could be totally right in that accusation. Because saying something is a health food is a specific statement. And if you're right about, I don't know enough about it to have that opinion. Like, I don't know. What's wrong with bad marketing if she chooses to do so? Is that a crime or something? No, and she can market her company however she wants. She can sell her cookies however she wants. She can do anything that she wants. There has never been a point in this conversation where I am discussing her ability to do it or not, or whether she should be allowed to do it. She should be allowed to do whatever she wants. She's a free person in a free country. Isn't that a great thing? But the truth is that, you know, obviously so am I. She's from Canada? Oh, yeah, okay. So that's basically, like, China, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I actually have no idea what the laws are over there. Yeah, it's a free country. Yeah, well, at least over here. Over here, it's a free country. All right. All right, brother. As a pharmacist/apothecary, this is false advertisement. It's not a health food. Okay, let's talk about that just for a minute, because a lot of people are trying to, like, talk about that. I think that advertising your food as a health food, whenever it's not a health food, I think that health food should have, like, it should be a defined term. And there should be, like, criteria that a health food needs to meet. And if it doesn't meet that criteria, it should be illegal to advertise it as a health food. That's my personal opinion. Now, what is that criteria? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionist. I don't know. But I find it to be very problematic that somebody can say that something is a health food with no actual, like, no context to it, right? Like, there's no objective, like, reason why you can say that or not. The FDA does that? Yeah, I just don't know if it qualifies as that or not. It's fucking cookies? Well, yeah, but, like, I'm sure there are cookies that are health foods, right? I know a lot of people want me to take a stance on this, but as I said before, I really am not educated in this, and I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about it in a general sense. Play the video again? Yeah, sure.
People are like, oh my god, $28 for cookies? That's 4 bags. That's $7 a bag. I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so. Anyways.
Yeah, that's what it was.
My tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it.
What is going on with our tongue, Ventus? Well, in fact, you guys seem a little confused because in the comments, you guys don't know what's going on, actually. You said, I'm so sorry, I love you, but has it always been like that? Can you not just exfoliate it or something? And then somebody else says, is it gonna hurt if you drink lemon juice? I get it, the tongue looks a little different, okay? I wouldn't say weird, it just looks a little different. And in fact, there's really nothing wrong with this tongue at all. It's actually a thing we call fissured tongue. And it's a completely benign, harmless, not painful thing that just happens in your tongue. I mean, it just is a little fissured tongue area. So it doesn't hurt when you eat. It doesn't cause any like acidic things. It's not like a cut. It's just the way that tongue was formed. The only negative about this is you can get some food and gunk stuck up in there and it can cause like some fungal infections easier than others. But as long as you're brushing your tongue and you're doing a good job with the oral health cleaning, it really won't cause no problem at all. Just might look a little weird when you stick your tongue out, I guess.
My tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it.
I'm about to go and buy a Chinese smartphone to give away to you guys, my subscribers. But I thought we'd talk about the dangers of buying a Chinese phone because it's not that straightforward and there are a couple of things you have to take into consideration. Okay, I'm going to skip over the whole conspiracy theories that Chinese phones are spying on you, and I'm going to cut straight to the chase. A lot of Chinese phones do have a lot of bloatware on them, you know, all sorts of weird, strange, and very irritating software that kind of, if you live in China, makes a lot of sense. See, the majority of, well, in fact, all Chinese phones run off of Android. I mean, they have their own special builds and their own special versions of Android on some of the phones. But because Google is blocked in China, and I mean, all Google services are just outright blocked, you don't get the Google Play Store, which is something you have to watch out for, because if you're in China and you buy a Chinese phone, you will probably be stuck with a phone that you can't install any apps on, you know, outside of China, unless you're using these sort of third-party Chinese app stores that they install. Now, every manufacturer, be it Xiaomi or Oppo or Huawei, they have their own kind of homegrown version of the app store, right? And this can be quite frustrating, especially since a lot of it's all in Chinese, and in fact, in some cases, they only have Chinese versions. So you as a foreigner will have a pretty hard time, you know, figuring out how to use your new Chinese phone. Anyway, back to the bloatware. Yes, Chinese phones very often come with all sorts of funny programs running on there that pop up, and you know, they're just incomprehensible gibberish to most of us because it just pops up all this stuff in Chinese, you don't know what's going on. A lot of these things have to do with just various conveniences for Chinese people, and in fact they are very convenient in China. This is where China's really innovated. I know, and we can all agree, that as far as the hardware is concerned, although you do get good quality Chinese phones these days, we can all agree that they're just copies of foreign brands. And so what you'll have is you'll have a phone that's taken all the design ideas from, say, Apple or Motorola or something, and they just kind of build something that looks almost the same, uses the same components or similar components, and you know, they can improve on it, but it's basically just a knockoff of a Western design. There's no denying that. But when it comes to software, that's where China's really innovated. I did mention in my last video that everybody uses their phone to do everything that, you know, most Western people do on their computers. Well, it's not a new thing, man. They've been doing that since when I first got to China in 2006. You know, when you still had old phones like those crappy sort of Java-based Motorola's and stuff, They had software on those phones that they'd...
Donkey heads are back inside, get my donkey heads so safe. Time to play Call of Duty. You don't have enough space to do that, even though you had to delete like 7 games just to install this game in the first place. Okay, update requires restart. Restarting? You don't have enough space to restart? Purchase Modern Warfare 3 today. Call of Duty, I am on that game right now. Now what is this? Code of conduct? Oh, what is this shit? We do not tolerate bullying or harassment. All members of our community should be treated with dignity and respect. Even this guy. I only agree to this because I know that it will 100% fix the community.
You suck. You suck, bro. 11-2 bottom of the leaderboard. Shut up.
Chubbs, you gotta fix your VC, dude. You're not talking, dude. You're not talking. You're white trash.
Kingslayer. Revenge. Buzzkill. Kingslayer. Bloodthirsty. Survivor. Level up. Level 2. Rank up. Missile. Look at this stop motion looking ass guy. Buzzkill. Kingslayer. I'm dead. Weekly challenge completed. Hell yeah. Revenge. Yeah. Buzzkill. Let's go up. And then let's go up. Bam. You are bingo health. Kingslayer. Point blank. Running riot. Yard sale. Survivor. 1 shot, 1 kill. Double kill. Now what is mosquito drone? Oh, it goes up there. Alright. Thank you, mosquito drone. Boom. 1 shot. 1 shot. Rank up. Level 5. Guardian SC unlocked. Double weapon XP unlocked. This guy unlocked. Revenge. Long shot. Kingslayer. Arm kill. Survivor. 1 shot. Oddball. Played ball. Safe. Long shot. UAV. Boys. What is happening on the screen to me? Did I die or win? Now we got Wi-Fi. I see you. I'm coming to get you. Point blank, comeback, rank up. DG58 unlocked. Taco Bell item menu unlocked. Shoot that mother bitch type guy. How is he alive? How is he alive? Get up. Finally, revenge, buzzkill. UAV, buzzkill. Point blank. Kingslayer, bloodthirsty. 1 shot. This is the best spot to go on this map. Okay, okay. Now we're good. Now we're good to go. Hey, Call of Duty. Get the fuck out of here. Now let a donkey roam free. Watch. No, no, no. Watch, watch. No, 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 no. Boom. 1 shot, 1 kill, baby. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. UAV unlocked. 1 shot, 1 kill unlocked. Survivor. Bogey in the building. Tango down. Come back. Tango eliminated. Kingslayer. Buzzkill. Double kill. Single kill. Point blank. Survivor. Rank up. Level 16. Smoke grenade unlocked. Weekly challenge. I did that. Across the world shot. Save. Long shot. Double kill. Funny shot. Mosquito drone. Revenge. 1 shot, 1 kill. Kingslayer. Hello. Blinko toss. Triple kill. What the fuck? Revenge. Afterlife. Popcorn. Triple kill. Bam. Bam. Dead. You died. Pop goes the weasel kill. I see you over there. Come on, you wanna face me? Huh? Kicked for what? I was in the middle of a battle. Kicked for inactivity? What? How are you gonna kick somebody for camping in Call of Duty on Derail of all maps? That's like if it kicked you from Mario Kart for drifting. Wham. Ah, I gotta go in, otherwise I'll get kicked. Kringle. Hey, Grimace. Shake it off. I'm a funny guy. Ladies and gentlemen, shoots and ladders kill. Look at this. Is this what my kill streak does? Oh, hold on. No, 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 no. Battle. Boom, dead. Boom, dead. Boom, and dead. Boom, and dead. And worst kill.
Wow, that guy is a barnacle head.
Did you just call that guy a barnacle head? Dude, you signed a code of conduct. You can't harass other players.
That is not harassment, dude.
Throwing grenade. Low gravity kill. Spray and pray. Group kill. Crack kill. Point blank. UAV unlocked. One shot, one kill. Long shot. Bloodthirst. Save. Triple kill.
I ain't about to die yet.
Gopher shot. Picnic shot. Kill Slayer. Level 4 shotgun. Long shot. Revenge. Double kill. Behind the scenes kill. Wait, that was a guy going down?
Reloading.
Oh my god.
Psycho Mantis.
That. He killed himself. I have a new technology. Look at this. No, that's not really me. And I'm on your team. Okay. You thought that was me? He doesn't even have my signature hat. Surprise. It's me. Hold it. They can talk. Hi. It's me, Video Donkey.
Little turtles, all y'all are. Listen to hiding after shot. Turtles. Little bitty turtles.
You can't call them that, man. You signed a code of conduct. You cannot say that.
Turtle.
Chunko kill. Macaroni kill. Unkill. Frankenstein kill. One shot, one kill. Bloodthirsty. No kill. Level 7 sniper rifle. Kill that man. Cheetah grip unlocked. Warning, you are about to be kicked due to... Oh god, I gotta get another kill. Oh no, I didn't get that one. Oh no, where are you? Okay, I gotta go. Okay. Alright, I'm back in the game. Oh, not this map. I have to run around or it's gonna kick me. Expert kill. Kill that will haunt me for the rest of my life. Funny kill. Quintus kill. Dinklage kill. Big kill. This is really gonna make him mad. Wario kill. Surgical. Non-surgical kill. Point blank. Oh, he's by Burger Town. Oh, Burger Town kill. Savior. New Burger King item menu unlocked. Surgical. Triple kill. Blow up! Oh, alright. Patrick Star kill. SpongeBob kill. Mr. Krabs kill. Plankton kill. Spawn kill.
Psycho Mantis.
Get out of my way. You don't know. Now keep this door shut. Crap.
Stun incoming!
Gotcha. Shake it off, you little bitch. Keep the door closed. What? Damn, no. Damn. Okay, back in action. Whoa! Got him! You're back. Please, keep the door closed for me. What is this? Oh, shit.
Take your fire!
Don't you open that door. I said don't.
Tossing smoke grenade.
New strategy. He didn't see me. Oh! Go away! Go away! Keep this closed. A ghost. I see you, ghost. And your buddy. Now that I'm out.
I think Tom and Jerry is one of my favourite cartoon shows ever. I used to love watching it as a kid, and I think my appreciation for it only grew as I got older. One thing that surprised me was when I learned just how far back these cartoons were made. I always assumed they were something that was made in present day. But no, these were made from 1940 to 1958. I always just assumed that cartoons from that era would be the cheap looking black and white cartoons. I think what also made it so shocking was the fact that Tom and Jerry is just so timeless. It's a simple story of a cat trying to catch a mouse, And the minimal use of dialogue means it can be easily shown across the world. But in saying that, being a cartoon from over 60 years ago, it's not surprising that there have been some elements from that are now considered controversial. These can range from high levels of violence, smoking, inappropriate themes, and of course, racial stereotypes.
Why, how to do, Mr. Tom?
Whoa, is that blackface, dude?
So let's go through and take a look at all the Tom and Jerry moments which have been either banned or censored. Enjoy. Now, whenever I talk about banned media,
Why, how to do, Mr.
these can range from high levels of violence, smoking, inappropriate themes, and of course, racial stereotypes.
Why, how to do, Mr. Tom?
Whoa, is that blackface, dude?
So let's go through and take a look at all the Tom and Jerry moments which have been either banned or censored. Enjoy. Now, whenever I talk about banned media, YouTube has had a habit of demonetizing the videos. So that's why I'm grateful for this video sponsor, NordVPN. The banning and censorship of media is a contentious subject, and so we'll start with moments that were removed due to violent content. Surprisingly, a short list considering how violent this series can get. First up is Mouse Trouble. The scene where Tom is hiding in the package is removed from some local stations. Trap Happy. Some local stations remove the scene where Butch chops off Tom's tail, which I find odd because it happens off screen, unlike in a later episode called Touche Pussycat, where we actually see Tom's tail getting chopped off. But apparently there was no censoring for that. The Milky Wave. Jerry's roar at the end was cut in some instances due to it being too intimidating. Really? That's like the best part of the episode. If anything, I could see this being an updated meme template from the Cuphead Sunflower. Kitty Foiled. Apparently in the UK and Asia Pacific airings, the scene of the canary pointing the gun at Tom is cut. I always remember seeing this scene growing up, but this is going back to the 90s and early 2000s, so maybe this is a recent change. Professor Tom. The scene where Tom is spanking his student is cut in some airings due to the portrayal of corporal punishment. The Two Mouseketeers. Some local stations edited out the execution scene at the end, which, to be fair, yeah, it's pretty freaking dark. And fun fact, this is one of the few times that Tom actually dies in the series. Okay, so now we're going to look at moments or gags that weren't necessarily violent, but were considered too dark or mature for younger audiences. The Loathsome Mouse. Apparently this is rarely aired on television anymore due to Jerry drawing Tom as Hitler. Personally, I think it's weird that drawing Hitler and spitting on him would be censored, because you know who else would want to censor spitting on Hitler? Hitler! The $1 Million Cat. This one probably has one of the weirdest reasons for censoring. The plot involves Tom coming into a huge amount of inheritance, with the catch being that he'll only receive it if he's kind to all living creatures, even mice. And so the episode is pretty much Jerry taking full advantage of this and pissing off Tom throughout, until Tom finally has enough of Jerry's shit and finally snaps at the end. But can you guess why this episode was controversial? Was it the scene with Tom puffing on a cigar? Nope. Was it the scene with Tom plotting all the ways he could kill off Jerry? Nope. The reason for this episode getting pulled was due to its theme around money problems. What? If anything, the episode's moral is that money isn't everything, as Tom ends up sacrificing his fortune in favor of happiness.
I'm throwing away $1 million. But
I'm happy! Yeah!
What's even weirder is that this one was apparently rarely seen on British television, but I actually recall seeing this airing quite a lot. In fact, despite being a child that grew up in a low-income family, I never had any issue with all this theming around money. If anything, I actually particularly enjoyed this episode, as it was one of the few times that Tom ended up coming out on top. Part-Time Pal. Apparently Tom's drunken lines before he splashes water over Mammy is removed.
Wow, for the money.
I don't really know why, considering the episode's theme around alcohol consumption. I'm surprised it was this moment that got the censors upset. Professor Tom. The scene of Tom blowing cigar smoke into Jerry's mouse hole is cut, which I find odd because it's actually showing the smoking to have a negative effect on Tom. So surely this is a good thing, right? I mean, if you're gonna ban that, you may as well remove the negative smoking scene from Pinocchio. Oh, wait, they already did. Heavenly Purse. This was banned in Brazil and the Middle East due to the imagery of hell. Personally, I found the image of the 3 drowned kittens to be far more traumatizing. Busybodies. Apparently rarely seen on British TV, though I remember seeing it often growing up, due to the one scene of the baby briefly crawling underwater. Yeah, let's hope that any babies watching this episode didn't get any ideas. Blue Cat Blues. Okay, in fairness, this episode is just pure misery. It contains references to depression, alcoholism, and of course, suicide. With that infamous end scene of Tom and Jerry waiting on the tracks for a train to come hit them. It really is an out of a blue episode, so to speak. And contrast to popular myth on the internet, this actually wasn't the last episode of the series. There are several episodes after where Tom and Jerry are once again live and well. However, there is rumour that this episode was produced when William Hanna and Joseph Barbera thought they were going to lose the studio. So, who knows? Maybe it was originally written as an end of series send off for the characters. Top Watchers. Banned in Morocco for Tom and Jerry getting falsely arrested, and the theme around child neglect. Texas Tom and Tennis Chumps for smoking. So in the UK in 2006, there was a ban on Tom and Jerry episodes which featured the character smoking. And the reason for this ban, I kid you not, was from a single viewer complaint. Yep, beloved cartoon which had been airing for over 60 years, and one complaint was enough for Ofcom to say, yep, we agree, we'll pull the episodes. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on a bit of a ramble here because this really annoyed me at the time the news came out. But if your child is going to smoke solely because they saw a cartoon cat doing it on the television, then you suck as a parent. I watched these cartoons growing up, both my parents were smokers, and I still never smoked. But what's weird is that the only episodes to get pulled were Tennis Chumps and Texas Tom. But other episodes featuring smoking still aired. Though apparently The Mouse Comes to Dinner has now had the smoking scene removed on some UK home video releases. Also, I like how the smoking was the reason for the UK to ban Tennis Chumps, and not for the blackface gag.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at smoking.
Oh, but speaking of racism though... Alright, so this is one of the main controversies which has surrounded the show, and that is with the character, Mammy Two Shoes. Mammy Two Shoes is the housemaid, and is seen as a dated stereotype of an African American woman. And this isn't a recent thing, by the way. This controversy dates back to when the original series was still airing, with the character's last appearance being in the 1952 episode, Push Button Kitty, in which afterwards, Tom's owners would now be depicted by a white couple. And as such, a lot of episodes featuring Mammy Two Shoes have either been removed, or had her voice redubbed to tone down the stereotyping. She was originally voiced by actress Lillian Randolph, but later redubbed by Tia Vidal. Not too much was changed in the overall dialogue, mostly just making the character use more correct English. So instead of saying is you and I is, should now say are you and I am.
Thomas, if you is a mouse catcher, I is Lana Turner, which I ain't.
Thomas, if you're a mouse catcher, I'm Lana Turner, which I'm not.
One notable one is in the first episode, Puss Gets the Boots, with her spelling of the word out.
If you breaks one more thing, you is going out. O-W-T out. If you break one more thing, you are going out. O-U-T out.
I actually grew up listening to the redubbed version, and honestly think Vidal does a fine job with the character. But I would always advocate to have the series shown the way it was originally intended. But one episode in particular that went to the extreme was Saturday Evening Puss, where they actually replaced and reanimated the character with a white teenage girl. And yeah, it really doesn't work. One, The limited 60s animation doesn't blend well with the more polished 50s animation. 2. I really don't see this skinny girl being the powerhouse behemoth that Mammy Two Shoes was. Like, she can break down that door. The door would break her. 3. The voice acting is weaker.
A party at my house? Excuse me.
A party? At my house? Excuse me! Thomas!
There's some nice soothing beat music.
And play myself a little soft, soothing, hot music.
And 4. The new animation doesn't even sync up with the sound effects going on from the original.
Yes, I'm on my way. Oh, is Loverboy there yet? Good!
As of this review, Mammy Two Shoes still hasn't made a reappearance in the Tom and Jerry series. And probably never will. Though Tom and Jerry Tales does have a similar character, called Mrs. Two Shoes, though I do find it kind of weird that whitewashing a character is seen as the progressive move in this case. My personal take? I never really saw this character as a negative stereotype. I always thought she was presented as a strong and capable, hard-working, house-proud woman who didn't take shit from anyone.
I'm glad you're satisfied, 'cause I ain't.
I know she was meant to be a house servant, but I always thought she was the actual homeowner. And in some episodes, it kinda does imply this to be the case. But yeah, I'll talk more about the censoring at the end of the video, but first, let's talk about the other racial implications of the show. Yeah, so because Tom and Jerry aired during the 40s and 50s, racial-based jokes were a mainstream part of humour back then, and so naturally Tom and Jerry would feature a lot of them, along with many other cartoons of that period. Naturally, these kind of jokes haven't aged very well, and so there's a lot of them which have been censored or removed altogether. Though weirdly enough, once again, I remember seeing a lot of these when watching Tom and Jerry in the UK, though I have no idea if they still air that way today. Starting with Puss in Toots. The Chinese gag of Tom and the record player is removed. The Yankee Doodle Mouse. The blackface gag is now removed. The Mouse Comes to Dinner. The opening segment of Mammy laying the table and Jerry dressing like an Indian is now removed. Mouse in Manhattan. The blackface gag is cut. Flirty Birdie. Tom being dressed as an Indian is cut. Also, when rewatching this episode, I noticed some pieces of audio that weren't in the UK version, and that's the Eagles dialogue.
Going down.
She loves me.
I have no idea why these would be cut, so I'm guessing it was more of a technical error rather than an intentional one. My biggest concern about this episode is just how did Tom end up laying those eggs? And that he totally banged that eagle, didn't he? The Milky Way. This is one of the few edits that I do remember being cut from the UK. And it's a scene where Jerry and Nibbles disguise themselves as black women and child to deceive Tom.
Why, how to do, Mr. Tom?
Bruh.
I get why this scene would be cut, but man, it was so botched in the edited version. A Mouse in the House. The blackface gag of Tom and Butch was cut, and apparently now the whole episode is pulled due to Tom and Butch spanking Mummy at the end, due to it being, and I quote, racial abuse, even though the only reason they were hitting her is because they had previously disguised themselves as her in the episode, and each of them thought it was the other in disguise. Kitty foiled. The scene with Jerry and the Canary disguising themselves as Indians is cut. The truce hurts. The blackface gag after the mud splash is cut. Old rocking chair Tom. The redubbed Mammy voice line is changed from Old Uncle Tom to just Old Tom.
Take good care of poor old Uncle Tom. Take good care of poor old Tom.
Mouse cleaning. The end scene where Tom is covered in coal and impersonates a black person has been cut. I must admit, when I used to see this as a kid, I didn't even realize it was Tom pretending to be a black man. I just thought he was pretending to be a different cat.
There ain't no cat, no place, no house, no man.
The Little Orphan. The candlestick burning up Tom's tail to make a blackface gag is cut. Plus the shot of the champagne bottle hitting him would also be cut. There was a redrawn version from the 60s which kinda cleaned this up, but personally I never saw that air. Tennis jumps. The gag of Butch being turned into a blackface is cut. Safety second. The blackface gag of Jerry at the end is removed. Casanova Cat. The whole episode got removed for the Jerry blackface and dancing scene. His Mouse Friday. The whole episode is rarely shown because the whole thing practically centers around blackface. There was an edited version airing which kept the blackface in, but had the characters muted, which I find hilarious. As one, I don't think it was the voices that was the primary concern for this, and two, with them muted, the whole thing just feels really weird, as you can still clearly see their mouths moving. Little Runaway. The Chinese gag is cut from current airings. Two Little Indians. Due to the episode's theme around Indians, it rarely airs at all. Though, fun fact for all you animation nerds out there, this was the first episode to remove Tom's lighter fur strip between his eyes, and it wouldn't be seen again until Tom and Jerry Kids in 1990. So yeah, that's the list of all the banned and censored moments in the original Tom and Jerry series. I'm sure some of you are wondering, what's my take on this? Well, to an extent, I do get it. Back when these cartoons were released, they would be shown in cinemas where both adults and children would attend, and so there were going to be jokes that would tailor more to the mature audiences. So when you now have television networks which are primarily aimed at younger audiences, I can get why they would want to take out some of the more mature and offensive humour. Having said that though, I do think the original uncensored products should still also be made available for purchase. And my reasoning for this was best said by Whoopi Goldberg in the Tom and Jerry DVD disclaimer, where she states that many of the controversial gags seen in the episodes were done with the intent of humour, as that's what was considered comedy at the time. She acknowledges that the gags are morally wrong, but also acknowledges that you can't just remove them like they never happened, as that would be removing an aspect of history that shouldn't be ignored.
Ms. Two Shoes, along with other elements that reveal the prejudices of the time, are presented here to accurately reflect a part of our history that cannot and should not be ignored.
Despite this statement, however, Warner Bros. Still hasn't released the full collection of the uncensored Tom and Jerry episodes. There were plans to release 3 volumes of this, but in Volume 1, Warner Bros. Cut out mouse cleaning and Casanova Cat, with a spokesperson stating, "The company felt that certain content would be exceedingly inappropriate for the intended audience and therefore excluded several shorts. And as a result, volumes 2 and 3 were never released." What do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, but until the next one guys, take care.
Hi, Dr. Bernard here. The point of this video, which is based off a case published in literature, is to tell you if you don't need to put it in your body, don't put it in your body. There's no turning back from intentionally causing permanent damage to it. A man bought a cheese-making kit on the internet. He took one of the ingredients and injected it in between his legs. This is what happened to his testes. CC is a 28-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with suprapubic pain. Supra meaning above, and pubic referring to the region in between the legs. 1 week earlier, CC had been living his regular life, which meant something was wrong. Every day he'd see people and he just couldn't get certain thoughts about them out of his head. These thoughts would seep into his mind and he had to control himself, staring blankly into the void in an effort to mask everything racing through his head. He would think about doing very specific and explicit activities with every single person he encountered face to face, and those thoughts would linger in his mind when finally he'd have to go to the bathroom to fix himself up, just to have those same thoughts rush right back into his head afterwards. These compulsive fantasies were ruining his life. CC couldn't remember a time when he didn't have these thoughts. When he finished college and started working, he immediately realized that he had to keep himself under control, because expressing any hint that his mind was even bordering into this territory was not only taboo, but it would completely ruin his livelihood. On the internet, looking for help, CC came across some image boards that referred him to a forum where he would find people spreading around information that he thought could help him fix himself. Taking some of these leads, he started doing his own research. Over the years, he studied this topic closely. At first, he started reading more about chemicals that could be put into his body directly to the pair where he believed all this wrongdoing originated from. But he noticed that most of the scientific papers that he'd follow were all veterinarian studies. There was hardly any human data on this. But as he kept reading more and more, he started extrapolating this information before finally coming to his own conclusion of exactly what he was going to do, because he needed to get these thoughts out of his head. Shopping online, CC serendipitously came across a cheese-making kit that contained exactly what he was looking for. As he picked up his package, he extracted the liquid and applied it in between his legs. Immediately after plunging the syringe, CC felt a burn. At first, he was more scared of the needle, which he didn't think that he could feel, but as he plunged another syringe's contents in a second time, finishing off the pair, he knew that he could feel something. As the days passed, CC would wake up at night in a pool of his own sweat. Sometimes, randomly, he'd feel a dull, burning sensation just under his stomach. But as the time continued, this pain would get worse and worse until finally he couldn't take it anymore as he drives himself to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, CC appeared to be normal. Suprapubic pain can be caused by many different problems, and he told the medical team that he had been experiencing night sweats and anxiety. These could be associated with a previous diagnosis of depression that he got a few years ago, but he also told them about a noticeable decrease in testicular size without telling them anything more, and this gives the medical team some clues of where to start looking. A scrotal ultrasound finds two large spherical masses, one in each testicle. Unsure exactly what this was, the medical team asked if CC would have any possible idea of what this could be, and his answer would start to explain to them most of what's happening. The cheese-making kit had included calcium chloride, an ingredient used to increase calcium content in milk because when pasteurization happens, the changed milk proteins and fats make coagulation difficult for cheese production. This doesn't happen if raw milk is used to make cheese, but at least in many parts of the United States, raw milk is unlawful milk. Calcium in the right amounts in the body is required for normal function. Your bones are made of it, but excesses of calcium can cause problems like we're seeing in CC. Calcium chloride is a salt, similar macroscopically to table salt, which is sodium chloride. The joining of positive and negative charged ions makes a solid, in this case, one that dissolves in water. Calcium is the most common mineral in the body, but like sodium and potassium close by on the periodic table of elements, it's also an electrolyte that's important in signaling in the body, telling tissues and organs to do things. While sodium is mostly outside of cells, and potassium is mostly inside cells, calcium as an electrolyte is different because it's inside cells, but most of it is sequestered even deeper inside cell organelles. But why is it like that? Sodium, because there's so much of it floating around in the body, is often used to start a signal by going into a cell. Potassium is often exchanged out to further that signal, but once calcium is involved, that signal is committed. Take, for example, muscle contraction. Sodium rushes into the muscle cell to initiate the contraction. Potassium is exchanged out of the muscle cell to balance the sodium going in, and calcium commits to the contraction, and we know that you can't terminate a muscle contraction midway through. And humans have more than one kind of muscle. Skeletal muscle moves our arms and legs, but the stomach and the GI tract are made of smooth muscle, and the heart is also made of muscle, and so are the blood vessels, all of which need calcium to signal to commit to a contraction. But the body runs on more signals than just that. Normally, different parts of the body will need to communicate with one another, and sometimes these parts are physically far away. They're not directly attached, so the body will employ hormones, which are chemical messengers secreted into the blood to establish this communication, and that initial hormone release can be signaled by calcium. Cells can't be alive forever because while the person is alive, cells are dividing and replicating, meaning that there can be too many if they all live forever. Programmed cell death, or apoptosis, has a signal start from a large release of calcium from the stores inside the cell. All of this giving us some clues as to what's happening to CC. CC tells the medical team that his testes have shrunk since he put the calcium chloride in between his legs, that this shrinkage was happening at a time when a terrible burning pain was present in the region. If blood vessels are a kind of muscle, and the parts in between the legs are highly vascularized, then CC injecting calcium chloride into this soft tissue that has a lot of blood vessels in it means that possibly the sudden massive influx of calcium to the region committed a muscle contraction in those blood vessels. This vasoconstriction then starves the parts of blood and oxygen, suffocating them. But this wouldn't be CC's only problem. A sudden injection of calcium could be taken by cells as an apoptotic signal, causing them to suddenly die. This kind of injury is well known when calcium chloride is injected, usually into a blood vessel through the skin, causing extravasation. Then the dead skin tissue activates the immune system, causing even more damage. Luckily for CC, the region to which he applied his calcium chloride is known to be immune privileged, meaning that white blood cells and inflammation typically don't happen there, likely in an effort to not damage the reproductive cells. But the medical team wouldn't know for sure the extent of inflammation that could be happening in CC without going in and taking tissue samples of his testes, and going in to do that could cause even more damage. The damage to CC's testes could be due to a different mechanism. Do you remember the scrotal ultrasound suggesting masses in each testicle? Well, the thing about salts is that some of them don't dissolve in water. While calcium chloride is water soluble, the body has other negative ions floating around, one of which is phosphate, most notably from adenosine triphosphate, also known as ATP, and is the molecule used by cells for energy. Calcium phosphate is one salt that doesn't dissolve in water. It becomes a solid, and it could be the cause of these masses. And if these are calcified masses of necrotic tissue, it's probably disrupting normal function because as the medical team takes a blood test, it suggests CC could have hypogonadal function. Hypo meaning low, gonadal referring to gonad, the organ that produces gametes, or haploid cells that have one set of chromosomes, but in this case relying on a biomarker level for specific hormones. His bioavailable testosterone level was 7%, the lower limit of normal. As the medical team look further at CC in the emergency room, there really isn't much that they can do. There isn't an antidote that they can give that would suddenly reverse the soft tissue damage within. They can give him medicine for the pain, they can give him supportive care, but there isn't anything that they can do to suddenly regrow him a brand new set of testes. In the hospital, calcium chloride can be an intravenous medicine that's used in hospitals to treat hypocalcemia. Hypo meaning low, calci referring to calcium, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low calcium presence in blood. The problem is calcium chloride is known to have that very high risk of extravasation injury to the skin because the route of administration is through a needle. Some of the calcium chloride can drip out and splash around under the skin, causing tissue necrosis. If you touch some calcium chloride with unbroken skin, it probably won't cause a burn because there's protective proteins on the outermost layer of the skin, and needles penetrate deeper where those proteins aren't present. All of this to say, in the hospital, we typically elect to use calcium gluconate instead, which is calcium attached to a sugar molecule. This contains less elemental calcium, which then decreases the risk of this injury. This soft tissue damage that happens gives us an idea of why calcium chloride caused CC to have what looks like testicular shrinkage, hypogonadal function, suprapubic pain, and scrotal masses at the site of his injection. The mechanisms are relatively unclear, but we know that calcium chloride dissolving in water creates heat. Calcium complexes with at least phosphate to create a water-insoluble salt. We know that it commits to signals, including one that induces cell death, and it can cause oxidative stress and damage to cells when present in large amounts, which is why cells choose to sequester calcium inside specialized organelles, only releasing it when it's needed. This is something that we're not going to have a lot of information on in humans, because you can't, or at least you shouldn't, gather a bunch of people and just inject this in there, knowing that you can cause permanent damage. The veterinarian studies that CC likely came across highlight that this can be a standard practice in some animals, if that's what you want to do. But our best bet here to know CC's course is really just extrapolation from both of these animal reports and the background knowledge that calcium chloride specifically has a high propensity of calcinosis due to extravasation injury in soft tissue. At 2-month follow-up, CC appeared to be in better spirits with no more suprapubic pain, no more night sweats, and no more anxiety. He started to feel like his regular self once again, unknown the extent of permanent damage that may have been caused by this self-inflicted episode. So, we can say that he appeared to make a recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself, and be well. A man ate an 8-pound hamburger in 30 minutes. This is what happened to his organs. GF is a 40-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with severe abdominal pain. He tells the admitting nurse that a burning sensation was radiating through his upper back and that it felt like his stomach was inside his neck. 8 hours earlier, GF was participating in an eating challenge hosted by a local restaurant. Anyone who could finish their 8-pound hamburger within 30 minutes would not only get the burger for free, but they would get their picture tacked onto the wall. GF was a bit of a hamburger connoisseur himself, knowing meats and steaks. He looked at the pictures on the wall, and he knew it was his time to put on a show. Most people who tried the challenge would just make a spectacle and then chicken out and give up just after a few bites. The chef was reluctant to cook all this meat, but knowing that a serious burger enjoyer was here, it must be for real, so it is enough talking, and now it is time to grill this beautiful burger, so let's do it, the chef thought as GF calmed himself. Inside the dining area, GF was ready. The chef did a final check with the 73% lean beef meat and topped it with some cheese. The burger was brought out. GF took a good look. He was so hungry, and he grabbed the juicy burger and started biting. Nearby, restaurant patrons caught wind of what was happening. GF was putting on a show. He didn't think that he'd need to pace himself, he just kept biting. Anything that came up, he would push right back down as he could feel the burger juices dripping off his chin. As he got into the groove of things, he became unsure if he was even chewing because he was so focused. Encouraged by everyone watching, he pressed on. Unquestionably, before the 30-minute mark, GF stood proud. He had completed the challenge, the burger free of charge, and his picture on the wall. At home now, GF thought he felt kinda weird. At first, he would burp and feel bits of ground beef and the slice of cheese at the back of his throat. The burger was sitting like a rock at a position higher in his abdomen than normal, squeezing up through his chest. He felt puffy and bloated. But then pain started permeating through his body. He could feel something sharp in his upper back as he started to panic. GF tried to wash everything down with some water. The burger just wasn't moving, but then it felt like the water was hanging around at the back of his throat. And then his stomach started cramping. GF grabbed the armrests of his chair. He felt like the burger was oozing out of his throat, but he also felt like it was stuck like a rock in his stomach. In the bathroom, GF was brought down to the ground. He did have some movement come up, but things just kept getting worse as he gets into his car and he drives himself to the emergency room where we are now. Given this history of present illness, the medical team has some clues as to what's happening. First, GF's abdomen was not only hard to the touch, but it was also swollen. This could be because there's an 8-pound hamburger sitting inside of him, but recently swallowed chewed ground beef shouldn't be that hard to the touch. What could be that hard to the touch is if the stomach perforated and is leaking gas from free air into his abdomen, something called pneumoperitoneum. Pneumo referring to air, and peritoneum referring to, generally, a membrane that lines the abdominal cavity, but in this case referring to the cavity where the abdominal organs are. Except an X-ray reveals no gas present in this area, at least for now. A blood test finds that GF's kidneys have started shutting down. Excess white blood cells are now floating around for some reason, indicating that something in his body is either infected or inflamed, but what could it be? When the medical team looked at the X-ray, they thought they saw something there. Knowing that he had recently eaten an 8-pound burger, a CT scan shows everyone the entire burger. The gastrointestinal tract, GI for short, is a long continuous muscle spanning from your mouth to your other end. When you eat, food often induces something called a stretch reflex. That is, the size and weight of the food will stretch the muscles of the GI tract and cause contractions that ripple through, leading to a bowel movement. This assumes that food stretches the stomach a little, but not like how 8 pounds of ground beef would stretch it. Simplistically, the stomach is a bag lined with muscle that churns food, physically breaking it up before it can be absorbed into the body. But GF's stomach is a bag that's not adapted to suddenly having this much food. The swelling and the distension of his abdomen is immediately obvious, but serious problems are happening now due to this, bringing us back to inflammation. When doctors look at the blood test results, they notice that digestive enzymes are now floating around in GF's body. Just behind and underneath the stomach is a long organ called the pancreas. It's responsible for secreting digestive juices at the point where the stomach connects to the intestines, something called the gastroduodenal junction. Gastro referring to the stomach, and duodenal being the duodenum, the first part of the small intestines where food enters and starts to absorb into the body. These digestive juices are enzymes that are meant to chemically break down carbohydrates, proteins, and fats so that the basic macronutrients of food can absorb into the body. If digestive enzymes have leaked into GF's blood, then it means that something is happening to his pancreas. If those enzymes are supposed to digest proteins and fats, and the pancreas is made of proteins and fats, then it means that his pancreas is now starting to digest itself. It can't contain those enzymes anymore, so they float around in his blood. The body detects this damage, sending white blood cells explaining the inflammation. But why is this happening? And does it have anything to do with why his kidneys are shutting down too? The organs in the abdomen are packed tightly and they're close to each other. The human body has the ability to expand in order to adapt to the conditions placed upon it. When 8 pounds of burger is inserted into the body in 30 minutes, the addition of this mass makes the space tighter. The medical team look at his abdominal CT scan. Not only is the mass of the ground beef sitting in his stomach, but they also see that it's squeezing out and pushing up against the pancreas, compressing it. This can cause a backup of digestive enzyme flow, building pressure up inside the organ, and without proper outflow being available, the pancreas starts to digest itself, ending in pancreatitis. Itis meaning an inflammation. Because the kidneys are close by too, it looks like the burger mass is squeezing in, pushing against the blood vessels, limiting blood flow to the kidneys, causing them to shut down. The only way to fix this is for the burger to not be in his abdomen anymore. Naturally, the body should move this from normal function, but as the days pass, the medical team notes that GF's condition keeps getting worse. His abdomen remains swollen and large bits of beef appear to be blocking all movement through his intestines. A tube is inserted into his nose to get access to his stomach, where they try to wash and pump it multiple times, but it seems like the beef is packed in tight, with possibly the evolution of gas in his GI tract. Competitive eating isn't necessarily a new phenomenon, but the amounts eaten at the highest levels have gone up substantially. In the United States, we have a hot dog eating contest every year in New York. Legend has it that it's more than 100 years old, but at the first recorded contest in 1972, the winner ate 14 hot dogs with buns. The record today for that same contest is 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. These are professional, competitive eaters, but sometimes Us regular folk might find ourselves eating more than we originally anticipated. And if you want to prevent yourself from eating way too much and portion your meals, you could order from this video's sponsor, Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. They offer delicious, flavor-packed options on the menu every week to fit a variety. Or click the link in the description below and use code EMU50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. It covers everything that I'm looking for as a person looking for food, and I highly recommend it. Some of the best information that we have on the body during competitive eating is from a study that was done in 2007 in one of the top competitive eaters at the time. He was compared to a regular untrained person, and both had images taken of their stomachs while they ate a large quantity of hot dogs. The untrained person stopped at 7 dogs because he couldn't eat anymore, and the image of his stomach showed no distension, meaning that he felt full without his stomach stretching to a high degree. On the other hand, the competitive eater finished 36 hot dogs in 10 minutes, and images showed that his stomach stretched to fit the glitzies, and as he kept eating, it kept stretching. The muscle was able to do all of this while not contracting or churning any of the food, as the final image showed the stomach flexible as much as it needed to be to accommodate the size and weight of 36 hot dogs. The problem is, physically, we don't know what happens long-term to people who do these competitions and have gone through the physical and mental training to do so. Clearly, some level of control needs to be acquired in practice, because regular people who aren't trained to do this can't do it, no matter how big or how hungry that they think they are. We know that the stomach is a muscle, and muscles are controlled by nerves. If elite competitive eaters are all like this one in this imaging study, is it possible that over years and decades, something could happen to the muscle? What if one day it can't stretch like that anymore, or it's stretched like that for the rest of their life? Or even more delicately, what if something happens to the nerves where they can't control the muscle anymore? This would result in something called gastroparesis, where there's delayed movement out of the stomach. And issues like that aren't isolated. What if later in their life, in their 50s or 60s or 70s, they need to be on medicines for their blood pressure or for insulin resistance, diabetes, or something related to mental health? Some of those medicines can have an impact on gut, muscle, and the corresponding nerves. I'll give you an example. There's a new extremely popular class of weight loss compounds that were originally diabetes medicines that could possibly cause this gastroparesis. And there's no telling if these competitors would be on this medicine at some time later in their life, either for weight loss or for glycemic control and diabetes. There's other considerations too. One being that competitive eaters may not be able to feel full or satisfied, unlike the untrained person, because their stomach keeps stretching and stretching and stretching without the feedback that enough is enough. The person who participated in that imaging study himself said, "Deep down, I've wondered how long-term competing is for my health. I can't ignore that feeling anymore." Other proposed problems that can come from this excess competitive eating are tears that can happen in the esophagus, but documentation of that actually happening so far are not so clear. But what is clear is GF's case. 5 days after he presented to the emergency room, his organ shutdown was getting worse. His pancreas could become so inflamed that it can start to cause long-term problems, one of which could be growing a giant zit-like structure on top of it. Because the 8-pound burger was still sitting there without any movement, it's stretching the walls of his stomach. Pressure on the blood vessels in the stomach muscle increases and blood flow decreases, starving it of oxygen. If this keeps up, parts of his stomach can't survive and it will break, causing a perforation, leaking burger, stomach acid, and bacteria into the rest of his body, which can be fatal. If the stomach can't move the burger and attempts to wash and pump his stomach can't remove the undigested ground beef, the only other option is to surgically go in and remove it for him. But as GF was getting prepped for the operation, he suddenly noticed movement inside. He felt his guts immediately quake in his body. A massive passing of flatulence lasting several minutes started happening, and then a tremendous bowel movement preceded him being discharged from the hospital as he made a full recovery. Patient GF is portrayed by my good friend Guga Foods, and we made a video together on his channel. You can see that one right here. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well. A bodybuilder mistook an aphrodisiac for pre-workout supplement. This is what happened to his brain. JC is a 37-year-old man presenting to the emergency room unconscious. Paramedics tell the admitting nurse that they saw him have multiple seizures in the ambulance. JC was a bodybuilder who was getting ready for a show. Being a veteran of the space, he had a good idea of what does and doesn't work for him during prep. Being 37, he noticed over the last couple of years that his body started putting on fat in places that he never thought about before. Every time he needed to get prepped for a show, the fat put onto these places would just seem harder to get rid of. This isn't something that's out of the ordinary when someone ages, but JC was a competitor. He needed to be in the best possible shape, so this fat needed to go. JC read online about a supplement called yohimbine. Others at his gym had talked about it, including his coach. This is a natural product derived from tree bark that used to be FDA approved for erectile dysfunction. The rescinding of that approval doesn't stop people today from using it for such, but not only that, these online articles kept mentioning that yohimbine can act exactly in the places where all his stubborn fat accumulation was happening. He concluded yohimbine would not only be a great addition to his daily supplement stack, but also to his product lineup. JC ran a small supplement business. Recently, a tax credit was put into place whereby he could get some money back if he did some research and development. He'd purchase raw powder wholesale and he'd distribute it online. He had happy customers and his product was good, but it was when he would take small cuts of his large purchases to mix his own concoctions that he would have trouble. Many bodybuilding supplements are white powders and yohimbine is no exception. While creating his mix, JC got a phone call. He stepped away. When he came back, some labels were obscured and everything looked similar. He proceeded to mix, not realizing that he dumped more than 300 times the regular yohimbine dose in what was supposed to be his pre-workout drink. At the gym now, JC was training. He held off on his pre so it became a peri-workout drink. As he puts the bottle lid to his mouth, he one-shots the mix. Immediately after ingesting this massive yohimbine dose, JC didn't really feel anything wrong. He kept going on with his sets, but within minutes, he started noticing that he was shaking. He tried to stop, but he couldn't. His heart started racing and he felt a sense of doom shrouding over him. An uncomfortable sensation started permeating through his jaw as he started feeling like he couldn't breathe. As he tried to continue on with his sets, he could feel his heart beating like it was inside his skull and his eyes were getting pumped out of his head. In the bathroom, JC's vision was blurred. A sensation rippled through his cheeks and liquid flooded under his tongue as he emptied his stomach into the toilet in a way like never before. But it wasn't over. JC started shaking violently, losing consciousness. The gym manager hears the commotion, goes into the bathroom, and she finds him on the floor. She calls for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, the medical team notes that JC's heart rate and blood pressure were slightly elevated, and his seizures kept recurring. He doesn't regain consciousness in between each convulsion. When they look at his eyes, both pupils were dilated, which is better than if they were different sizes from each other, but still not good given that JC would stay unconscious after each seizure. And at 2 hours after admission, JC's heart rate and blood pressure had doubled. All of this giving the medical team some clues as to what's happening. Yohimbine is a natural product derived from yohimbe tree bark that was at one point FDA approved for erectile dysfunction and today still used, not approved by any government agency for the exact purposes that JC took them for, to help burn fat in stubborn areas, but there's also some hallucinogenic properties that it can have, leading way to some of those uses too. But how exactly does it do all of these things? Some natural products are stimulants, and others are depressants. Based on just these names, we can guess how our bodies will react under the influence of either. Stimulants causing fight or flight reaction, and depressants inducing rest and digest. Clearly, if JC's heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature are high, and they're getting higher, his pupils are dilated so as to let in more light, like he's running away from a wild animal that wants to eat him, and his brain is setting off massive amounts of discharge to the point where he shakes and convulses without regaining consciousness, then we can say that yohimbine is probably a stimulant. Put together, everything that he's experiencing is sympathomimetic toxidrome. sympatho referring to the sympathetic nervous system, the one that's responsible for fight or flight response. Toxidrome being a word formed from syndrome, a grouping of symptoms happening together, toxi from toxin, an exogenous substance that somehow made its way into the body, and mimetic, meaning that the toxin is inducing a problem mirroring the effect that would be caused by a massive, non-stop adrenaline release. But how is it doing that? This brings us to the idea of transmission. Signals from the brain are sent to all parts of the body through the nerves. Signals can be to turn things on or off. Knowing that there exists a part of the nervous system that signals for fight or flight, and another part that signals for rest and digest, but for example, the heart reacts differently to signals from each one, then we could guess that the transmitter for fight or flight could be different from the one for rest and digest. And we know that this is what's happening because the neurotransmitter responsible for fight or flight is something called noradrenaline, related to adrenaline, all involved in sympathetic nervous system response. The thing about fight or flight versus rest and digest signals is that in the body, either signal can be promoted or they can be blocked, because signals can be to turn things on or off. The words used to describe this are agonist as the promoter and antagonist as the blocker. Ant from anti meaning against. Take, for example, this commonly known medicine. It's used for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. It's a stimulant by the very nature of directly promoting fight or flight when excessive amounts are taken. Interestingly, its chemical structure shape is similar to that of noradrenaline. In this case, we can say that this medicine is an agonist, but knowing that JC is having a massive outflow of sympathetic response, what does all of this make of yohimbine? We've already established that there's one part of the nervous system that signals for fight or flight, and another that signals rest and digest. There are specific nerve fibers that are sympathetic for fight or flight, and there are nerve fibers that are parasympathetic for rest and digest. Inside these fibers are structures that receive neurotransmitters specific to the type to propagate the signal. For sympathetic fibers, these are adrenergic receptors, labeled this way because they react to noradrenaline. Of these, there are also specific subtypes that provide different function. In a genuine fight or flight situation, all of these will fire off to evoke the response, but when targeted specifically, they can behave very differently. Hours after being admitted into the hospital, JC's condition was unpredictable. He's conscious again, but he's agitated, disoriented, and confused. Because he's too stimulated, they can try some sedatives to help counteract that action, but there might be something better. This brings us back to agonist and antagonist. If JC's having sympathomimetic toxidrome, then we know that yohimbine is a stimulant. If agonists promote and feed forward a signal, then we could expect it to be an agonist too. But the problem is, yohimbine is an antagonist, meaning that it blocks noradrenaline's signal in the nerve fiber. And not only that, it's a competitive antagonist, meaning that it will displace whatever's there in order to occupy the spot to stop the signal. For adrenergic receptors, there are subtypes of alpha and beta, and among these, there are even more subdivisions like alpha 1 and alpha 2. You may have heard of beta blocker medicines for blood pressure, and that refers to beta adrenergic receptors. Yohimbine acts on alpha, which gives us some more clues as to what's happening to JC. One important tissue that nerves connect to is the smooth muscle of blood vessels. Typically, alpha 1 receptors are known to be there, signaling to constrict the blood vessel, causing blood pressure to immediately shoot up. This is what's happening to JC, but this happens when the receptor is agonized, but yohimbine is an antagonist. So why is it doing the opposite? Well, in normal function, the body has a way of balancing itself through something called feedback. Naturally, when the body swings one way, it will try to compensate in the opposite direction. And while alpha 1 receptors reach blood vessel muscle, alpha 2 receptors are inside the central nervous system, going from nerve to nerve. We know adrenaline and noradrenaline are what's sending signals here. We know that when our body is in a state of fight or flight, adrenaline and noradrenaline flood the system. But that fight or flight response normally is short-lived, on the order of minutes. And if we know that the body performs feedback, then we can guess that stopping this fight or flight response is somehow built into the sympathetic nervous system, explaining what yohimbine was doing to JC's body. The alpha-2 adrenergic receptor in the brain binds noradrenaline and then tells the brain to stop releasing it. This acts as a check against the system in normal function, but if yohimbine is there blocking alpha-2, this mechanism is shut off. Normally, the brain is in equilibrium, meaning that there's still some noradrenaline release when you're doing regular daily activities. But when it doesn't get shut off and it keeps getting released, the effect builds up quickly because normal function isn't happening anymore. The vomiting, the incredibly high heart rate and blood pressure, the recurring seizures without regaining consciousness. All of this because a massive dose, 300 times the normal amount of yohimbine, was accidentally consumed by JC in just a couple of sips. But this isn't his only problem. In the setting of massive overdose, comparing to regular function to describe what's happening isn't accurate. When we say yohimbine is a competitive antagonist to alpha-2, that assumes therapeutic dose. But when excessive doses are present, there are so many more yohimbine molecules present than there are places for it to bind on alpha-2 receptors. This excess floods the body, binding to alpha-1, blocking that signal. This results in the blood vessels dilating, and the heart wants to compensate for this by beating faster and harder, and it can do that because the alpha-2 pathway is turned off, leaving excess noradrenaline to run amok, even stimulating the beta adrenergic receptors too. But there's only so many adrenergic receptors of any subtype to the amount of yohimbine that JC took. In the brain, serotonin is another neurotransmitter. The brain is connected to the gut by something called the vagus nerve. Serotonin helps modulate smooth muscle contractions all along the GI tract, and with excess yohimbine present, aberrant activity starts to happen, including the vomiting that he experienced. In other documented cases of yohimbine overdose, there are descriptions of unconsciousness for several hours coupled with priapism, pushing forth the notion that it's something that can be used for erectile dysfunction if you ignore the side effects. Yohimbine is also known to have dopamine activity when taken at very large doses, all of this indicating neurologic toxicity because he's unconscious, and cardiotoxicity because his heartbeat and blood flow throughout his body are so unstable. At any minute, things can immediately turn for the worse for JC. Could there be any way to directly remove the massive amount of yohimbine right out of his body? No. But knowing how it works enables us to give medicines that directly counteract its effect. If yohimbine is an alpha-2 adrenergic antagonist, then the answer would be to give him an alpha-2 agonist. But what would that look like? Recently, there's been reports on the United States East Coast, specifically Boston and especially Philadelphia, that horse tranquilizer has entered into the illicit supply. It's called xylazine. It's mixed in usually with fentanyl, and the way that it functions is that it agonizes alpha-2 adrenergic receptors, pushing the feedback mechanism forward, heavily blocking any semblance of fight or flight response from happening not only in horses, but in humans too, resulting in tranquilization. Interestingly, the US Food and Drug Administration has approved an antidote for xylazine accidents in horses known as yohimbine. The news reports and the videos that you may have seen about horse tranquilizer might have included images of skin lesions that appear on the users. It's basically an open wound that can fester and rot flesh and expose bone, muscle, and soft tissue underneath. Do you remember that there's alpha adrenergic receptors on blood vessel smooth muscle? Well, if xylazine agonizes alpha, and alpha causes vasoconstriction, then it's possible that these lesions are coming from xylazine constricting the blood vessels so hard that they starve of oxygen and die. This would make the most sense if they appear at the site of injection, but reports say that they can appear in other places on the skin too. However, at the moment, this is speculation in humans because the reality is we still don't know much about how xylazine specifically is exerting its effect. However, there is some new information out that could contribute to the conversation. Receptor systems can often engage in crosstalk, modulating each other's activities. And one system that could interact with adrenergic receptors are opioid receptors. It's unclear if the mixing of xylazine into fentanyl is purposeful specifically because of this particular detail. In some cases, there are reports of people specifically looking for just xylazine now. But mechanistically, the antidote for opioids doesn't work for just xylazine. at least not in the way that it does for other opioids, because just like adrenergic receptors, opioid receptors also have subtypes, and this research suggests it towards one of smaller prominence. The research is still very early. On the clinic side, in humans, this is what we see. We'll see the research develop some more over time, but we're not sure how those skin lesions are happening, and we don't know how well yohimbine would work as an antidote in humans for xylazine, despite evidence of it working in horses. But mechanistically, knowing what we know now, this all gives us a better idea of how JC could be treated. In humans, a common alpha-2 agonist that we use is a medicine called clonidine. This technically should counterbalance his yohimbine dose. If noradrenaline is out in excess in JC's body, blocking beta also would be a good idea. If his seizures keep recurring, and seizures are sudden, chaotic discharge of electrical activity in the brain, then giving him some medicines to slow down his brain and his nervous system will help. Yohimbine passes through the body fairly quickly. Half-life is a measure of how long it takes for the blood level of that substance to be reduced by 1/2. For yohimbine, it's an hour or two. Knowing that yohimbine is broken down by the liver and then excreted in the urine, the medical team collected samples of JC's urine throughout his hospital stay, and they could see the yohimbine levels cut in half, but at a rate much slower than an hour or two, because in the setting of overdose, regular function to describe what's happening isn't accurate. 1 hour after the blood pressure medicines were given, JC's heart rate normalized. He was able to regain consciousness, but he might not be out of the woods just yet. The medical team needs to do some tests to make sure that everything is normal, and while they were doing those tests, they knew cognitively he was all there, because he started talking about ways he could improve his supplement business, and one tool that he thought of was ShipStation, who reached out to me and they wanted to talk about shipping goods. I recently ran a test for my mother, who's almost 80 years old now, and when she came to this country in her mid-20s, she always wanted to do arts and crafts, but she was always working and she didn't know how to effortless integration anywhere you want to sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, it's all there. So if you've been thinking of setting up a shop and shipping things out like how my mom was, it's never been easier than now to start. Go to shipstation.com/chubbyemu today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's shipstation.com/chubbyemu. Over the following 24 hours, the medical team were able to confirm that JC's blood tests, physical, and neurologic exam were normal as he was discharged from the intensive care unit and he was able to make a full recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well. A mom ate a suspicious chicken burrito from a shady restaurant. This is what happened to her digestive system. DC is a 42-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room with abdominal pain and a massive headache. She tells the admitting nurse that over the last several weeks, she could barely eat bread, rice, and fish oil capsules, but they were the only things she could keep in her stomach. 4 months earlier, DC got a chicken burrito from a new place that had opened up. She was running late for a meeting, so she was eating in her car. The burrito was delicious, and she took a big bite at a stop sign. But as she chewed, something suddenly cracked against a tooth in the back of her mouth. It didn't hurt, but it startled her. She spat out the food and thought that she could feel part of a tooth had chipped off. She wasn't sure how extensive this damage was, but she was panicked. She started digging through the food, frantically trying to find what did this, and then she came across it, a chicken bone piece embedded in the shredded thigh meat from the burrito. But she couldn't find the part of her tooth that had chipped off. It didn't seem like a lot of damage. It didn't hurt. If she went back to the restaurant to accuse them that their food had chipped her tooth, what were they going to do? Thoughts started racing through her mind. She knew that she had to get back to work. The restaurant could just say that she made it up, that she was the one that put the bone there. She didn't want to be confrontational, and because it didn't hurt, it didn't seem like a big deal. She drove back to the office to attend her meeting. DC would notice her tooth, but only when she wanted to, and eventually she forgot about it. It didn't hurt. But one day, weeks later, she was sitting at her desk and she thought she could feel her heart beating in her gums. Looking in the mirror, she thought like her face was getting swollen. Sometimes, when she'd have a cold drink, that one particular tooth would be ultra sensitive and really start to hurt, with the pain radiating through her jaw. At the dentist, they found that DC's chipped tooth was infected. Good thing this was caught in time, because bacteria inappropriately growing inside can spill into the blood and start to cause massive problems. The operation turned out fine. She'd have to deal with some post-operative pain, so they wrote her a prescription for it. And because bacteria was involved, they gave her another prescription for antibiotics. And she was on her way. But one of these was going to turn DC's life upside down. Bacteria has the potential to grow uncontrollably, causing infection. So this was the kind of medicine that she needed at this particular point in time, but something was wrong. 2 days after taking the antibiotic by mouth every 6 hours, DC didn't feel right. Normally she'd take mid-afternoon naps, but when she woke up from this one, she experienced a mental fog that she had never felt before. But even worse, a sense of doom shrouded over her. She had had some experience with feeling down throughout her life, but she started having some truly terrible thoughts and feelings that she just couldn't shake. At first, she thought it was the pain medicine, but she stopped the antibiotics early too. She started feeling a little better as time passed, but clearly something had changed in her body, and she wasn't sure how to feel like she did before the tooth operation. Antibiotics need to be finished in their entirety. If the directions on the bottle says 5 days, you should take it for those 5 days, because if not, the bacteria can grow back, and the bacteria that grows back can be resistant to that antibiotic because those were the survivors who might have had traits that help them adapt and survive that antibiotic. DC knew this, but the dark and terrible thoughts were simply too much for her to handle, and her tooth and her gums were healing just fine, she thought. This brings us back to the idea of bacteria growing uncontrollably, causing infection. That's one part of the equation. You see, humans coexist with bacteria. In the lining of our gut are trillions of microbes helping us digest food and live our normal lives. They're normal. They're supposed to be there. They create their own community called the gut microbiome. If antibiotics are given when someone has an infection, which is defined as an inappropriate growth of bacteria, then it lends way to the connotation that all bacteria are bad and that we must get rid of all of them to be in the cleanest condition possible because that's disease-free. But that line of thinking isn't fully correct. The gut microbiome is essential for normal function. But what does that mean? Well, these trillions of bacteria help do a variety of things, like synthesize vitamins. They metabolize bile, which helps us digest fat and metabolize hormones. Because the microbiome is like a living ecosystem, it can competitively exclude other pathogens trying to come in and take residence in the gut, protecting their host. And more recently, we're starting to understand how extensive a role it plays in helping immunity. For example, traditional chemotherapy used for some malignancies have gone by the wayside since the mid-2010s in favor of immunotherapy, medicines that enable the immune system to recognize and attack the tumor. We found that the presence of certain bacteria in the gut microbiome makes those therapies more effective against the tumors. This strongly suggests that there's a link between the gut microbiome and the immune system, showing just how important this entity is. But if DC is getting antibiotics that are intended to eliminate bacteria from her tooth infection, then it means that some of the bacteria from her gut is going to be incidentally eliminated in the process. That's a trade-off that we need to account for because the bacteria from that tooth infection could spread throughout her body, putting her in the hospital and could threaten her life, while the bacteria in her stomach should grow back. But how long would that take? And when that bacteria do grow back, how will we know that the right species are going to be there? Shortly after all of this, on a Monday afternoon, DC had a watery stool. She thought maybe it was the yogurt that she ate in the morning for breakfast, but throughout that afternoon, she kept going to the bathroom. Each time, the movement out was more intense than the one before, and every time she thought she was done, she could feel that there was going to be more on the way. But everything was inconsistent. The next day on Tuesday, she was fine, but on Wednesday, she woke up with what she thought was a fever, and she felt like her entire digestive system was getting ejected into the toilet. Standing up, she felt like her organs were getting dragged out of her body and into the ground. She couldn't even keep down water. She'd take a sip and liquid stool would just gush out her other end. And as she kept getting more and more dehydrated, her head started pounding. It hurt so bad, she couldn't even swallow headache medicine without having a watery stool. Unable to take this, she drives herself to the emergency room. In the hospital, the medical team gave DC fluids and medicines for her headache. Knowing about how her bowel movements have been over the last several days and that she has a fever, it's possible that she has infectious diarrhea. They do a quick test, and they find that she doesn't appear to have a stomach bug, but she still has a fever. So they give her some empiric antibiotics just in case, and some medicine for her headache. And after a few days, she's discharged from the hospital feeling okay. But that would only be for a short time. About a week after that hospital stay, DC started having watery stools again, but this time something was different. The smell was something that she had never experienced before. It was one of the most awful sensations in her life up to that point, and she didn't want to believe that it was being produced by her. At first, she thought that something was weird about that yogurt that she ate for breakfast again. She looked at the date and found out that it was expired, but this time the stools were really out of control. She was in the bathroom every hour for days, eating only rice and bread, if she could even keep those down. Back in the emergency room, again, the medical team take a sample of her stool to test, and when the results return, it tells them everything that they need to know about what's happening. Do you remember the gut microbiome? Well, when DC got antibiotics for her tooth infection, the one that she got is known to be a culprit for infectious diarrhea. But when she was in the emergency room the first time, they took a sample of her stool to test, and it said that she didn't have infectious diarrhea. That might have been true at that point in time, but at that hospital stay, they gave her a second, different antibiotic empirically, since she had a fever and those multiple bowel movements. Do you remember those dark thoughts that DC had after she started taking the first course of antibiotics? Well, it's hard to say for sure exactly what happened, but there's research that shows links between the gut microbiome and some psychiatric problems. You see, the gut and the brain are connected by the vagus nerve, and this bidirectional connection means that one will have an impact on the other, which will come back and impact the one. If DC started having symptoms possibly related to mental health after the first antibiotic, and antibiotics are known to change gut microbiome composition by eliminating all different kinds of bacteria, then it's possible that some change was taking place back then, and it not only impacted her brain, but also her gut, judging from those uncontrolled loose stools. And given that she suddenly stopped that antibiotic and then went to the hospital afterwards to get a different antibiotic, then we could guess that even more normal gut bacteria was eliminated when they didn't need to be. But then the question is, with all those gone, what bacteria replaces those eliminated? Test results for DC return, and it tells the medical team that the bacteria Clostridioides difficile, also known as C. diff, is present in her gut. This is the cause of her diarrhea. This is infectious. It can spread all throughout the hospital, infecting other patients who may also be on antibiotics but don't have this particular bacteria growing in their gut yet. As this result is read, DC was put in a private hospital room. She's not allowed to share it with anyone. The toileting facilities are dedicated to her. All medical staff have to gown up and glove up before entering her room, and they must wash their hands after dealing with her because they inevitably will have to physically deal with other patients, people, and objects in the hospital. The thing about C. diff is that it makes and releases toxins that not only cause non-stop watery stools, but also damage to the gut inner lining. They can destroy the cells of the colon, and then the immune system gets triggered to act in the area, causing colitis, itis meaning inflammation. As the days pass, DC sits in her hospital room suffering with sporadic bowel movements every day. Her problem was first caused by her chipped tooth not getting taken care of early. It became infected, and the antibiotic that she got for that infection started to change everything. Shortly after DC received a second, different antibiotic, the recomposition of bacterial species in her gut microbiome happened, very likely leading to C. diff coming in and taking over. Ironically, the treatment for her at this time is yet another antibiotic, one that has activity against Clostridioides difficile, and in this case, taken by mouth, because the intravenous formulation of that antibiotic wouldn't have the same activity in her gut, because taking it by mouth puts it directly there. If she's dehydrated from all these watery stools and has trouble keeping even water down, then they can replace her fluids intravenously. In the hospital, days later, DC starts to feel better. This third antibiotic appears to be working for her. She's rehydrated and her fever is gone. Several more days pass. She appears well. No more loose stools, no more fever, no more swollen abdomen, as she's discharged and sent home. And everything appears to be okay, but only for a short time. One day, a few weeks later, DC was eating some fruit with breakfast. In the afternoon, she felt a sour stomach, maybe a little heartburn. She wanted to be careful given everything that had happened recently. She tried an over-the-counter medicine that someone had recommended to her, one that would help limit stomach acid. They told her that it might take a couple of days to start working, but that in the end, she would be all good. But a couple days went by, and DC started feeling kind of weird again. One afternoon, she could feel her guts quake and shake. In the bathroom, again, she had a watery stool, and she started to panic here because that smell was so familiar to her. Throughout that day, she had multiple, uncontrollable, loose, watery stools again. In the hospital, again, DC was found to be experiencing a recurring episode of C. diff. Do you remember that concept of antibiotics producing resistant strains of bacteria? Well, it doesn't appear to happen often, but data says maybe 20% of patients with C. diff will get a recurrence. And even worse, sometimes it could be associated with that stomach acid medicine that she took. The thing about antibiotic treatment of Clostridioides difficile infection is that misuse of antibiotics were the cause in the first place. And the ones that are used to target C. diff can sometimes cause C. diff. This isn't meant to scare you about antibiotics, but rather demonstrate to you that antibiotics aren't to be taken lightly, because DC can be treated again, and weeks later, the C. diff can come back. And some patients will go through this with no good solutions, suffering every time with bouts of uncontrollably watery stools nonstop that can come and go for years. In fact, much of our current system of medication and prescriptions in the United States was created in part because of antibiotics. In 1928, penicillin was discovered, and its production was scaled up greatly for the world events of the 1940s. At least in the United States before 1950, people could buy almost any medicine that they wanted at a pharmacy and treat themselves without ever seeing any medical personnel. Knowing about DC's case with C. diff, and knowing that antibiotics could, at a minimum, do what they did to her, if not also create ultra-resistant strains of superbacteria that would evade every single treatment modality that we know of today, episodes of self-medication with antibiotics could be potentially catastrophic in more ways than what we're describing here. And so in 1951, the Durham-Humphrey Amendment was enacted by the United States Congress to require there be a class of prescription-only medicines that must be prescribed by a professional who has prescriptive authority, and then the medication on that prescription can be verified, vetted, and dispensed by a professional who has dispensing authority, serving as a check to ensure that the right patient is receiving the right medicine at the right time. It gives authority, produces accountability, and defines liability in the case that something goes wrong. Antibiotics are prescription only. The acid suppression medicine from this latest episode of hers is both over-the-counter and prescription. In DC's case, something did go wrong despite this system. One thing that could have helped is if she wasn't in a position where she was in such a rush to eat her lunch, which led to her cracking her tooth on a suspicious burrito. And one thing that absolutely saves time on food is Factor, who reached out to me and they wanted to talk about their delivery of fresh, never recommended. In practice, you can still find pretty easily when antibiotics are given inappropriately. Like when someone has a cold or the flu, problems that aren't caused by bacteria, they're still given antibiotics when they shouldn't. I even asked this question as a quiz in my community tab, which I think you should check out. And majority who did answer got it right, but the amount who didn't, well, it can cause some issues. Suppose only 10% got it wrong. In the country with 330 million people like the United States, that's 33 million people. But for DC, her C. diff would keep coming back over several months. She would lose her mind because she'd be fine and then randomly have loose stools, and she knew it was C. diff coming back because of the smell. Her problem was initially caused by inappropriate antibiotic use. Retrying them again and again and again could work, but there might be a non-pharmacologic treatment that might help. DC was recommended for a fecal transplant, where stool from a bank makes its way into her gut with the intention of making her gut microbiome normal. DC was prepped and the medical team administered the treatment through her lower GI tract. She was then given some fecal microbiota capsules, which are FDA approved to help prevent recurrence. As she was monitored in the hospital, she was noted to not have symptoms of C. diff infection anymore. DC started to notice that her mood was better and that she was feeling better too. When she was discharged, DC wasn't sure if she was out of the woods just yet. The infection could come back. But as days turned into weeks, turned into months, DC was able to live her normal life again as she made a full recovery. Please don't be scared of antibiotics because of this video. Infections can and will be life-threatening, and things can spiral out of control in just a few hours. I'll never forget a series of patients that I saw who were young, healthy, and smiling with me in the hospital, and then 6 hours later, they're gone because their infection went out of control. The benefit of preventing the end of a human life outweighs any risk that an antibiotic would pose in settings like that. Now, with that said, you'll want to check with all the healthcare professionals who are seeing you whether that medicine that you're going to take is the right one for you at that right time. And if you chip your tooth on food, get it checked out as quickly as A man swallowed a wireless headphone. This is what happened to his esophagus. HB is a 39-year-old man presenting to the emergency room, panicked. He was shaking and crying as he tried to explain to the admitting nurse what had happened. HB was someone who was enjoying his life. He was a working man. He had recently gotten an extra bonus at work and thought to splurge and buy himself a pair of nice wireless headphones, something that he had been wanting for the last several years. Wired headphones were the only ones that he had ever had in his life, but with his new phone now, he wasn't able to do that anymore. He couldn't listen to music on his phone without these, but now that he had them, I can finally listen to some good music now, he thought. HB had had a long day and thought to take a nap. As he put on some quiet music, he laid down with his new headphones in his ears. He thought he had heard a knock on his front door, and so he took one of the earbuds out. He called out, but there was no response. Because the earbuds were new and knowing how this brand makes them, they were kind of slippery, and gravity took hold as HB accidentally dropped the earbud. But immediately it touched the back of his throat. HB started to panic as he got up. The earbud had lodged in. He could feel it moving in his neck. In the bathroom now, HB was struggling. The more he tried to get the earbud out, the further down his throat it slipped. And then finally, he felt it at the base of his neck slide right down into his esophagus. When he pressed the button to locate his earbuds, he could hear it ringing in his stomach. In a panic, he drives to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, HB tells the medical team about the wireless earbud that he thought he just swallowed. At first, they didn't believe him. Earbuds can be a choking hazard. If it lodged into the throat, an earbud can obstruct the airway. HB can talk, so he's not choking, but something else could be wrong. He told them that he tried his hardest to push it out, but it just kept sliding down his throat and got swallowed. As we go further down the esophagus, it's possible that the earbud, because of its shape, could have lodged somewhere before getting into the stomach, causing an obstruction. It's here where there could be at least 3 problems that can deal damage over time and might not be immediately caught. First, your mouth to the other end is a continuous line spanning your GI tract. The diameter of the lumen, that inside hole, changes as the swallowed object passes through. The stomach lumen is wider than the small intestines. In these smaller areas, a hard object, uniquely shaped for the ears, is not meant to be in the GI tract, and this ensuing foreign body obstruction could start to cause a backup that'll cause pain, swelling, bloating, and in extreme cases can stretch the walls of the GI tract, stopping blood flow, starving it of oxygen, and causing permanent damage. Doctors send HB in for a scan of his abdomen to see if they can find any possible foreign body obstructions. He mentioned that he could feel something just underneath his chest, and that the feeling started after the headphone was swallowed. Imaging should tell the medical team if something is really there, or if HB is just thinking that he's feeling something. But there's something that the scan might not be able to show just yet, bringing us to the second problem that could be happening in HB. Wireless headphones today operate on typically small button batteries that get recharged when the buds are placed back into the case. But why would this be a problem? In the small science experiment, I put some water on top of a button battery inside a small piece of ham to simulate that battery getting lodged into a moist environment. And you'll see that after some time of consistent contact, the meat and the water discharge the battery at the negative terminal and burns through the ham. In the human body, these button battery burns can perforate the GI tract, which not only has a lot of blood flowing through it, so that's going to be lost, and maybe causing a massive bleed, but there's more. Gut bacteria is part of normal function, but when it leaks out into other parts of the body where it isn't supposed to be, it triggers the immune system to react. In an effort to protect the body, the immune system causes blood vessels to dilate and gets white blood cells in, dropping the blood pressure, meaning that less blood and oxygen gets to the organs, shutting them down. This doesn't happen immediately, can still happen even if the battery is dead, and it can take a few hours of constant battery contact with the GI mucosa to cause the burn from electrical discharge, and the images of HB's abdomen may not be taken at a time when there's injury caused by that electrical discharge. Given how meticulously glued and fastened together this brand of wireless headphones tends to be, it's not likely that the battery breaks out in the GI tract in anyone who swallows this particular one. But let's be real, these things aren't always in the best of conditions. People might drop them, step on them, drop weights on them. They're cracked but still producing sound, so they still get used. And in those conditions, or with cheaper brands where the headphone build quality isn't that great, the battery coming out while the GI tract is churning it along is possible. And who knows what leaks out, bringing us to the third problem dealing damage over time. The headphone inside the GI tract will get soaked in liquid, water, mucus, and stomach acid. This fluid can seep in, and if the battery doesn't come out, something could cause that battery to leak. Small batteries have a standardized code in their name. The first part has letters that give the chemical identification of the positive terminal. The last two numbers is how tall the battery is, and the remaining number is the diameter, both in millimeters. This battery content leakage, or even the batteries breaking and fragmenting inside the body, has been shown to injure people. Even lithium ion, like the batteries used in HB's brand of wireless headphone. As the results of the imaging come back for HB, doctors were able to locate and see the wireless headphone. Another physician was called in to send a scope down his throat to retrieve it. This was chosen over letting it just pass through his GI tract because it could cause more injury if allowed to pass through, either through causing a blockage, the battery causing a burn, or the battery leaking its contents out. HB was sedated as the operation was performed. When things like this happen, people sometimes are going to ask, does swallowing wireless headphones cause long-term damage, like microplastics? Will something show up years later? And the truth is, in acute, sudden cases like HB's, we're mostly concerned about that acute injury, because that's what's going to cause problems on the order of hours. Whether or not the plastics from the headphone material will cause long-term problems is something that's not tracked. And even if it was, there's so many different factors and differences among hundreds of millions of people who use these headphones daily that it's nearly impossible to create a controlled experimental setting whereby we can find and measure a difference between the people who swallowed wireless headphones versus those who didn't. And there's enough brands to make an additional difference, and there's differences in models between brands, and even the same model may have been made with different parts from different factories, maybe using slightly different battery or maybe different plastic casing. The answer to what happens long-term is that we don't know. The healthiest way to think of it is to be aware of what you put in your body. Know that accidents can happen, and try as best as you can to position yourself to avoid those accidents. In this case, don't fall asleep or lay down with small earbuds. Elect to use a larger set of headphones over the ear in those settings. There's other cases where people swallowed wireless earbuds mistaking them for medicine. These are accidents, and we can talk about how best to minimize the risk all day. These things happen spontaneously, sometimes not at the direct fault of anyone, and when you look at how many millions of people use this product every day, it's going to happen again, and in a way that we can't even imagine today. As the anesthesia wore off for HB's operation, he got his wireless earbud back. He dried it off and tested it, and it was still working. But most importantly, it was caught fairly quickly so that the risk of physical, electrical, and chemical injury was minimized, as HB was able to make a full recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well. Hey, Dr. Bernard here. This case was an accident that's becoming more prevalent in the United States. I'm going to describe to you what a case of it looks like medically, but know that the presentation can look different based on the patient's age. So a massive ingestion will affect a toddler different than it will an adolescent, different than it will an adult. In the United States, your local poison center can be reached by phone at 1-800-222-1222. Anytime you might think one of these accidents has happened, a clinically trained toxicology specialist will be there on the phone to help. I'll also tell you why the toxicity of this massive ingestion happens the way that it does, as well as some steps that you can take to help prevent something like this from happening should you be in the presence of children. A girl mistakenly ate 96 gummy edibles for lunch. This is what happened to her brain. NP is a 12-year-old girl presenting to the emergency room with a possible head injury. Her mother, Rebecca, tells the admitting nurse that she found NP struggling on the floor. When Rebecca tried talking to her daughter, none of the words that came out made any sense. NP was born into a happy family, but her dad, Tony, would sometimes get in trouble with her mom because of one particular kind of food that he loved to eat. Tony had an herbal habit. When he was younger, those herbs would somehow just find their way into his lungs. He would totally have no idea how they got in there. But as a connoisseur of sound, natural plants that come directly from the earth, Tony strongly believed in an oil extract that his friend would prepare from this plant and put into brownies, cookies, and gummy candies. This oil contained all of the cannabinoid compounds that exert the desired effect from consuming the herb in its various forms. Just having some delicious treats, he thought. One day, Tony accidentally ate too many gummy edibles. As he lost track of where he was, he walked out of the house to go buy some milk, and then he fell down the stairs. Rebecca, unhappy with her husband living like this, confiscated all of his edibles. But Tony was undeterred. One day, he purchased a mega stash. In the kitchen cabinet was a bag of regular candy. He thought of a good way to hide this from his wife, so he mixed this mega stash of edibles into this bag of candy, simply disguised so that no one would know as he placed the bag back into the cabinet. The next day, NP decided to look for some snacks while watching some YouTube videos. In the cabinet was a really large bag of delicious-looking candy as she grabbed it to go and sat down on the couch. On the first taste, NP thought that the gummy candies were delicious, such a soft and pleasing texture while chewing, with just the right kind of cherry flavor, completely oblivious to the fact that there was a dose of psychoactive cannabinoids in each one. She had no idea that if she ate more than one or two, something would start to happen. She kept grabbing more and more from the bag as she kept eating while watching her videos. As the hour passed, NP started feeling different. At first, she didn't know exactly what was happening. She could feel the sides of her eyes start to get dark. Her heart started beating faster and more pronounced. She noticed that her breathing was different than normal, but she didn't know why. The images on her tablet screen started to look funny to her as she laid her head back, but then her stomach started to squirm. At first, she didn't realize that she had eaten nearly the entire bag of candy. But as she looked, the contents were mostly consumed and absorbing into her body. And as her stomach felt more and more unstable, she stumbled into the bathroom ready to heave, not because she wanted to, but because she felt that something was going to come up, but it never did. On the way outside to get some fresh air, NP stumbled out of the door. Unaware of where she really was, she fell down the stairs. Hearing this chaos and completely unaware of what had happened, Rebecca rushed out to find her daughter on the floor. Asking NP if she was okay, Rebecca couldn't get a coherent response. In a panic, Rebecca, thinking that her daughter had just sustained a head injury falling down, she calls for 911 and NP's brought to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, doctors noted that NP was somnolent. When they could get a response from her, the words weren't coherent. She couldn't tell them where she was and she couldn't tell them her name. Because she fell down the stairs, they were concerned that maybe she had sustained a head injury, but a scan showed that everything was normal. A blood test also found nothing abnormal in NP. If she consumed a majority of her dad's mega stash of gummy edibles, and those edibles created an obtunded mental state for NP, how would the medical team be able to discern the difference between head injury falling down the stairs and strung out from an accidental massive ingestion of edibles? The cannabis plant has an abundance of chemicals in it that are known to have a physiologic effect on the body. The ones that are psychoactive are cannabinoids, the most well-known being delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, also known as THC. This shouldn't be confused with CBD, which is cannabidiol, which also comes from the cannabis plant and has been shown to help with seizure disorder in children whose seizures don't respond well to multiple medicines. CBD doesn't appear to be psychoactive. This brings us to the idea of absorption. Many times when people think of cannabis, they think of inhalation. Normally when we breathe, the oxygen from the air inhaled is exchanged for carbon dioxide exhaled. That inhaled oxygen sticks to the red blood cells and is then circulated throughout the body. When oxygenated blood exits the heart, a large percentage of it goes from the aortic arch into the carotid artery and into the brain. But if someone is inhaling smoke from an herb instead of oxygen from the air, then the exchanged gas from the smoke gets into the blood, pumped out of the heart, into the aortic arch, into the carotid artery, and directly into the brain. This is how delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol can exert its psychoactive effect when inhaled, because it gets to the brain quickly through this route of administration. But NP didn't inhale. She ate the edibles instead, meaning that there's a difference in absorption. Anything eaten by mouth goes into the stomach, makes its way into the small intestines, and then is absorbed into the liver where it's processed. It's metabolized and broken down. So, when something is eaten, it doesn't go to the brain first. The interesting thing about delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol is that in the liver, it's broken down to 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol. One goal of liver metabolism is to make chemicals more hydrophilic. Hydro meaning water and philic meaning affinity for. Making a chemical have more water affinity means that you're making it more water soluble, so it can dissolve in water and concentrate in the urine so it can be eliminated from the body. Hence why the liver is called the detox organ. Water is made of hydrogen and oxygen, so when chemicals contain more hydrogens and oxygens, they should technically have more affinity for water. And when we look at the name 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, this metabolite of delta-9 THC from gummy edibles makes sense. However, nature isn't straightforward because 11-hydroxy THC happens to be even more psychoactive than delta-9 THC, meaning as NP mistakenly ate her dad's secret stash of gummy edibles, her liver turned the megadose of THC into a megadose of an even more active version of THC. The state of Colorado did research and estimated that 11-hydroxy THC from an edible could be almost 6 times more potent than delta-9 THC that goes directly to the brain during inhalation. But it doesn't stop here. Inhaling the smoke is known to exert the full psychoactive effect within minutes. But when an edible is consumed by mouth, the process of passing through the gut, into the liver, then through the bloodstream to the brain can take an hour or more. And during that time, especially if the person has no idea that there's cannabinoids contained within, one can consume a dose 10 times or more compared to inhalation, delayed in onset, with the effect getting more and more intense as more gummies are eaten and absorbed into the blood, bringing us back to NP. In the emergency room, the results of a urine toxicology screen returns, and it tells the medical team that present in NP's urine are cannabinoids. This should make sense. The liver is there to make chemicals hydrophilic, and the kidneys have eliminated some cannabinoids into the urine, but for NP, she's still obtunded. We know that the liver's attempt to metabolize the cannabinoids created an even more potent psychoactive compound in the first pass, but why is she still like this? This brings us back to hydrophilicity. If a chemical mixes well with water, it won't mix well with oil and vice versa. So, if there exists an affinity for water, then the opposite case of affinity for oil exists, something called lipophilicity. Lipo from Greek referring to fats or oils. NP's dad, Tony, had a friend who made the gummy edibles that he ate. These candies were infused with an oil that was the extract of all the cannabinoids from raw plant material and was infused into the gummies to make the edibles. Delta-9 THC is lipophilic. 11-hydroxy THC is still lipophilic, though slightly less than delta-9. The nerves in all the body are covered by a myelin sheath, which helps conduct signals faster, and these are made of fats. The brain and the cells within are also made of majority fats. All of this bringing us to the idea of distribution. As delta-9 and 11-hydroxy-THC reaches the brain, it deposits in. Because of the lipophilicity, it preferentially stays in fat tissue, like the brain, as opposed to staying in the bloodstream. An amount of 11-hydroxy-THC will make it back to the liver again to be broken down yet another time to 11-nor-9-carboxy-THC, which isn't psychoactive, but still lipophilic enough to be contained in the organs and slowly leach out into the bloodstream and make its way into the urine in detectable amounts for more than a week. So we know delta-9 THC edibles become an even more potent version of THC in the liver. We know it preferentially distributes into fat tissue, notably the brain. But why does it produce the psychoactive effect? Well, delta-9 and 11-hydroxy-THC both happen to fit into structures in the brain where the nerves connect. Naturally, our bodies produce endogenous cannabinoids, endo meaning from within and genus referring to production. Our body doesn't make THC, but it makes compounds that appear to be similar in function. Endogenous cannabinoids appear to be used to regulate other neurotransmitters that actively send signals throughout the nerves. When THC is present, it looks like the concentrations of neurotransmitters change. This is what produces the effect, and because such a huge dose of it is floating around in NP, it explains what's happening to her brain. This disruption in normal neurotransmitter levels in the brain could be responsible for cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, where herb consumers will empty their stomach multiple times because emesis can be mediated by some neurotransmitters. But there's a lot more to cannabinoid neuropharmacology than what we know about today. Some strains of plant will change neurotransmitter concentrations in different ways, and sources of the cannabinoids in edibles may be different, so categorizing for sure whether it's a stimulant or a depressant isn't accurate. An interesting point is that cannabinoid receptors don't appear to be in abundance on the brainstem. This is important because this is where the respiratory centers are that control our breathing, meaning for adolescents and adults who may accidentally ingest a massive dose of edibles, it typically won't lead to respiratory arrest. This appears to be a different situation for toddlers, who we now have some more data on in context of cannabis poisoning, as it appears some of them who do mistakenly take a massive ingestion of THC may need respiratory support, usually different than in the adolescent and adult case. Because of this, for young children, if you suspect accidental cannabis edible ingestion, don't wait. Seek help from your local poison center immediately. The United States Food and Drug Administration issued a notice that incidence of accidental pediatric edible ingestion has been increasing, with more calls being logged to poison control centers across the United States. Some of the reason could be the fact that the packaging of these edibles is designed to look like candy that you find at stores. If they're cookies or brownies, the packaging doesn't need to resemble anything because of the clear plastic containers that we often find these goods in. There's also a delta-8 THC, of which products are becoming more common. It's generally accepted that its effects are roughly the same as delta-9 THC if it's not a little less potent, maybe causing a little different feel. And the metabolic pathway for it is similar, creating 11-hydroxy delta-8 THC, which appears more potent than delta-8 THC. A news story in late 2022 noted a death caused by this delta-8 THC toxicity in Northern Virginia, confirmed by the chief medical examiner, with another case listed in the FDA notice predating the news story by at least a few months. Both of these deaths could possibly be associated with the patients not receiving early respiratory support during the toxicity, which is one way that the young child can present, although we would need more information about those particular cases. A good way to prevent this from happening should you be in the presence of children is to place edibles in a physical location not visible and not reachable by children. I'm not singling out cannabis versus other potentially dangerous things in the house. There can be many. As it is right now, this stuff happens to look like candy, cookies, brownies, and other fun treats which can confuse kids. And if you're a parent, you can weigh the risk of what you want to have in the house. If it's not realistic not having edibles in the house, placing them in a way where they can't see it and can't get to it, like in a high cabinet, closed door, can help. If you leave the edibles in a hot car or in a bathroom where shower steam can get warm, those can compromise the stability of the compounds contained within. so those aren't recommended places. There's also medication lockboxes that can help limit access to who can get in. Typically, if there's even a little barrier to entry, it usually doesn't get consumed because the person can't be bothered. For NP, the hospital had a conversation with her parents when the urine toxicology screen returned for cannabinoids. Despite being an accident, Child Protective Services did have to be notified by the medical team because of federal law. But as it turned out, this was an accident. After some observation in the hospital, care from the medical team, and awareness for the parents, NP was able to make a full recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well. A man drank 7 liters of soda every day for at least 10 years. This is what happened to his kidneys. BA is a 48-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with sudden onset weakness. The admitting nurse immediately notices that BA can't stand on his own. He sits in the chair, limp like a rag doll. BA was a dad living a normal life, but he had a habit rooted in excess. When he was 30, he got a new job. This office would stock free unlimited soda for employees to drink. The HR lady loved to tout this as a wonderful benefit for a great place to work. Unfortunately for BA, this availability would enable a dark tendency in his life. Over the years, BA's daily soda intake would gradually increase. He loved the fizzy feel at the back of his tongue every sip he took. He thought he might have had a problem one day when he looked at his desk and saw empty soda cans everywhere. The most disturbing part about this was that he had just cleaned up from the day before when there were empty soda cans everywhere. 10 years ago, when BA was 38, he noticed that something was wrong. Every day, he'd wake up thirsty. He tried to quench that thirst by drinking his normal morning soda, but the more he drank, the thirstier he got. In the bathroom, for the 10th time in 2 hours, BA had no idea how he was urinating that much fluid because it was just so much more than the amount of liquid that he thought he drank. His stomach hurt, he was short of breath, he had a brain fog that would have him stutter and slur his words. And then one day, BA woke up and he was in the hospital. The most recent memory he had was something that happened 3 weeks ago. His wife told him that his coworkers found him unconscious at his desk. BA had had a diabetic coma. His blood sugar had been sky high for at least the last 3 months, and he was high in the hospital despite not eating anything before he finally woke up. But not only that, BA also had high blood pressure and high cholesterol as he was placed on medicines. Doctors here didn't know about BA's excessive sugar drink consumption. No one told them about it because it was then a normal fact of life. He was advised to pursue a healthier lifestyle with diet and exercise. BA knew in the back of his mind that his soda habit may have been a focal point in this episode, but it wasn't so clear to him. He had been stressed at work recently and his eating habits weren't really that great. He cleaned up his diet, started working out. Instead of drinking regular soda, he'd elect for the zero sugar about half the time, even though he didn't really like it. And things were going great, but only for a while. BA eventually left that company and no longer had free soda at work. He found himself going to the warehouse club to purchase bulk packages for his own consumption, and he'd drink so much that he'd burn an entire case in a single day. One day, BA wasn't feeling well. He thought maybe he had eaten something funny about a week ago when all of this started happening. When he got out of bed that morning, it was hard to stand. He could feel a dull sensation, almost like a cramping in his calves, and he noticed that he was urinating very often again. He got up from his chair to go to the bathroom again, but he felt his legs go soft as he collapsed to the ground. Knowing that something was wrong, he calls for 911 and he's brought to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, the medical team noticed BA's profound muscle weakness. He told them that it happened suddenly, but he hadn't been feeling well for at least a few days before. His medical record showed his history of diabetes, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol. That's all they knew about, but at this visit, there's a few clues as to what's happening. A blood test finds that BA has hypokalemia. Hypo meaning low, kali referring to potassium, or more formally kalium as shown by its symbol on the periodic table of elements, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low potassium presence in blood. It wasn't just a little low, it was life-threateningly low. But why is this a problem? That same blood test finds that BA not only has hyperglycemia, high sugar presence in blood, but that his kidneys are also shutting down. Wastes that are supposed to be filtered out by the kidneys are now detectable in high amounts in his blood. These wastes aren't specific to soda consumption. They're a measure that his kidneys aren't working like they should be, but this wasn't his only problem. That blood test also indicates that parts of BA's muscles have been damaged and they're spilling their contents out. This is called rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdo meaning striped, or in this case striated, referring to the appearance of myo, meaning muscle, and lysis, meaning a breaking down of. Striped muscle breakdown. This is also life-threatening, and it's happening because of BA's hypokalemia. The human body has electrolytes everywhere. The electro prefix means that they're electrically charged, just like the plus and minus that you see on a battery, so they can be used to send signals throughout the body. The most abundant electrolyte outside of cells is sodium, but the most abundant electrolyte inside cells is potassium. When muscles contract, signals from the nerves arrive. Sodium from outside the muscle cell rushes in, initiating the contraction. The body needs balance because sodium is an electrolyte, meaning that it has an electrical charge. More of it flooding into the cell causes the positive charge to build up. To balance this, potassium, which is mostly inside cells, rushes out of the cell. Then calcium commits to the contraction by changing the shape of muscle proteins. When it's done, potassium flows back into the cell as part of relaxation. But in BA's case, it doesn't finish this way because he has hypokalemia. This could explain why his muscles are weak, because the signals to contract and relax aren't normal anymore. It can explain why his muscle is breaking down and dissolving into his blood, because when potassium is released from muscle cell for contraction, it appears to dilate nearby blood vessels, helping more blood flow to the muscles. But when none of this is around anymore because of hypokalemia, then blood vessels don't get dilated. The muscles start to have a lack of oxygen because less blood gets to the area. The muscles are very metabolically active. They need lots of oxygen, and without adequate blood supply, bad things can start to happen. But here's the problem. Shouldn't rhabdomyolysis cause BA's potassium to go up? Potassium is mostly inside cells, and his muscle cells are leaking their contents into his blood. Why does he have low potassium presence in blood then? Well, it might be that his muscles haven't undergone this for long enough to leak enough potassium out. Or there's another force inside BA's body aggressively taking potassium out of his blood, outpacing any amount that could be added by rhabdomyolysis. This could suggest that BA has a problem that hasn't been documented by the medical team before, but what could it be? The medical team tells BA what they want to do. If he has low potassium presence in blood, then they're going to give him potassium. If his kidneys are failing because muscle proteins are gunking up his tubules, then pushing some intravenous fluids through his body should help get water flowing through and should help flush out that muscle protein while replenishing his potassium. They'll collect his urine for the next 24 hours. If his kidneys are inappropriately wasting potassium, then this could explain to them what's going on, and they'll be better equipped to address the root cause of what's happening. But the results wouldn't be so clear to them. As the hours pass, BA gets thirsty. Often when someone is on IV fluids and the patient doesn't drink anything for several hours, they can complain of dry mouth and throat. This was happening to BA, but not only that, he was also having a massive headache. BA was admitted into the step-down unit where the entire medical team would check in with him in the morning, and throughout the day, the nurse might drop by one time in a shift. The hospital was big and busy, and he was in the part of the floor where there weren't that many people. His condition could descend into a medical emergency quickly, but that's why he was being monitored, and he was in the hospital. BA, frustrated and not feeling great, called his wife and asked her if she could bring him some drinks. If he needs fluids like the physician said, he couldn't think of a better way to get some in his body. And she brought it as he drank soda in his hospital room, and the more he drank, the thirstier he got. BA's headache went away, his dry mouth fixed, and his thirst quenched. The next day, at morning rounds, the medical team finds that he still has hypokalemia, despite getting IV potassium, but when they look closer, they find that he had made a total of 4 gallons of urine in the last 24 hours. The medical team had only given BA about 1 gallon of intravenous fluids over the last 24 hours for his kidney injury. If he urinated out 4 times that amount, the medical team has no idea where that came from. They talk more about this. Persistent, severe hypokalemia, like the one that BA has, can cause a problem called diabetes insipidus, which is different from the type 2 diabetes mellitus that he was diagnosed with years earlier. The word diabetes, coming from ancient Greek meaning to pass through, referring to the massive amounts of urine put out by someone who has this problem, as if water is passing right through them. And insipidus, from Latin in, meaning not, and sapidus, meaning tasty. A pass-through of urine that isn't tasty, because back in the 1400s when the word diabetes first appeared in English medical literature, they might have diagnosed problems of excess urine by tasting the patient's urine. That's why what we know as type 1 and type 2 diabetes today are called diabetes mellitus. Mellitus from Latin meaning pleasant tasting like honey due to the presence of sugar in the urine. Hypokalemia makes it harder for the kidneys to concentrate the urine because there's manipulation of electrolytes that happen in the kidneys during normal function. And without that correct balance, it's possible that BA's kidneys are just dehydrating himself, drawing on body water to force unconcentrated urine through. But BA is still weak. The medical team don't know why this is happening to him, and none of his problems are solved. If unchecked and uncared for, his hypokalemia can cause an abnormal heart rhythm to suddenly appear and can devolve quickly into his heart shaking in place, no longer actually pumping blood to the rest of his body. Over the next couple days, they tried giving BA some other electrolytes to see if anything can help. They tried stopping all IV fluids and were able to confirm that his kidneys were wasting all the potassium that they were trying to give him. But nothing that they tried could meaningfully replenish his potassium, stop his rhabdomyolysis, and help with his profound muscle weakness. One day, the medical student saw BA have a visitor. It was BA's wife, and she was carrying a large case of soda into his room. Given that no one had bothered BA after morning rounds, and that he never really asked for any more help from the nurse throughout the day, no one saw or paid any attention to anything that he was doing. Standing outside the door, peeking in, the student saw BA drink every single can that was brought in by his wife. He had never seen excess to that degree. The student started getting some ideas of what was happening, but he didn't want to go into the room to be confrontational, especially not without the residents and the fellows around. And after reviewing his notes before going home for the night, he saw housekeeping staff get an extra large bag to take all the cans out. The next morning, the student got to the hospital early. He had prepared notes and questions and printed out some studies that he looked up so he could present it to the medical team. All of this because he went beyond and coincidentally stumbled upon this key piece of information. And if you are a student too looking for help to finance your higher education, you can work with SoFi, a member FDIC bank who's a mobile-first personal finance company who helps members bank, borrow, and invest their money. See your rates in 2 minutes with no commitment at sofi.com/chubbyemu, which is also the link at the very top of the description below. Thanks SoFi for sponsoring this video. Soda is carbonated and sweetened water. Its original formulations in the 1800s contain what are now classified as controlled substances, but some products now have another substance that we know of as caffeine. Both the sweetening, specifically from the sugar, and the caffeine explain everything happening to BA. Sugar is interesting because physically, wherever it is, water will want to flow towards it. In the small science experiment, I dissolve sugar in water and place it into a semi-permeable tube, meaning that only water and not sugar can flow in and out. I submerge the tube in a pool of distilled water that has no sugar in it, and you'll see that water flows towards where there's sugar. That water flows into the tube. In the kidneys, huge excess sugar from drinking 1 to 2 gallons of cola every day for 10 years can make it hard to reabsorb water because that water will want to stay with the sugar. This is documented to happen with others who have been hospitalized for chronically consuming excess soda. But we know it isn't happening to BA, at least this time, because his urine was collected for 24 hours twice, and excess sugar wasn't found in that urine. The other problem would be caffeine. We know caffeine is a stimulant, but it works by blocking inhibition rather than directly stimulating the brain and the body. So that's why it's not considered as strong. you should check out my community tab for quiz questions on things like this. In the body, there's a chemical called adenosine. You may have heard of adenosine triphosphate, ATP, the molecule that our cells use for energy. Adenosine is also the building block for DNA and RNA, but by itself, adenosine is a depressant. It promotes sleep. It dilates blood vessels, allowing more blood to flow through the brain and the heart. It can also be used as a medicine to slow down heart rhythm, helping get a normal beat. If caffeine blocks this inhibition, then that's why it prevents adenosine from promoting sleep. And caffeine constricts the blood vessels of the brain and the heart, and it can increase heart rate. Caffeine is a naturally occurring product, and it's even shaped like adenosine, but it's what it does in the kidneys that explains what's happening to BA. Caffeine can be a diuretic. There's a similar chemical in the same class of medicines called theophylline that's sometimes used in asthma that was once described as the most remarkable diuretic that we possess today, enough so that it was compared against other diuretics that are used for treating heart failure and was found to be as effective. Today, it appears that adenosine enables the kidneys to hold onto water by reabsorbing sodium under the same principle as sugar, because wherever sodium is, water will flow towards it. When this mechanism is blocked by chronically large amounts of caffeine, like in BA's case, sodium stays in what becomes the urine, and it throws off the electrolyte concentrations, enabling massive amounts of water to become urine. As the amount of flow increases through his kidneys due to diabetes insipidus, it appears that the kidneys concentrated more and more potassium into his urine. All of this explaining how BA drinking at least 7 liters of soda every day for at least 10 years caused his hypokalemia, how it caused him to make excess urine, and explaining why muscle proteins were floating around in his blood, causing the kidneys to shut down, and why his muscles were weak suddenly. If excess soda consumption was the problem, and soda is not necessary for normal bodily function, then the answer would be to stop drinking soda. You might hear in the news and on websites and in other places from other people about how soda is bad for you. At best, they'll tell you about the diabetes, which is a big problem, one that would get countered by someone else asking about diet soda. At worst, they'll just draw some unrelated comparison without giving any whys. Well, BA's case is one of those detailed whys, and don't take my word for it, similar cases have been described and published in literature multiple times. Early insulin resistance can come from all the habitual excess sugar. I can't understate how big of a problem that is. Depending on what you do with your coffee, you can get it there too. Excess blood sugar levels can come from that insulin resistance and diabetes, or it can come directly from drinking massive amounts of soda all at once, and it can cause fluid loss both from the urine and from watery stools of the GI tract where potassium is also lost. Then a consistently elevated caffeine level for months to years, in this case beyond the 400 milligram recommendation, but not enough to be a huge caffeine overload, leads to hypokalemia, nephrogenic diabetes insipidus, polyuria, rhabdomyolysis, ending in acute kidney injury, sudden onset muscle weakness, and electrolyte abnormalities. This can then precipitate into an arrhythmia of the heart, leading to sudden death if untreated, because potassium is involved in heart muscle contraction, and not to mention the permanent kidney damage that would come from the rhabdomyolysis. The amount of people who get sick like this from this amount of soda over this amount of time, it's not going to be that many people. Some people do have problems controlling themselves in this setting of gallons of soda every day for several years, but that's not the majority. We're never going to have the actual number of people that this has happened to. Now, what about diet soda? Then there's no sugar. It would still have the caffeine to do what it did to BA. But then how about diet caffeine-free soda? Well, there was a study done looking at food questionnaire results from the 1970s and 80s, 194,000 people, and they found that there appeared to be an association of kidney stone development in the groups that consumed soda. Remember, soda was different back in the United States in the 70s and the 80s, from real sugar to high fructose corn syrup, and the artificial sweeteners are likely in different concentrations now than before. And those are just two things. The overall formulation is likely different now. There's simply a greater selection and availability of sodas today than back when this survey was taken. So take the study results with what you will. Type 2 diabetes and all its comorbidities like heart problems and nerve damage, hypokalemia and all its consequences, and kidney stones are what we're thinking of when speaking of excess chronic soda ingestion. And think of at least kidney stones for caffeine-free diet. What about those artificial sweeteners? I'm going to defer to what the United States FDA said about it. Consumed reasonably and sparingly, I wouldn't spend any more time worrying about this. But the principle remains, if you don't need to put it in your body, don't put it in your body. When the medical team took repeat blood tests after BA was told to stop drinking soda in the hospital and his wife was advised to stop enabling his habit in this institution, they found that his blood potassium levels started to normalize. His kidney function started to return to normal and his muscle weakness went away. Because the body is able to heal itself, some baseline function was achieved again as BA was able to make a recovery. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well. A woman had a 3-day-long headache. This is what her kidney did to her liver. KC is a 28-year-old woman presenting to the emergency room with a throbbing headache. She tells the admitting nurse that this pain had been ongoing non-stop for at least the last 3 days. 6 months earlier, Casey started having massive abdominal cramps that would happen once a month. Doctors told her it was her period, but it would happen at least a week before, and it was the worst pain she had ever experienced in her life up to that point. At an urgent care center, she told the physician about this pain, but they found that her resting heart rate was 165 beats per minute. It was like she was running high-intensity intervals while just sitting there. It was here that she was sent to the emergency room where we are now. Doctors confirmed Casey's heart rate and blood pressure were sky high, but nothing else was wrong. All other tests were normal. This is probably anxiety, maybe a panic attack, they said, as they discharged her with a referral to a cardiologist. Over the next few months, Casey noticed that her hair was falling out in the shower and she lost 30 pounds, but she intentionally wanted to lose weight and was putting in effort to do so, so maybe nothing's wrong, she thought. At the cardiologist's office, doctors find nothing else wrong. This is for sure anxiety, and Casey just accepted that she has this problem. Over the next few months, Casey got married. She went to the gynecologist for family planning. At this visit, she told the physician that these abdominal cramps that she had been experiencing that were happening 1 week before her period kept getting more and more painful. They started 2 years ago, and they really never went away. Casey was then 29 years old. In a young, healthy-looking woman, random abdominal pain has a wide differential diagnosis, meaning that it's a long list of problems that could be causing that pain. To someone whose job is to diagnose and treat gynecologic disease, a prominent cause of abdominal pain to them could be endometriosis, but that may need surgery to confirm, and you don't want to do surgery in a 29-year-old if you don't have to. So this gynecologist referred Casey for a colonoscopy first to see if maybe there could be some kind of gut inflammation happening, but it turned out to be much more than that. As the days passed, KC was waiting for the scope, and she started feeling that something was wrong. One day, while huddled over in that strange abdominal pain, Casey felt a hard mass. It wasn't a lump, it wasn't swollen. When she laid down, she couldn't feel it anymore, but when she stood up, there was a stiff presence in her upper right side, just under her ribs. Casey had gotten some blood tests done recently. She asked the doctor there about the hard mass, but they told her that the scope will find it if there's a problem. Maybe I really am too anxious, she thought, but that colonoscopy wasn't even going to happen. At the urgent care, because the mass was getting more worrisome for her, the nurse practitioner feels it once and tells Casey, "You need to see primary care or go to the emergency room because something is here." But she had already raised this issue to primary care. They told her that the colonoscopy would find it. This circular reasoning was simply too much as she drove herself back to the emergency room. But in that emergency room, the first doctor told her the scope will find it. But Casey insisted, "Please, take a look or something." An ultrasound was performed and the technician's face changed instantly when they saw the image. Casey was put in for further imaging, and when a second emergency room doctor came back, all the fear, uncertainty, and doubt stemming from Casey's concerns would be completely justified. The doctor told Casey the hardness in her abdomen were a series of tumors all over her liver, but it wasn't liver cancer because a much larger mass was found on her right kidney. She wasn't having panic attacks, she didn't have anxiety, she had cancer that was growing and spreading around in her body. The kidneys regulate fluid balance. Having a massive tumor inside it can impact blood pressure. With more fluid, the heart could detect that something's wrong and start to beat faster. The increased pressure could also cause headaches, and because the kidneys and the liver are in the abdomen where her pain was, This could be the cause of all of her problems, but it's more than just cancer now because it's not just on her kidney. Something has spread to at least her liver, and what is she supposed to do now? Cancer is a genetic disease. When the human genome was sequenced, we were finally able to have a better idea of what is a normal sequence versus a cancerous one. We've identified many of the genes that get changed when a cell becomes cancerous, but the physical characteristics of cancer are something more. The genes in our body code for proteins, which give us our physical form, but they also signal for our cells to do things. Proteins are made of amino acids. Amino acids are sequenced together, dictated by our genetic sequence. Changing that sequence, either by mistake or from environmental damage, causes mutations. But most mutations are harmless and usually get resolved by the body. But sometimes these mutations create proteins that signal to the cell to grow, and there's no signal to stop growing, to keep reproducing with no signal to stop reproducing, to develop their own blood supply, and to survive in the circulation and spread to other distant sites of the body. Inside the kidneys are multiple working parts that exploit natural phenomena to produce normal body function, with urine being a consequence of that homeostasis. In order to do this, different kidney parts harbor a variety of different cells in extreme environments in order to filter wastes out of the blood. And because of this heterogeneity, hetero meaning different, and geneity from ancient Greek genos referring to kind, it means that many different kidney cancers can come out of these highly niche and vastly different cells. Things work as expected in the overwhelming majority of time, but in the instances where they aren't, cells here can acquire those mutations. Based on what Casey's kidney tumor looked like from the images, everything points to an oncocytoma. Oma from the Latin word tumor referring to a swelling, an oncocyte referring to the kind of cell inside that tumor that's characterized by an excessive number of mitochondria when looked at underneath a microscope. But something was wrong. In medical literature, renal oncocytomas are well documented to be benign cancers, meaning that they don't spread. Casey has multiple tumors all over her liver, so a cancer has spread in her body. But if renal oncocytomas aren't supposed to spread, then what's on her liver? As doctors go in and take a sample of Casey's tumors to look at underneath a microscope, they confirm the tumors growing on her liver are from the cancer on her kidney. And as they look at the kidney and liver tumors, they find that they all look exactly like an oncocytoma, defying the consensus in medical literature, because while kidney oncocytoma isn't out of the ordinary, seeing that exact same tumor from a liver sample is virtually unheard of. When she learned of this, she started to look online to find out more. Because her case defies conventional knowledge, she could only find information on oncocytomas that haven't spread, and because it's usually benign, the treatment is to surgically remove the kidney. But when she asked the cancer physician if they could do this for her, the answer was probably not. They could remove her kidney, but there were just too many tumors all over her liver. And now that it is already spread, there's no telling if the cancer is in other places in her body that just aren't visible yet. When doctors were taking tumor samples from Casey, something had happened. As they went into her liver to collect, they got the samples from a needle inserted into her body, and she was sent into the recovery room. But almost instantly, Casey's body started feeling hot. Her hands started feeling clammy as her field of vision started to turn dark. She was bleeding out into her abdomen. The liver is highly vascularized. A substantial percentage of the entire body's blood is flowing through the liver at any given time. Casey didn't know that she had a bleeding disorder, but this experience exposed that she does. Even without the disorder, when a small needle is present in the liver, there's a chance that it can cause a bleed. And for Casey, she had a bleed happen when her liver was biopsied. And because there were so many tumors all over her liver, the medical team told her that surgery really might not be a viable option. As the days passed, doctors told Casey that they wanted to start her on a 2-medicine combination. This would do a couple of different things. First, these medicines are known to impact specifically kidney cancers and theoretically should shrink her tumors. The second thing that medicine should do would be to decrease the likelihood of micrometastatic disease. You see, when tumors are visible on imaging, there's millions of cancer cells contained within, but there exist tumors that have less cells than that aren't visible. And we know that cancer cells divide and replicate, sometimes at much higher rates than normal, meaning if they don't appear on the scan now, they could appear on the next, and medicine could target these and maybe eliminate them before they're even seen. The problem is, this medicine combination is usually used to treat a completely different kidney cancer. It's not entirely clear that it'll work for her, and her cancer may be growing somewhere else where they can't see, as Casey went to get a second opinion. Halfway across the country at another large cancer center, Casey was seen by the medical team there. They confirmed she did have metastatic oncocytoma, despite the literature saying that this particular cancer doesn't spread in the body. The medical team at this center knew kidney oncocytoma can spread, but there were less than 5 documented cases. She was told they want to start her on medicine, a different one from the combination originally proposed to her, but for the same reasons: to shrink her tumor, to try to prevent any further spread, to reduce the chances that more tumors would appear on subsequent scans. And if all this goes well, then surgery could be possible, but at a minimum, this should help prolong her life, bringing us back to kidney heterogeneity. There's so many different types of kidney cancers, but they are still kidney cancer. Any single subtype can have similarities with another subtype because they originate from the same organ, while still having key differences amongst one another. A different kidney cancer can arise from the same or similar cells as oncocytoma. It's called chromophobe kidney cancer because its cells are not colored by the standard stains used to see cancer under a microscope. But chromophobe is well known to spread throughout the body and frequently to just the liver. Surgery to the kidney and the liver has sometimes cured patients with chromophobe, and chromophobe can also happen in younger female patients. Given these two cancers' similarities and that Casey's pattern of metastasis to the liver resembles chromophobe, then theoretically she could be treated with the medicine used for chromophobe despite not having chromophobe, bringing us back to her second opinion visit. The physician here explains to Casey how the cancer can respond to the medicine. It could stop growing and stay stable. It could shrink, but they need time to see. Despite medical literature giving no clear signals on how to treat KC because it says that her cancer doesn't even exist, this inference from the related chromophobe kidney cancer gave a rationale for the treatment choice. In United States medical training across all of the professions, one overarching theme is embedded in the phrase, "If you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras." Casey presented to the emergency room all those months earlier with a 3-day-long headache, with a resting heart rate of 165, a sitting blood pressure of 160/100. In a healthy-looking 29-year-old woman with these problems, you hear and see these hooves of problems and you think of the most common horses or issues causing them, and take steps to rule the horses out first before moving on to identify the zebra. It's very common for this rule out part to get lost in the shuffle of multiple visits with multiple providers in multiple offices, and this is why you have to be your own best advocate. But on the flip side, medicine can quickly devolve into excess, dragging people into the deepest pits of never-ending hypochondria. In Casey's case, she was the 1 in 100 million case of an ultra-rare kidney cancer that even today is still not fully characterized. When she was experiencing all of this, searching online was no help. All renal oncocytoma mentions were assuming that it's not metastatic because the medical literature was no help, saying that this kind of cancer doesn't spread. Similarly, the internet was no help for Casey when she looked at chromophobe kidney cancer because the resources for that also outlined treatment that maybe didn't apply in her case because she didn't have chromophobe. As she was started on the medicine suggested by the second cancer physician, Casey's tumors were observed to be shrinking in size. The medicine that she received was probably the right treatment at the right time for her particular case, but a couple months into this treatment, Casey started having bleeding problems again. In the emergency room, again. Doctors look at Casey's medical record and note that that medicine that she was on can cause severe hemorrhage. Given that she has a pre-existing bleeding problem, this could worsen her situation. The benefit of medicine shrinking all of her tumors was weighed against the risk of her having recurring bleeding. But as the cancer physician looked further, it seemed that those tumors have shrunken to the point where Casey could stop the medicine and be eligible for surgery. At the research hospital, a large medical team were preparing themselves for this rare surgical case. But this was all happening during the height of the global health situation in 2021. The hospital didn't have enough blood for her to do the surgery. If this is delayed, it may be complicated to restart her on the medicine again, and it could allow the tumors to start growing again, and in a way that the medicine won't work anymore. But luckily for KC, when she put an announcement on social media, the local response for blood donations was simply overwhelming, as a very large quantity of units suddenly became available for her. And as surgeons go in, Casey's right kidney and the visible tumors on her liver were all removed in a 6-hour operation. When she returned home, her blood pressure returned to how she remembered it years ago before this ordeal. No more resting heart rate of someone running high-intensity intervals. No more 3-day-long headaches, and no more strange abdominal pains before her period, as Casey was able to regain full function again.
My name is Katie Coleman. I am the real patient Casey, and I am a metastatic oncocytoma survivor.
Katie is the founder of the Chromophobe and Oncocytic Tumor Alliance, COA. She's also a YouTuber. Check out her channel here. I put a fundraiser tag on this video for COA, and if you contribute, it will be greatly appreciated. I'll help get the ball rolling. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself, and be well. Hey, Dr. Bernard here. This video is based on a case that's published in literature. Link is in the description below. I don't intend to scare anyone about food or leftovers. I'll be eating leftovers for dinner tonight, just like I do every day. This was a freak accident happening in a perfect storm sequence of events, as I will show you. I publish a video every month, so if you hit subscribe and the bell for notifications, we can have some leftover food together. A student ate his roommate's leftover noodles for lunch. This is what happened to his limbs. JC is a 19-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with muscle pain, chills, and shortness of breath. 5 hours earlier, a purplish discoloration that looked like bruises had developed on his skin, and his roommate immediately drove him to the hospital. In the car, JC could barely move his head because his neck was so stiff, but it didn't matter anymore because his vision was starting to go dark. One day earlier, JC was on his regular schedule. He was hungry for lunch, but it was cold outside. Food wasn't easy to come by, but his roommate had gone out to eat the night before and brought back leftovers. He's not really gonna care if I eat this. He wasn't gonna finish it anyways, JC thought. Immediately after eating the meal of leftover chicken and noodles, JC didn't feel well. He could feel his stomach shake and convulse. As the hours passed, JC could feel a blanket of pain covering his stomach. He felt like there was gas, but there was no flatulence. A pool of sour saliva flooded in under his tongue, and he felt a stinging sensation ripple into his cheeks as he was brought down to the floor. He huddled over the toilet as a stream of stomach contents pushed up every couple minutes as he felt his eyes squeezing out of his skull. Laying down now in a world of hurt, JC felt cold. He started shivering. His arms and legs felt weak and clammy, and the blanket of pain started spreading to his chest. It was getting harder to breathe. His head started pounding. He slowly became unaware of his surroundings. When his roommate came back, JC couldn't turn his head to look at him, and his vision was pulsating and starting to blur. That food must have been no good, he thought. I ate your leftovers for lunch, but they came right back up, JC said. Sorry, I should have just tossed it. I didn't finish that dinner because I barfed it up too, his roommate said. As the night passed, JC could feel his heart pounding in his chest. His roommate was fine. JC's head hurt so bad that he was in a fetal position the entire night. What was it about those leftovers, he thought. I shouldn't have eaten them for sure, he thought. As the sun started to rise, JC tried to get up to brush his teeth. He noticed some bruising on his arms and legs that weren't there the day before as he put the toothbrush in his mouth. But everything was in a state of pain, and it was just too much. Knowing that an ambulance would be too expensive, he begged his roommate to drive him to the hospital as he's brought to the emergency room where we are now. At examination, JC was responsive, alert, and conscious, but his skin was kind of pale. He had a fever. JC's heartbeat was fast, heart rhythm was normal, but his blood pressure was high, and he had tachypnea. Tachy meaning fast, and pnea referring to breath. As doctors were examining him, JC empties his stomach all over the floor. Doctors noticed it was a greenish yellow color, not really looking like any particular kind of food. Doctors drew some blood to test and to get a better idea of what's happening. But as the minutes passed, JC's tachypnea started to get worse as he was gasping for air and his face was starting to turn gray. JC has hypoxemia. Hypo meaning low. Ox referring to oxygen, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low oxygen, presence in blood. But how could this be? He's breathing faster than normal, and it's the same air everyone else in the emergency room is breathing, and no one else is gasping like how JC is. Doctors put him on supplemental oxygen to try and fix this. As the hour continues, JC's blood pressure drops to half of what it was when he arrived to the emergency room. The nurse used a vein in his leg to administer medicine to stimulate his heart to try and get it to beat harder to increase his blood pressure. Doctors sedate him and stick a tube down his throat so that a machine can breathe for him, but it wasn't enough. JC's blood pressure kept dropping, but then doctors started to notice a rash containing small spots were emerging all over his body. At first, this mottled appearance looked like bruises, but then they became a deep reddish brown, well defined at the edges, and multiple lesions like this started appearing all over his body. But how could this happen after eating food that made him and his roommates sick? The fever, the sudden drop in blood pressure, the hypoxemia, and the diffuse rash, all of this pointing to a sudden, terrible infection spreading all over JC's body as doctors start him on broad-spectrum antibiotics. They don't know exactly what bacteria they're dealing with. They don't know what could have caused this to happen. The best that they can do until they find out is to give an antibiotic that covers many different bacteria. But things are only getting worse. Doctors try to push more medicines into his body to try to keep his blood pressure up because it keeps going down. Low pressure means that blood can't get into his organs as they start shutting down. They call for a helicopter because he needs to be transported to another hospital with more resources. In the second hospital now, doctors notice that JC's hands and feet are cold. Usually, you can feel a pulse, the heart beating by the hands and the feet, but the medical team couldn't feel one for JC. The lesions look like more than just bruises now, and they've spread everywhere. Occasionally, JC would open his eyes and he would just stare blankly into the void. His pupils still
Did you know that GBA connectivity almost had a bigger role in Wind Waker? Or that Olimar's wife was abusive? Or did you know that Mario Party was never actually intended to be a series? Lately, we've been crawling through hundreds of Japanese magazines looking for interesting tidbits to translate, and that's where pretty much all of today's info came from. We stumbled upon a few interviews for GameCube games during our research, all of which were bursting with facts we'd never heard before. So unless you speak Japanese or lived in Japan in the early 2000s, you probably haven't heard any of the stuff in this video. Today we're going to focus on facts from a few GameCube titles like Wind Waker, Pikmin 1 and 2, and a couple Mario games. So let's jump right in with a roundtable interview we translated all about Wind Waker from Japan's Nintendo Online magazine, their January 2003 issue to be exact. This interview is in two parts, with the first half featuring Wind Waker's director Eiji Aonuma, and key members of the game's audio team like composers Koji Kondo, Kenta Nagata, and Hajime Wakai, as well as sound effects programmer Masafumi Kawamura. The interview opens with a few things we've already talked about on the channel before, like how Aonuma thought about using a theremin as the game's main instrument, instead of a conductor's baton. After Aonuma mentions how they strived for high-quality, realistic audio, the interviewer asks if the team used actual seagull cries in their sound design. This is where Kawamura joins the conversation and starts bringing up details we've never heard before. He says, "It's actually not a seagull in the game. We tried using one at first, but it didn't really sound like a seagull, so we used altered elephant sounds. We also tried out a lot of other options, like mixing crocodile, camel, and lion sounds. For reference, this is what seagulls sound like in Wind Waker." We're not sure why a seagull doesn't sound like a seagull or how you turn elephant sounds into that, but it's all pretty impressive if you ask us. Then Kawamura mentions how they got a lot of their sounds from sound effect collection CDs, but that they do grab some of their own sounds out in the wild. "I wanted to record the sound of metal hitting a tree, so I hid a metal pipe in an instrument case and went out into the forest with it." He also adds that the sound of walking on sandy beaches were made by shaking a bag of potato chips. Take a listen. The team talks a little about how they were originally going to voice all the game's NPCs themselves, but it turns out they were, not good at it. Kawamura remarks that some of the staff gave good performances, and there were plenty of instances where they'd get good takes, but problems sprung up when they had to get recordings for unique situations. There were a few things where the staff gave good performances, but there are limits to what an ordinary person can do. Even if there's a script, it might just say "Oi," and even if you tell them to imagine yelling it out to someone 100 meters away, that's difficult for a regular person. Then the discussion falls to an important note about Wind Waker's development, that this is the first 3D Zelda game where Koji Kondo wasn't solely in charge of the music. In fact, Kondo helmed the music for basically every console Zelda game besides Zelda 2 up until Wind Waker. And with Kawamura, Wakai, and Nagata stepping up, they all decide to drop a little tidbit for us in the interview about what that was like. Kawamura says that before taking on the role, he'd heard that the only sound effect that carried over from A Link to the Past on the SNES to Ocarina of Time on N64 was the puzzle solved sound, so he made sure this was the only sound effect he carried over to the GameCube, to carry on the tradition, so to speak. This piqued our interest, so we went through every sound effect for both games, and although the puzzle solved fanfare is indeed the same, a bunch of other Ocarina sounds get reused in Wind Waker. The jingles for collecting a new item, opening a treasure chest, and collecting a heart piece are repeats, just to name a few. So if Kawamura's telling the truth here, some other devs carried over sounds too. Wakai says he didn't want to step up at first because he thought that if he helped make the game, he'd lose all the pleasure of playing it. Nagata, on the other hand, says he's always wanted to work on Zelda. And this part of the interview closes out with Aonuma talking about the power of music and how important it is to the feel of Zelda. He mentions that he's played builds of Zelda games in the past with no sound at all, and that it was actually painful and felt like the game might never be finished. But as soon as the audio's in, all that changes, and you understand the importance of sound. The next part of the interview centers on Aonuma and Toshiaki Suzuki, who led development on Wind Waker's GBA connectivity and the Tingle Tuner. Before Wind Waker, Suzuki directed a bunch of stuff, like Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, and Super Mario Advance. But it's his work on Tilt and Tumble that caught Aonuma's eye. Basically, partway through Wind Waker's development, Aonuma realized he wouldn't be able to finish the main game if he spent much time on GBA connectivity, so he brought Suzuki in to take the reins. After the introduction, Aonuma jumps straight into a bunch of tidbits we've never heard before, like how the Tingle Tuner concept came from Miyamoto saying, "Zelda's a single-player game, but dads want to play too, right?" Aonuma continued, "That stuck in the back of my mind, and I wondered if we could actually make something like that. Then I heard about the Game Boy Advance and GameCube's connectivity. That's when I came up with a plan for how dads and kids could play together. There was actually a point when I thought about making this a major part of the game, but that would mean you couldn't enjoy it if you didn't own a GBA, so we settled on the balance we have now." They elaborate on this a little more, and seem to say they wanted to let folks control Link on the overworld map using the GBA from the beginning. And the focus on maps made them start thinking about Tingle, since he's a map merchant in Majora's Mask. Then Aonuma says, "At first we envisioned it as walking around holding Tingle inside the GBA like an insect cage, but Tingle's a character with a lot of popularity within Nintendo. Ultimately, we expanded his role to appear in the main game too, and eventually to the point that Tingle has his own island in the main game." The devs all had their own vision of who Tingle was, so they had to come together and establish what it was to be Tingle. Suzuki gives an example of how he casually made a red and white costume for Tingle, and then was surprised when another dev said that those colors weren't very Tingle-like, since he wears green clothes to imitate a fairy. In the final game, we see white, pink, and blue Tingles in the form of Tingle's brothers, but never a red Tingle. One of the most interesting Tingle-centric facts divulged in the interview relates to Wind Waker's huge max wallet size of 5,000 rupees, which is 10 times the size of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask's biggest wallets. Apparently, this huge wallet only came about thanks to Tingle. Tingle gives you bombs and items in exchange for money. We made the wallet incredibly big to accommodate Tingle. It's the biggest wallet in the entire Zelda series. The interview closes out with Aonuma saying how he thinks this will be the last time he works on a Zelda game. "I think this might be the last time I'm personally involved with Zelda. I've already squeezed out every last drop of an idea to the point that even if they told me to make a sequel, I couldn't." Seems he changed his mind, because he's basically worked on nothing but Zelda since, being credited on over a dozen Zelda titles after Wind Waker's release. Wind Waker has a fair amount of interesting behind-the-scenes info, but another GameCube title has even more secrets hidden beneath the brush: Pikmin. But before we get to Pikmin, a word from this video's sponsor, Persona 5 Tactica. Persona 5 Tactica is a turn-based strategy role-playing game that takes place alongside the story of Persona 5. Revisit your favorite characters from the Phantom Thieves of Hearts, who've been transported to an oppressed alternate world and must team up with the Rebel Corps freedom fighters to revolt against the tyrannical Legionnaires. In Persona 5 Tactica, you can dominate the battlefield by keeping tabs on your foes and thinking on your feet. Set up combos in snappy, fast-paced battles using close quarters and ranged physical attacks, with long-range weapons being able to target multiple enemy units. Players control a party of up to 3 characters and can surround weakened enemies to pull off a special triple threat attack, capable of eliminating all foes in battle. The game uses a grid-based combat system, a weapon affinity system, and features staple mechanics from the Persona series like summoning and fusion. And speaking of Persona staples, Toshiki Konishi returns from Persona 5 to compose the game's catchy new soundtrack. For all this and more, check out Persona 5 Tactica, available on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Windows PC, PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, and Steam. Now, back to the GameCube facts. We recently translated Nintendo Dream's January 2002 issue, which has a great interview with Miyamoto all about Pikmin. And here he says that when he was a kid, he often engaged in quote-unquote cruel play. He'd put ants on a leaf boat and send them downriver. With Pikmin, he wanted to make a game where you can do that kind of thing virtually. And unlike most other video games, the creatures Pikmin kill aren't actually enemies. He says, "They're not really evil, they're just living their lives there normally. When you start the game, you think the creatures are evil, but as you progress, you think Olimar might be worse. And then in the end, you might think the Pikmin are actually the bad guys." It's a game where you can't make clear value judgments on the characters. He also mentions how Pikmin was almost a Nintendo 64 game, but the console was too underpowered. Then later, GameCube turned out almost overpowered. Quote, "We couldn't decide whether to make it for N64 or GameCube at first, but when we started testing it on the N64, we could only get 30 Pikmin moving on screen at a time. We thought it had to be on the GameCube, then we had 300 Pikmin moving around. Until recently, before release, we had 200 in-game, but it was hard to handle, so we reduced it to 100. In that same magazine, he goes on to say they thought about adding more puzzles, but decided against it. This was because the game's opening shows Olimar's ship parts fall to the planet's surface, and it wouldn't make sense if they just happened to land on a bunch of puzzles. They also thought about every Pikmin having their own individual names and stats, but it would have been too taxing on the GameCube to generate all that data when a bunch of Pikmin popped out of an onion. They figured players would have lost track of their favorite Pikmin anyway. Like maybe you'd grow an affection for Red Pikmin Steve, but pretty soon you wouldn't be able to find him. After the game was finished, Miyamoto says they changed some details in the American localization, like Olimar's wife beating him. "We went through all the Japanese monologues to translate that Olimar quote, but it looks like it doesn't exist." Maybe Miyamoto was exaggerating, or Olimar's abusive wife was originally in the game but got removed, even in Japanese. We did, however, find that Olimar's wife isn't quite as sweet as you might have thought. She's depicted in a positive light in the English version, but in Japan, she belittles him. Olimar says, quote, "My wife is always saying I suck at precise work." Another log says she's quick to anger, but in the English version it was changed to say it's Olimar's boss who's quick to anger, instead of the old ball and chain. Olimar also has a dream where she's literally forcing pick carrots down his throat, which was toned down in English. For better or worse, his wife's dark side was left intact in the English version of Pikmin 2. Speaking of the sequel, we translated another issue of Nintendo Dream from a few years later, where the devs spend 8 pages talking about Pikmin 2's development. They show a clay figure from back when purple Pikmin had tails. It was originally brought to Miyamoto for his approval, but the tails ended up getting cut. They also say the purples were originally a dark green color, but changed them because co-director Hino wanted a Pikmin type who looked like eggplants. The devs go on to say Louie was originally called Luzi, to sound like the English word loser, but they ultimately changed that too. The other co-director, Abe, says they also considered making it so the longer it took you to beat the game, the interest on the company's loan would accrue higher and higher. The day counter goes from 99 to 100, then up to 1,000, then 10,000, and so on. Every time a digit's added, the numbers get smaller, and eventually they're too small to read. We spent an hour going to Sunset over and over to show you 100, but ain't no way we're doing 1,000. A lot of Pikmin 2's treasures got changed in localization, like Japanese corned beef getting switched out for Skippy peanut butter, and the batteries changing from a Japanese brand to Duracell. We already covered those in a dedicated Pikmin video 10 years ago, and the brands got removed from the Switch port anyway, but there's one treasure swap we still want to highlight. In this magazine, they say the picture inside the time capsule is one of the devs' dogs, Gonchan, but in the original Japanese version, it was Chi-chan. the cat who belongs to Mr. Yamaguchi, who made all the promotional clay figures. For the most part, in the Japanese version, they used branded items that maybe didn't exist anymore, but were commonplace when the devs were kids. This is because Pikmin 1 was especially popular with women of all ages, so for the sequel, they wanted to target dad's demographic, guys in their 30s and 40s who'd be nostalgic for those old Japanese trinkets that don't exist anymore. Basically, the developer's own demographic. Pikmin fans have long speculated that the lack of humans in the series meant they'd long gone extinct, and Olimar was exploring a post-apocalyptic Earth. But maybe that's not actually the case. In this magazine, they note that areas in Pikmin 2 are the altered versions of the first game's areas. When the interviewer asked why, co-directors Hino and Abe said, "The areas aren't exactly the same, but we intentionally made them look similar to give a sense of déjà vu that you've been here before. Like maybe it is the same place, but time has passed and humans have interacted with them." The house in Pikmin 4 also seems to hint that humans aren't as extinct as maybe we once thought. So what's the overall theme of the Pikmin series? According to the clay guy Yamaguchi, it's a message that applies to both the game world and the players' real lives. Even in a world as cruel as this, you can't give up on living. But what does the big cheese Miyamoto think? In the September 2001 issue of Nintendo Online magazine, he said, "On screen, Pikmin are constantly born and constantly dying. It's a deep game that really understands how the world is a cycle of life and death. An existential game with a determined undertone. That's the philosophy the Pikmin team wants you to take away, especially after the game's turned off and you walk outside to touch grass." Now we're going to take a look at something that drums up a little less existential dread. Some newly translated facts about Mario Party 4. The info here comes from Nintendo Online magazine's December 2002 issue, which has an interview all about Mario Party 4. Joining this time is the director of every Mario Party game up to this point, Kenji Kikuchi, as well as minigame director Shuichiro Nishiya, minigame designer Daisuke Takeuchi, art design director Yukinori Goto, and project coordinators Hiroshi Sato and Miyuki Hirose. Right off the bat, Kikuchi brings up how he never intended for Mario Party to become a series. It seems there were tons of ideas the devs had left over from the first game, so they pushed to make a sequel. Now here we are, 25 years and 18 games later. Mario Party 4's biggest change to the series was the entire game would now be 3D, so no 2D game boards. Early Mario Party titles on N64 had flat 2D game boards, but the power of the GameCube meant they could do fully 3D boards, and this drove much of the devs' thinking during production. To emphasize this, they wanted to add one dynamic 3D element to each board, which led to the inclusion of the roller coaster in Toad's Midway Madness. Mario Party 4 also introduces a mechanic where players can change their character's size to either tiny or gigantic using mini or mega mushrooms. According to Daisuke Takeuchi, originally when characters ate mega mushrooms, they'd become so big that their models were completely enveloping the board spaces. And conversely, according to Yukinori Goto, he wanted to make the tiny characters so small that you couldn't even see the models on the board. But they realized that was a pretty bad idea, so they made the characters actually visible. The team's approach to mini-games was just as bold. They went and asked every single member of staff at the company, regardless of job title or rank, to come up with ideas for mini-games. Many submitted full explanations of how a mini-game should work, but others just sent in simple doodles or sometimes even just a one-line memo. And once all the ideas were collected, it fell to Takeuchi to decide which mini-games to make. Some games came with highly specific requests, like in the case of the swimming minigame Mario Medley, where staff asked him to use the same camera angles as Olympic swimming. So Takeuchi went out and rented a videotape of the Olympics and asked the devs working on it to recreate what they saw on the tape. At this point in the interview, the devs are asked about a fan-favorite minigame, Book Squirm, and how they came up with it. According to Kikuchi, he just wanted to try making it from a technical standpoint, saying it's the kind of game you just have to make and see how it feels to have the pages falling down on you before you know how it works. While all the devs are talking about minigames, Goto brings up a pretty big element of the game that got left on the cutting room floor. He said, "We added in a lot of small objects since the GameCube can display them well, and we wanted to make use of that ability. At the first stage of planning, we had an idea to make the whole board a giant dollhouse, and what's left of that idea became the present room. The present room's where players can look at what they've won in the game's story mode, and it's pretty easy to see how all these designs might have once been a part of a big dollhouse game board. And just as a quick aside here, the description of Daisy's side table in the present room tells players not to peek at her journal. But if you want to ignore that bit of advice, you'll see that her journal is actually a Japanese copy of Mario Party 2. Another unique room in Mario Party 4 is the Extra Room. Takeuchi says the Extra Room is where substandard minigames go, and it came about after the team made the Beach Volley Folly minigame. It was so fun and engrossing that the devs would end up completely forgetting the game even had a board, and the matches would go on for ages. This is what Takeuchi meant by substandard, because it didn't fit the requirements for a Mario Party minigame, which needed to be short and sweet. But they didn't want to just throw the game away, so they made the Extra Room for minigames that could go on for a while. Project coordinator Hiroshi Sato believes that before they added in the Extra Room, the game wasn't up to snuff. They already had the tiny, huge size-changing mechanic and a bunch of other unique features, but the Extra Room was the final touch that made the game worthy of the title Mario Party 4. Back in our new N64 Facts Discovered video, a lot of folks really loved the insight and work ethic of Shugo and Hiroyuki Takahashi and their work on the Mario sports games. So today we're delving into another interview with the duo, all about the development of Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. The interview's from Nintendo Magazine's September 2003 issue, and features the Takahashis alongside sound director Masaaki Uno, and game coordinators Toshiharu Izuno and Kenichi Nishida. The article opens up with Hiroyuki talking about how one of the reasons they wanted to make Toadstool Tour was that the GameCube basically didn't have any full-fledged sports titles at the time, but they also wanted to right some wrongs with Mario Golf on the N64. They were super confident in Mario Golf and thought families would enjoy playing it together, but that didn't quite work out. After Mario Golf came out on N64, Hiroyuki saw children playing it in the toy section of a department store, but to his dismay, the kids just couldn't figure out how to play it properly. This is why Toadstool Tour has the auto shots, where the player taps the A button to determine the power, then the computer handles the rest. In fact, all the shots in the game can be performed by just pressing combinations of A or B, simplifying even technical shots. Apparently, this system took about half a year to think up and refine through trial and error. The overall goal for Toadstool Tour was to make a golf game that captured the essence of Mario, encouraged families to play together, and was user-friendly for beginners. But they needed to provide enough depth for enthusiasts and avoid leaning too heavily into fantasy, fearing that might detract from the golfing experience. However, they also thought if they made everything realistic, it'd strip away the Mario essence, so a lot of consideration went into harmonizing these elements. At one point, Shugo tried pulling in assets from other Mario games to see how they'd look, and recalls thinking it'd be a good idea to use the water from Super Mario Sunshine, seeing as how it had great-looking water for the time. But when he put Sunshine's water into Toadstool Tour, it didn't fit at all, and he had to rethink his approach. Masaaki Uno talks about how the struggle to strike a balance between fantasy and reality seeped over into the game's audio too. If we used real sounds for when a ball falls onto the lawn, it would get dull. So we tried using bubble wrap, and with the sounds of water hazards, we filled a bucket with water and poured it into a glass ashtray in the conference room. Shugo and I spent a long time doing it all by hand, and they even show us a picture of the same ashtray in the interview. The developers also decided to include jeers so that if it wasn't your turn, you could at least impact someone else's. Another reason for letting folks boo their friends was that Hiroyuki didn't like the idea of just taking his turn then staring blankly as the ball flew. He wanted everyone around him to join in at every possible moment, even if that means being heckled by other players. He went on to say that when people think of golf games, they kind of have this static image in their mind of a course and someone just lining up and hitting a ball. But when you golf in real life, the environment is much more lively and dynamic. The team went to great lengths to make the experience authentic, so much that they even brought in a pro golfer to test the game. Just as well because some of the staff had never even played golf. Kenichi Nishida told NOM, "I've never played golf, but playing this made me think that golf is fun. I'd like to try it." Did you also know that Did You Know Gaming is making an actual game that tests your video game knowledge, and that you can pre-order it right now? For more on that, check out the video on screen. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Oh, Race Storm, so good. Vandal Hearts, there's so many good games for this thing. Mobile Light Force. Welcome to Classic Game Room for the review of a fighting game that I was really good at about 20 years ago, Tekken 2 for the original PlayStation. Tekken 2 released in 1996 for the Sony PlayStation. You know that scene from Shaun of the Dead when he's yelling at his friend about how they once stayed up all night drinking apple schnapps playing Tekken 2? I feel like that scene was written for me. Some games bring you back to a time in your life. Maybe it's a good time, maybe it's a bad time, but it's a time, a very specific, very memorable time. And for me, Tekken 2 is the second half of my senior year of college. When me and my friends sat around all day, pretty much done with school, drinking beer, getting fat while playing Tekken 2. It was amazing. I never want to do it again. But whenever I see this game, I just remember how much fun that was. How much good, irresponsible fun Tekken 2 delivered back in the day. I was really good at this game once. I've forgotten more about Tekken 2 than I'll ever learn again. And my friend Mike once took a television down to the beach at Senior Week. Mike, I know you're listening, so you probably remember this, where we hauled a case of Coors Light outside and sat around all day while other people were, having fun and socializing, and drank beer and played Tekken 2 in the sunshine. That's how to enjoy the great outdoors. It probably prevented us from getting in trouble, to be honest. Tekken 2 may have saved my life, or at least prevented a serious hangover. I mean, Coors Light wasn't going to do any damage at that point. After a week of drinking rum, Coors Light is like rehydration. I don't know how I made it out of the 90s. It's like Al Jorgensen said, if you remember the 90s, you weren't there. That's about right, except I do remember that Yoshimitsu was my guy. And I loved this game. The funny thing about Tekken 2 is that while it looks really dated today, it still plays extremely well. It's a sharp and responsive game. If you're buying a Tekken game for your PlayStation 1 these days, I'd actually direct you to Tekken 3. There's just more of it. It's a bigger game. But if for some reason you want to relive that night, where you stayed up all night drinking apple schnapps playing Tekken 2, this is the game to play. But I would pass on the apple schnapps. If you truly want to relive the 90s, go straight to Goldschlager. Ugh. What about Tekken 2 makes it so good? Well, my vision is clouded by nostalgia. I'll just admit that going into this. Basically, it's just a fun, playable game. At the height of the fighting game genre, Tekken came out and delivered a solid 3D fighting experience. It's hard to remember now. In fact, I don't think you could really even appreciate this unless you were there, but this was the transition period between the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo to the modern 3D-ish era of gaming.
Round one, fight!
And people would walk into our dorm room and see Tekken 2 and Final Fantasy VII, and their eyeballs would just pop out of their head, because there was really nothing else like it. And while a lot of games from that era may have seemed good at the time, they don't play well today, Tekken 2 still does. It still plays well. It even looks pretty good, despite the obvious old-school polygons. It's a solid fighting game. I'm a bit rusty. It took 20 minutes to beat the game on easy. With Yoshimitsu, my guy, I just don't remember all of his cheap moves. He was such a dirty player.
Final round. Fight!
As you can probably tell, it's a fast fighting game. The matches can end really quickly depending on how good your opponent is. If you know what you're doing, it only takes a couple moves. And while I haven't had this game for years, I'm sure I sold it a long time ago, this copy was sent to the show. I've got a huge Classic Game Room shout out and thank you going to David from Spring. Grab yourself a cold beverage, maybe a bag of popcorn, sit back on the couch and kick your feet up onto something or someone because we're about to have a good time. This is Best Sega Saturn Reviews by Classic Game Room, a fun-filled collection of some of my favorite Sega Saturn games and reviews that I've produced over the years, like Crusader, No Remorse, Guardian Force, Marvel, Superheroes, Myst, remember Myst? And let's start this with one of my favorite Sega Saturn games that you never hear about. It's the incredible Cyberbots. Enjoy. Banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where you know I love giant robots smashing each other and the Sega Saturn. This game combines the best of both worlds. It's Cyberbots Full Metal Madness on the Sega Saturn. Just look at this. It's incredible. Choose your fighter. Choose your giant robot. Destroy. It's just that simple. It's Cyberbots from Capcom, released in 1997 for your Sega Saturn. Why is this game not a household name? It's wonderful. Wonderful. When you have robots with flamethrowers, that goes beyond good, and even awesome. It goes straight to wonderful. How do you top wonderful? With the special edition package of Cyberbots. That's like Wonderful Plus, with a bit of the ultra extra wonderful. This is basically just a good straightforward fighting game from Capcom, like Street Fighter or the Marvel Superheroes fighting game or Darkstalkers. Except it has giant robots with flamethrowers. Did they make this for me? And if so, why did it take me this long to find it? It's a terrific, fun fighting game, but I can't believe it never received a Western release. This is a Japanese exclusive for the Sega Saturn. Now, fortunately, it's easy enough to play Japanese games on a Western Saturn with the Action Replay cart, and I think you need the extra RAM anyway, so I should just apologize in advance for spending your money, because if you like any of the other Capcom 2D fighting games and you think this looks cool, you must own Cyberbots. You can't put this game in your Saturn fast enough. So, what makes this game so good? Well, aside from the obvious giant robots destroying each other, there's a bunch of fighters, each with their own storyline, and a whole lot of robots to choose from. And that keeps the game fun and interesting also. Production values are very high, the music is great, and let's take a look at the special edition packaging, which is mind-blowing. This is just amazing. As if the game isn't good enough, you get a giant box with robots and things on fire. Lots of Japanese text that I can't read, and there's even more inside. Let's open this thing up and discover the beautiful hardcover book featuring robots, cartoons, music, models, everything imaginable to make this even more desirable. It's the Welcome to Best Sega Dreamcast Reviews by Classic Game Room, a collection of some of my favorite Dreamcast reviews from over the years for games like Air Force Delta, Millennium, Soldier Expendable, Sega Marine Fishing, and more. Let's kick this off with the mighty Shenmue. Who needs the U arcade when you've got the Intergalactic Space Arcade? Don't have Space Harrier though. Do have Arkanoid. It's a good game.
Banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything.
Oh ho! Buy your presents at Dobuita's Christmas sale.
Welcome to Classic Game Room. I'll just get this review started quickly because it's Shenmue on the Dreamcast. It's about time, right? The guy walks into U Arcade and says, "Hey, if you don't have Space Harrier, I'm leaving."
One game, 100 yen.
Thankfully they do.
Welcome to the fantasy. Get ready.
So stick around afterwards and play some Shenmue, which is like a giant expansion pack tacked on to Space Harrier for the Sega Dreamcast. Or is it the other way around?
Man, you're pretty good.
While you're there, you may as well enjoy the jukebox. How about some tunes from Outrun for the Shenmue ass-kicking montage?
You are the champion!
Yes, Shenmue is the champion. This is a very important game, released in 1999 for the Sega Dreamcast by acclaimed game designer Yu Suzuki. Shenmue was like the dawn of the modern era of open-world sandbox action-adventure RPG games. Everything from Grand Theft Auto to Fallout 3 and Watch Dogs and so many other games these days owe a debt of gratitude to Shenmue.
Yeah? Do you want something to drink?
No thanks. I'd better go. Go out of here and make a right. You'll find Asia Travel Company. But from what I've heard, it's not very good. Okay.
Right there.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
What is it?
At the time it was released, this was one of the most expensive, ambitious games in history, so you think they would have ponied up for some better voice actors, but to be honest, the bad acting just puts it over the top for me. I love bad acting.
Good morning, everyone!
It's like a serious, dramatic tale of revenge, but for some reason it's just amplified by the bad acting. I love it. Now, I never played this game when it was new. I remember hearing all about it, but didn't play it until 2014, about a decade and a half after its release.
How about a cola? Sure.
I think had I played it when it was new, my mind would have exploded. It spans 4 discs, or I guess technically 3 discs on the Sega Dreamcast. And it's not like a modern game where you can just skip to your next event or mission or whatever. In Shenmue, you have to wait until the next day, frequently, for something to happen.
You do have time to come in, right?
No, I'm in a hurry.
So the game gives you a lot of things to do. You can explore, you can talk to people, or you can play games within the game. Like, hang on, Space Harrier, Excite QTE 2, or Sega Dart 7, just to name a few. Forklift racing, street fighting, motorcycles, Shenmue's got them all.
Excuse me. Hey! Do any sailors ever come in here? Sometimes. But our jackets are too cool for that scum. I want guys like you to wear them.
Sadly, it was a commercial failure. Being a Dreamcast exclusive didn't help since the Dreamcast was a commercial failure. And when reviewing a big game like this, I'm usually cautious not to give away the ending, but don't worry, there really isn't one, because Sega never completed the Shenmue series. Even though the second one was on the Xbox as well as the Dreamcast, it never reached mainstream popularity, and then Grand Theft Auto 3 came out and, well, you know.
Damn it!
If only we knew someone who reads Chinese.
As good as Shenmue is, it lacks the immediate guilty pleasures of stealing cars and machine gunning bad guys. After his father is killed under mysterious circumstances at the beginning of the story, Ryu's quest for vengeance is a massive adventure, one that you have to get immersed in to fully appreciate.
Landy-sama, the Phoenix Mirror?
It starts out slowly as Ryu explores his house, then the surrounding streets, and eventually a larger part of the town. With restaurants that you can enter, people you can chat with, and, most importantly,
You need to go home now.
the U Arcade, my favorite feature in Shenmue. You'll learn to fight and can spend some free time training, which you'll want to do because the later battles in the game can be tough.
That's it. You're mine.
It's like the Sega fanboys version of Ocarina of Time. If you say anything bad about Shenmue, Sonic the Hedgehog will fall from the sky and personally slap you. It's a lengthy game. If you get stuck, you can rely on the fortune teller, your journal, or an internet walkthrough. Or just play Space Harrier the whole time. That's cool.
I see.
Even though the acting is pretty bad, the expressions on the characters are really good.
If you know what I mean.
One wonders if Sega will ever complete it, and if so, what will it look like? Will it be on the Saturn? I hope so.
Hey, not too bad.
My favorite music has got to be the in-games music, by the way. Excite QTE FTW.
Ah!
But I've got a huge classic game room Shenmue-sized thank you to send to Zach from Starkville, Mississippi. Thank you for sending Space Harrier and the other couple games that came with it, like Hang On and Shenmue. It's quite a game. I called Yu Suzuki late one night after a few drinks. I'm pretty sure it was him I was talking to, and he let me know what the real ending of Shenmue is. In the end, Ryu grows wings, flies into space, and turns into Zaxxon.
Yeah? Do you want something to eat?
No thanks. I'd better go.
Oh, that's a shame.
How'd they forget to put Zaxxon in this? Oh, the arcade's named after him. I get it now.
Game over already?
Banished from Earth Classic Game Room broadcasts from the Intergalactic Space Arcade on its never-ending mission to review everything. Welcome to Classic Game Room, where I'm reviewing an excellent game featuring airplanes on the Sega Dreamcast. The only problem with this is that none of them transform into robots with attitude problems. Seriously, what was Konami thinking? All these great airplanes, none of them transform. Released in 1999 for the Sega Dreamcast, if you enjoy arcade-style flight combat games, you're going to love Air Force Delta. The game feels like Konami's answer to Namco's Ace Combat series. They're very similar. And I think Tom Clancy's Hawks took the plot right out of this game, as you're a mercenary group fighting evil mercenaries.
Nintendo is a company that aims to, quote, put smiles on the faces of everyone we touch. And after billions of sales in the video game market, I think it's fair to say they've done that. This is a brand most often associated with fun, excitement, togetherness, nostalgia, and just the best of vibes. But also, racism, censorship, injuries to yourself and your television, and worst of all, because it doesn't matter what kind of company you are, you don't make it this far without suffering your fair share of public ordeals. This has always been fascinating to me, how a company with such wholesome intentions can really cause a stir. So today, let's review the biggest controversies from every Nintendo franchise ever. And by every, I mean mostly the modern ones. Basically everything covered in Smash and a bit more. I would love to talk about the little guys, but sorry you Golden Sun stans, Isaac isn't as problematic as you'd like him to be. And as far as where we start with this one, yeah, that's what I was gonna do anyway. I don't think it's a far reach to say that Mario is the face of Nintendo. The two go hand in hand. He's the iconic mascot from Italy who's a plumber. He plums. And he runs and he jumps and he falls and says... Unless we're talking about the new voice of Mario where he says... Mario's been in a lot of public spats, but a big one from pretty recent memory was the Mario Odyssey box art. Anything look strange about this to you? Well, that's because it's not the real box art. This is. And as you'll see, the only thing changed was this image in the corner. Yeah, the first version was revealed in June of 2017, but the theory goes that Nintendo ended up switching to the second version in August after being called out for racism and cultural appropriation by Twitter users, but mostly at the center, a specific Ubisoft developer. This phenomenon came to be known as Mexican Mario, and ironically enough, it seemed the Hispanic community was a majority supportive and thrilled about the representation. I mean, let's not forget that when it comes to, quote, stereotypes, Mario himself is basically just that for Italy, but others think that Nintendo changed the box art for aesthetic or marketing reasons as nothing was done about the actual stuff in the game. And by the time it came out, most people had forgotten about this in the wake of one of Mario's best titles. If you ask me, oh, hold on. All rise. Judge Voyen presiding on the right side of history. Nintendo never did anything wrong here. They didn't need to change the cover, and even though doing so wouldn't cost them anything, it's funny that such a small crowd of disgruntled Twitter users could allegedly force Nintendo's hand. Because such was not the case 3 years later with Mario 3D All-Stars. This game suffered multiple layers of criticism, whether it was the price, the effort, the games people felt were left out, the removal of long traditional customs. And on top of all that, epic pro-consumer Nintendo made it only available for 6 months as a limited time special for Mario's 35th anniversary. This didn't sit well with people, and there was so much back and forth about it, like for months, with way more outcry than Mario Odyssey box art, but Nintendo stood their ground, using Doug Bowser as a shield, and the game vanished from the eShop on March 31st, 2021, and like a year later from shelves in store. How about the time Nintendo accidentally tweeted out Wigger Wednesday? How about the time they bought the adult film parody, Super Hornio Brothers? You know, starring King Pooper, Luigi, Bob, and Spider-Woman? Or when PETA released the Mario Kills Tanuki Flash game to siphon attention from Mario 3D Land. Yeah, PETA does this often and we'll probably discuss them again later, but to commemorate the launch of Mario 3D Land featuring the return of the Tanuki suit, PETA launched a same-day campaign including a flash game and video about why Mario wearing a Tanuki suit is pro-fur, and the goal was to draw attention to the abuse of the raccoon dog, which in their defense is an awful situation. Anyway, Nintendo responded, PETA said it was a joke, and the flash game can still be played today, but I ain't showing it. These are just a few of my favorites because really the Mario controversy umbrella is so big that we could never cover all of them. Not in a single Mario category anyway. That's why I made like 8 subs, so let's move on to the next one because it's affected me personally. How many of you have played the original Mario Party, and how long did it take you to figure out that it was not a party at all, but instead a ruthless bloodbath against your friends? Well, with a few specific minigames, It was quite literally that. The one most often remembered is Tug of War, where the goal is to win a tug of war match by rotating the controller's joystick faster than the other team or player, because this is a 1 versus 3 minigame. And kids quickly figured out the easiest way to do this was not to use your thumb as intended, but the palm of your hand. This allows for a more swift and precise rotation. The problem here is that with the rigid, sensitive surface of the analog stick, you've practically created a drill, and yeah, you see the issue.
Even with the glove, it hurts. This doesn't feel good at all. This glove is bad for my hand. This is not okay. Get poked, son. This really does hurt. I could like start a fire. I think it's hot. I think my hand is hot. Yeah. It's dark and hell is hot. I think it hurts more as an adult. Now.
Call it a blister. For me, it was a straight up hole. But so many kids injured themselves by doing this that it led to an expensive lawsuit and Nintendo giving out these gloves they wanted kids to wear when playing Mario Party. Growing up with this game, I honestly don't know a single person who we played with who didn't try this at least once. It was like a badge of honor. Get the huge gash and then immediately break out ice water to put their entire hand into, and that's just how we learned back in my day, kids. And also, I ended up beating the other 3 people, so you know what? It was totally worth it. You'd think after such intense legal action, Nintendo would want to stay away from this minigame, but they later ended up bringing it back. Twice. First to the 3DS, which, okay, fine, I don't think the circle pad is capable of causing injury. But again on the Switch, where they included a disclaimer in Mario Party Superstars. Bold risk. At the same time, like, how could you not? It's such an important cultural piece of Mario Party history. Unlike free updates. Yeah, let's get this out of the way super quick. Since the Switch, really since the 3DS, almost every Mario sports game has suffered a drastic drop in quality, mostly due to free updates enabling unfinished launches. Everyone is always whining about it, me included. We've got like 4 videos talking about it on the channel, and I intend to stay toxic about this until we get a good one. So, long story short, pray for Mario Baseball and play Mario Golf World Tour. Mario Kart has strangely lived most of its life outside any sort of public meltdown, which is pretty cool and just a big display of how beloved all these games are. I mean, sure, people can be a little divided on some of them, but like, is there a bad Mario Kart? No, because they're all good quality titles. They're all... yeah, I guess you're right. Unsurprisingly, bringing your series to a mobile platform exposed some greedy underdealings, because Mario Kart Tour is no stranger to the very cheered on and Nobel Peace Prize winning feature that is loot boxes, where by spending in-game currency, you can receive special items from the Spotlight Pipe, and you can also pay us real money too. Yeah, this one spells itself out. Nintendo got sued in 2023 for promoting gambling to children, and dude, I don't even know how they got this far. Countries in Europe outlawed loot boxes literally years before this game even came out. How can anyone not have guessed this is how things were gonna go? Nintendo must have, because they got rid of the feature last year and replaced it with a shop. I don't know, dude. This is just Nintendo's Battlefront 2. And also, while we're here, Universal put a size limit on their Mario Kart ride, and people were justifiably upset. Okay. I think the Mario Kart lawsuit has solid grounds to stand on, but when it comes to the Paper Mario lawsuit, things get a little bit more bizarre. In 2008, Morgan Creek Productions attempted to sue Nintendo for using the song You're So Cool, He's So Cool, in a 1000-Year Door commercial. They claimed that Nintendo had used the music without permission, but after only 6 days, the suit was suddenly dropped. When questioned about why they abandoned it, the productions company had nothing to say. Nintendo, on the other hand, simply said that their advertisers Leo Burnett provided the company with a license they did in fact have to play the song. Basically, the company jumped the gun on legal action without really doing their research first, and lost money and dignity in the process.
Embarrassing!
So, from here I want to move to 2 Mario sub-series that are actually pretty clean. The first is Wario and WarioWare. Funny enough, the games featuring a money-grubbing, self-centered anti-hero haven't really been super involved in anything. There was one small controversy about misheard lyrics with Ashley's theme on WarioWare Touched. It ended up all being bogus and in my opinion isn't worth the legitimization that is talking about it at length in a YouTube video. Then Yoshi. Yoshi also hasn't really ever been problematic. There was one instance where a Flash game made by the EPA used Yoshi's Island DS music without asking and it went unnoticed for years, which is kind of funny since this is government sponsored. Nintendo called them out on it in 2019, they removed it and all is well. Beyond that, Yoshi is pretty much clean, although I hear he's a bit of a tax evader. However, in the Mario crew, there is one member that is responsible for one of Nintendo's biggest legal battles. I'm talking about a conflict so threatening it could have destroyed the company. And that member is... Oh my god, this company made a monkey that causes havoc from the top of a big structure? And then this company also made a monkey that causes havoc from the top of a big structure while kidnapping a girl? Those plagiarist scum. In the early 80s, Universal Studios, who owned the rights to King Kong, attempted to sue Nintendo over similarities with their Donkey Kong. This was well before the days of Nintendo being big money. Universal was an established corporate giant, and Nintendo was a baby on the shores of Washington. Meaning it wasn't just a terribly one-sided matchup, losing this lawsuit could have easily toppled Nintendo. But because Nintendo's legal team was able to find an earlier claim of Universal's that King Kong was public domain, they therefore asserted that Universal never had any rights to King Kong themselves, aka because we saved that legal jargon for Ace Attorney. Universal was being hypocritical with the King Kong name, using it to benefit themselves and put down others. Nintendo countersued for damages, won, defeated some appeals, and went on to make Donkey Kong his own great character, as he always had been. And years later, the two eventually made up in time for movie distribution and a theme park and doing whatever else billion-dollar companies do after school. This is one of my favorites because Judge Voyen, Part 2. Nowadays, it's kinda wild to look back on this story where Nintendo was defending themselves as the little guy, because almost every move they make today seems like some big company bullshit. And as we finally close out this Mario category, I want to remind you that there's a lot of non-series specific Nintendo controversies that just go to show you how alienated they are from this identity. In the 80s, they were fighting for their life. Nowadays, they are fighting everyone like we are trying to take their life. No, Nintendo. I just want to listen to the Heart Gold OST on YouTube, jeez. Speaking of Pokemon, we should probably talk about the batshit insane reception of Scarlet and Violet, where everyone was quick to discover loads of bugs and... No, wait a minute, I've got the wrong game. What was the one that came out before it? It was like, Oh, okay, hold on, here we go. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl skipping out on platinum content and resorting to chibi models was the worst way to remake. No, it's not that. It's, right, okay. Sword and Shield graphics served as proof to many fans that Game Freak was behind. Fuck, no, it was the one before that. Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu pandered too much to the beat of Pokemon
barely
Go.
changed
Sun and
things
Moon
like
abandoned
Jody
Jody
plays
Wild
Battle.
It really shouldn't be shocking that the most controversial games in a series produce the most, controversy. And with Fire Emblem, Fates was definitely going to suffer that fate. I'm logging off. After Awakening brought the series into a resurgence, there was a lot of hype going into the next entry. But Fire Emblem Fates took a fusion approach of being Pokemon in Shin Megami Tensei, where it had several versions and they were based on a choice made early in the game. You could join the birth family, the foster family, or deny both, and each of these would lead to a different $40 MSRP 3DS game. That in itself was already causing issues, especially after Nintendo decided to make a 3-in-1 version of the game as a limited edition for $80. But then, just a couple weeks before the game was out, came reports of localization. This was the removal of certain aspects of the game deemed to cause confusion or offense in the West, and it was this. Oh no, the war game won't let me pet my wife. Damn. People acted at the time like this was gonna kill Fire Emblem Fates. No, bitch. Fire Emblem Fates was gonna kill Fire Emblem Fates. Simultaneously, I do legitimately understand why this can be so frustrating for the overseas market. Fire Emblem Fates completely rewrites some characters, removes supports, removes skins, or rather, covers them up. Oh yeah, obligatory mention of the Tharja curtain. Can't do controversies without putting a little curtain over it for the Americans, right? But call it what you want, censorship, localization, bimboification. It can suck when the game is modified like this, especially considering Nintendo did it as recently as this year with Fire Emblem Engage. But 3 months before Fire Emblem Fates was suffering regional changes, it was Xenoblade, was Xenoblade Chronicles X. This game was covered in controversy for a while as well. Fans were upset about the faces, the music, the data packs, and Nintendo altered it quite a bit for its Western release, changing a few things, but it was the removal of the boob slider that really did it. And also, have you ever said the word boob slider out loud? That's fun as hell. Anyway, from here we could talk about Nintendo X-Pad Allison Wrap and how the boob slider controversy grew into a far bigger one. But this is the Xenoblade topic, and we instead should focus on how the complaints of no boob slider may have led to a 180 reversal in the series' next biggest controversy, which was
The name's Dahlia. Allow me to make your life as enchanting as possible. We'll be great together, I do declare.
So, this Southern Ice Rabbit Woman sword here is one of the possible blades you can get in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and back around launch, an image of Dahlia blew Twitter up, sparking the unending debate of where people land on Xenoblade 2's character designs and sexual content in general. I mean, I certainly see where people are coming from. She looks okay, just her face, but then the more you scroll down, it's just like, there's since been reports about the image being glitched, mainly just her back. I don't know if this is real. I don't know if anything is real anymore. But I do know that if you simply look through some of the blade designs in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, there was always gonna be at least one. I say this as someone who loves the game. And can we talk about the time Nintendo tried to sell the Xenoblade 3 Special Edition exclusively on there? No, let's move on. Pikmin. This is actually a pretty clean series. The most in ARMS fans got was back during the Wii U drought when Nintendo came out of nowhere and was like, yeah, Pikmin 4 is basically finished. And then fast forward 8 years into a it's not a lie if it's eventually the truth narrative. Pikmin 4 is such a good game, it shut everybody right up because damn could you see how they spent that time to make the best possible game. Kirby is also a relatively clean set of games, true to his wholesome, adorable image. If we wanted to grasp at straws, I could talk about the machine gun scene in the anime that 4Kids cut out from the American broadcast, which is funny because Nintendo of America worked for years to make the Kirby box art and commercials more aggressive, and a scene of Kirby firing an automatic would have been icing on the cake. But no, 4Kids does this all the time, and also I'm trying to keep to content based in video games with this list. The Wii series. Now this is a fun one. A tale as old as time itself about Wii owners being way too excited to try out their new console and ignoring the very first sentence that the game presents you with.
Other hand?
I paid £105 for it last week, so if I'm up to 32 quid, is it?
But after the funny YouTube videos of people destroying their own property, first lawsuits, second, Nintendo overemphasizing the strap in every future release, and third, designing the bowling ball controls in Switch Sports to have you hold on to the Joy-Con when releasing the ball, thus to avoid controller flight as much as possible. And speaking of Switch Sports, which isn't in the Wii series, but in the Nintendo Sports series, fuck that game. This is another controversy I'm part of, and that many of you know me for, criticizing the dumb avatars, the free updates, the online model. The game could have been legendary, it's obviously famous for the wrong reasons, but I have to set that aside for now because there's another game in the Wii series that took some shots, and it's Wii Fit? Wait a minute, Script, are you sure it's not the god-awful Wii Music, or the terrible attempt at Wii Sports HD? How could the title that started the trend of fitness gaming cause any backlash whatsoever? Oh, so you mean it's fitness in general. So it turns out they called a 10-year-old girl obese. Wii Fit, the original body shamer. Kids these days have Instagram and TikTok to make them feel bad about how they look. They'll never know what it was like to drop $90 on some cutting-edge Nintendo technology to tell them they're out of shape. Especially when, if they really wanted to get all buff and such, all they had to do was wait a year so they could buy. For how iconic Punch-Out is, It sure is not doing anything. The last game came out almost 15 years ago, and the series has had basically nothing but smash and re-releases since then, which sucks because the Wii entry is a great game that you can play with motion controls and get extremely sore doing. The Switch would be perfect, if not for a sequel, just a port. But why hasn't Nintendo done that? No, go ahead and guess, because when I tell you it's racism, oh my god, Voyan, what? Let me introduce you to some of the opponents in Punch-Out! This is Glass Joe, the first character you fight. He's very small compared to everyone else and goes down rather easy, not before saying... Soda Popinski from Russia, who constantly drinks... Von Kaiser, who's the strict military dude in suspenders from Germany, Bear Hugger, who resembles a lumberjack and drinks maple syrup from Canada, Super Macho Man, the very tan, self-obsessed boxer from Hollywood, and Donkey Kong. So yeah, the game plays on stereotypes which range from solidly existing in the Wii version to pretty much straight racism the further you go back. It's something people are, obviously, generally aware of, and I believe if given the shine of today, the controversy would be much deeper. We open the video with a story about Mario getting called out for cultural appropriation. I don't even want to think about how people would react to this, and neither does Nintendo, which is probably why the series is on hiatus. But honestly, if you can look past it all, you have a great game that is just as challenging as it is funny, because Punch-Out has the best character ever, Doc Lewis.
Duck this one!
Moving into our next giant series with The Legend of Zelda, 20 games across 37 years, there is so much going on, so let's get the big boys right out of the way. Number 1, the Skyward Sword demo from E3 2010 that was a disaster.
Okay, so here, I have to cut vertically.
Number 2, Ocarina of Time's Islamic references in the OG version of the game. Number 3, weapon durability. Number 4, female Link. Number 5, the Zelda cycle. Alright, let's leave it at that, because now I want to go to my favorite place on the internet, the official Zelda bitch thread. From 2001, this is a time capsule of the general internet reaction to The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker shortly after its beta footage was released. Most people know this story by now, but after 2 great N64 games and a demo showing what a GameCube Zelda could look like, we were shown what the GameCube Zelda would look like, and people found this new art style revolting. I remember my eldest brother specifically slamming this new entry, which shocked me as a kid because he was the one who introduced us to Zelda, and as you can see in the thread, he was not alone. I think I'm gonna cry. Yeah, Nintendo, good to see you making more mature games now. Stylish? Link looks like a 2-year-old freak. This sucks. That is a disgrace to the Zelda franchise. I don't know if I'm a Nintendo fan anymore. All my hopes were on a mature Zelda that would surpass every game and kill any Xbox shit and P2 titles. But after seeing that Zelda video, I punched my monitor and said, "Why, Nintendo? Why? I'm deeply reconsidering my purchase of the Cube now, considering another bumble of a move on Nintendo's part. Final Fantasy X is looking better each day, oh my god." The Wind Waker backlash was so huge, it would influence Zelda for the next 4 years and basically become the reason for Twilight Princess. And if you think the arguments died once the game came out, I mean, yeah, they kinda did. It might look kiddie, but only one Zelda game lets you stab Ganondorf in the head. Wait, hold on. I built my channel on Animal Crossing. Can't we do this in like a more ceremonial way? All right, baby, Voyan is back, ready to talk about Animal Crossing controversy. I already basically did it in this video from like a year ago, and every other time I bring up New Horizons. But today I have come with a story about a person who did the unthinkable. A player of Animal Crossing who crossed the Animal Crossing, and that person is the President of the United States? Funny thing about lockdown and living out your entire life through Animal Crossing, there's no advertisements. And back in 2020, companies began to notice this, so they quickly put homies on contract to interact and market within the game to therefore advertise. The list is pretty fat. H&M, IKEA, Hellmann's, Chuck E. Cheese, Gucci, the Detroit Lions. One of the more famous ones was KFC, who created an entire island with a dream address, and it looked okay. But 2020 was also the year of a presidential election, so it wasn't just advertising, it was campaigning. And Joe Biden wasn't gonna be caught dead, not having an island for all the bronies? Just a few weeks before election day, the team behind Biden revealed his very own island, which also looks, I mean, it's very serviceable. I personally believe I could have done a better job, so maybe hire me next time, Mr. Biden. But there will not be a next time because someone wasn't impressed. Nintendo. Releasing a statement a month later saying, please refrain from bringing politics into the game or as a marketing platform that directs people to activities or campaigns outside the game. As we all knew, it was Jover. Despite this, his island still stands, a symbol of defiance against the 1984 practicing Nintendo. Maybe he can fight for reform against the Star Tree ban. This is another one we talked about recently too with the Federation Force video and basically all of Nintendo's actions from 2013 through 2016. The tone-deaf announcement after Other M, overly defensive interviews, removing the fan-made Metroid 2 remake, leading to boycotts, sales disasters, and the most disliked video at the time, which I won't bring all that up again, go watch that video if you're curious. But it was a rough few years for Metroid fans, like it was rough last year for Advance Wars fans, aka me, who had to suffer a year-long delay of the remake due to similarities with real-world events. Yeah, basically a staple of the franchise. F-Zero, I mean, to have video game controversy, you first need video games, and F-Zero has been on administrative leave for like 2 decades. That's probably how it gets to its biggest scandals, fans just wanting an answer. They will literally do anything for an answer. But no, this series is also a majority clean. Ugh, give me something good. Give me something like... oh, hell yeah. Bayonetta gets in about as much trouble as you would expect for a series about half-naked women using guns to fight demons, but not because of any of that stuff. That's actually why people love the series. They love its over-the-top stylish, adrenaline-triggering, promiscuous nature. So it should come as no surprise why everyone was confused when Bayonetta 2 was announced to be Nintendo exclusive. And of all the times to be exclusive, to the upcoming and ill-fated Wii U. Back in 2012, Sega decided they were no longer interested in funding Bayonetta 2, but Nintendo, looking to win back over their hardcore audience with their new console, was. So they teamed up with Platinum, making the game an exclusive for the Wii U, and the internet came with weapons. Specifically against themselves, the big meme being that Bayonetta fans were threatening to SD over the port. It released in 2014 and everyone was fine, although they never stopped asking. I gotta say that as a Wii U owner at the time, this is like the best fucking memory I have of that console. Bayonetta 2 was the only time we got something everyone else wanted, and for the rest of the Wii U lifespan, it would be the other way around. So while it sucks that the sequel couldn't go multi-plat like the original did, I ate up every second of this. In the case of Bayonetta 3, not so much. Fast forward 10 years after the Bayonetta 2 debacle to just a couple of weeks before its sequel is out. And of all the people a problem could arise with, it is not the fans, it is not the publishing company, nor the developers, but instead, Bayonetta's voice actress, Helena Taylor, who took to Twitter to announce that she would not be returning to the series after Platinum offered her a trivial $4,000 US to reprise her role. Everyone was pissed. Fuck Platinum Games, fuck Bayonetta 3, fuck Hideki Kamiya, who shut down his Twitter account and all of this. And it was all so believable, a big company treating their talent like they're worth way less. But then, after several sources close to Platinum started arguments against Helena's story, it slightly changed, which is always a great sign. She admitted she was first offered 10 grand, and after rejecting that, 15 grand, but she denied it because she thought she was owed more for a $450 million franchise. What? Anyway, after that, equation, Platinum still wanted her to have a presence in the game and offered her the $4,000 for a cameo. She did not take it. She instead went and lied on the internet that the execs offered her dirt and called for a boycott of Bayonetta 3, ironically destroying her career in the process and inadvertently creating so much buzz for the game she wanted to abolish. At the same time as the ongoing actor strike, I don't really want to say the company was in the right and that this was basically all Helena's fault. But yeah, this was pretty much entirely her fault. Platinum did nothing wrong. In fact, Hideki Kamiya offering her more money and then a simple cameo is actually a very nice gesture. And for Helena to not only lie about this situation, but not apologize and then also call for a boycott, I can't see how she doesn't deserve her fall.
I feel like a fucking celebrity in this town.
So going into this, I was like, what? What did they do? Nintendogs is a wholesome game. It cannot sin. It cannot upset. Like, dude, even PETA likes it. How did Nintendogs cause any sort of drama? The answer is some bullshit. In 2010, a 9-year-old girl named Megan was playing Nintendogs at a friend's house when she was attacked by their bull mastiff. Megan was dragged off the couch where the dog began biting her face, eventually tearing off her lip. Why? Well, her grandmother told outlets that the dog heard barking from the DS game and that triggered him. She said, "I think this game should carry some kind of warning. People should be told not to play it when there are dogs in the room. I blame the dog for what happened to Megan. If they hadn't been playing it, I don't think the dog would have gone for her." No, Grandma, you've got it all wrong. It's the electricity's fault. If it hadn't charged the DS, she wouldn't have played it and the dog wouldn't have attacked. Meanwhile, the dog's actual owner gave the extended statement to the police of, Megan may have kicked the dog. Who knows what made the dog attack, but you know what? It's probably like 99% Nintendo's fault. Just saying, Nintendo, you really need to bump the rating up to AO next time. And on the topic of games that can do no wrong, Tomodachi Life doesn't allow same-sex relationships. In the Japanese version, players could exploit a glitch to marry the same sexes, but that glitch was patched when it came time for the Western release. And honestly, while that was kinda shitty given that it was a decade ago and originally Japanese, I don't think it would have been as big of a deal. But then after fan backlash, Nintendo opened their mouth as to why they were gonna be homophobic. Quote, Nintendo never intended to make any form of social commentary with the launch of Tomodachi Life. We hope that all of our fans will see that Tomodachi Life was intended to be a whimsical and quirky game, and that we were absolutely not trying to provide social commentary. This led to a far more heated backlash, to which they released a second statement, plenty more apologetic, and vowed that Tomodachi Life would have more inclusive options in the next game, and I don't even need to write the joke on that one. But at least they affirmed that in the future they would not dismiss the LGBTQ, and I suppose that's still a victory in and of itself. Splatoon? Oh geez, I'm not even gonna act like I know anything about Splatoon. Hold on one sec.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, do you know anything about Splatoon controversy?
Well, Voyan, there was that one time when Splatoon created a controversy from another Nintendo controversy, which is what we call in the industry a controversagami. Back during the dark COVID era, you couldn't really hold in-person Super Smash Bros. Melee tournaments. Since the official version of Melee is only on the GameCube, gamers came together and decided to use the online software Slippy and do the tournaments online. And as always, Nintendo did what Nintendo does and said, nah, you're not gonna do that. Fans trended the hashtag #FreeMelee in order to spread awareness, and Splatoon found itself in the crossfire. During the Splatoon 2 North American Open, 30% of the top teams competing had names referencing Smash Melee. And you probably know what happened here. Nintendo said, nah, and canceled the live stream of the event's finals. In light of the cancellation, players then threw their own tournament and had one of the largest prize pools in Western Splatoon history, and record-breaking viewer counts in support of the tournament. All in all, power to the gamers, bad Nintendo, and back to you, Voyan.
What? Something about free Melee? Wow, what a shocker. The game about fighting has caused some fighting. Get it? Because you can't even call it a fighting game with... Oh man, I love this fan base. Yeah, the free Melee stuff was pretty big, mostly because how much Nintendo loves to act like the competitive Melee scene isn't real until the minute emulation is discussed. But honestly, we've had Nintendo as the antagonist for quite a bit now. I'm ready for a shakeup. Let's go back to the time when it was the fans who wronged Nintendo. Being that each new game is always filled with new characters, stages, and other stuff, everyone is always anxious to know what's going to be included, resulting in the leak culture that plagues Nintendo. It can be completely fake, and almost always is. Or you might get something like Ultimate's Grinch leaks or Melee's Sonic Rumor that are much more convincing. Or it can be totally real. Like in the case of the 2014 ESRB leak alongside Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. The wait and lead up to Smash 4 was a huge deal, 6 long years. And to make it all but a month beforehand when these images and videos were uploaded by an alleged ESRB employee, that was both really hype, but also fucking sucked. Speculation was non-existent, it looked far too real, only made worse when Nintendo started, surprise, taking the videos down. With it all but confirmed, those small fleeting seconds of hype were quickly replaced by anger. Anger about the leaks, anger about the characters revealed in the leaks. No ice climbers, but dark pit, what the fuck? It spread like wildfire on social media, and you couldn't escape it even if you were trying to. I'm pretty sure this is the reason Nintendo wanted to reveal all the characters of Ultimate before it released, so no one could take that from them again. And that's also the reason they fired and prosecuted the dude who did it. So, yeah, Smash players, known for not showering, dramatic rage quitting, and apparently infringement, as well as trying to get some cupcakes? Dude, what the fuck? Star Fox is a series, no joke, where all but like 2 games in the whole thing have caused receptive controversy. Most of the time it's just debating if the game is good or not, so I don't really count it. But there was that time when Star Fox 2 came out in 2017 and IGN reviewed it like it was made in 2017. That was kind of funny. Then Kid Icarus, pretty much clean, although there is one interesting debate that's continued for over a decade now. I think most people would say that Uprising is the series' magnum opus, and I agree. It is in fact a certified banger, with horrendous controls. This was the uniform complaint after the game launch, that the controls either felt too slippery, too hand-crampy, too busy, but others have asserted that there's nothing wrong with them, including creator Masahiro Sakurai. It's been a tiny argument within the fanbase for years. I'm in the camp of it's really weird for like the first couple hours, then you get used to it, and most of the complaints could be fixed with a Circle Pad Pro, but a Circle Pad Pro could not fix your brain, and neither would Brain Age. Look at the front cover of this game. Train your brain in minutes a day.
So that was a fucking lie.
Neuroscientists have actually performed studies, and they have found that the game might not actually be as cognitively beneficial as it advertises. That's what I've been telling you people. Play Professor Layton. You think flash focus improves your eyes? You think my stop smoking uh-oh. Well guys, I wanted to save the best for last. The Mother series, while meant to be a silly, lighthearted set of JRPGs playing off genre tropes, is also very contentious. Risky pop culture references, horrible marketing, and development frustration, but the biggest controversy comes in the form of why won't Nintendo give us the best goddamn game of all time? Listen, we have done some terrible things here in the West, but anything to deserve withholding the divine work that is Mother 3? No. There's so much speculation on why, but gamers have largely given up on when, which is what I'm gonna send you home with. A reminder that we shouldn't ask for the reasons Nintendo hasn't released the game, but just for a release date. And I think that's where we're gonna call it.
Considering its impact, it's hard to believe the last Shrek movie came out well over a decade ago. Somehow, this iconic saga of films has avoided becoming some estranged, faded memory of the 2000s and actually managed to stay culturally relevant years later. What kept it going? Was it the endless memes, the spin-offs? Was it Al Pacino's phone case at a dinner party?
It was a gift. It was a gift from my daughter.
Whatever the reason, it's clear that something about the franchise resonates with us on a deep cultural level. So much so that the Library of Congress actually inducted the first Shrek film into the National Film Registry, an honor reserved only for films that prove to have a, quote, historical, cultural, or aesthetic significance. And in a lot of ways, it was rightly earned. Shrek was a clever, satirical jab at the last 60 years of fairy tale style animation, with a general appeal that managed to charm audiences young and old. That's what ultimately made the movie an instant classic, and unarguably a smash hit. Little did we know that DreamWorks would leverage this position with one of the most obnoxiously aggressive marketing campaigns of the last 50 years. For over a decade, DreamWorks would put Shrek on almost every product imaginable, and one way or another, we eventually all bought in. By Shrek 3, it was practically a part of everyday life. One day we all just rubbed our eyes and realized we were bathing with Shrek shampoo and eating green ketchup, and it wasn't even our fault. As part of their marketing efforts, DreamWorks had made it their sole initiative to have a tie-in product with almost every major brand on the planet. It was virtually unavoidable, and depending on where you were in the world, those product tie-ins could get very, very weird. So today, we're taking a break from the deep dives to look at some of the weirdest Shrek-themed products that DreamWorks ever licensed. Some good, some bad, and some deadly for some reason. And unsurprisingly, many of those products were snacks, primarily targeted towards children. In a lot of ways, the 2000s kind of felt like an Area 51-style testing grounds for children's food products. You had a lot of shameless use of artificial coloring, 14-syllable ingredients, dunkables, dippables, whatever this is, and a whole lot of other offenses. And it's not to say that these foods aren't still prevalent today, but we're talking about a time when a much larger portion of parents were less concerned with nutrition and more concerned with getting kids to just shut up and eat. And this kind of ignorance gave companies a lot more room for experimentation. Now, when it came to Shrek-themed food products, that was no exception. Somebody once told me the word. In 2000, Heinz took a look at a chart and realized that roughly half of ketchup consumers were children. And since it takes a grown-up to realize that ketchup is a C-tier sauce at best, they inevitably tried to find more ways to appeal to kids. In their efforts, Heinz pushed their R&D department to the forefront of ketchup technology, re-engineering their formula to produce an artificially colored ketchup in a myriad of different colors. And it just so happened that a year later, the first Shrek movie came out. So, Heinz performed the intellectual equivalent of banging two rocks together and marketed their green ketchup as Shrek Ketchup. Shrek-up. And for those of us old enough to remember, Heinz colored ketchup was a total hit, making quite a respectable 6-year run from 2000 to 2006. Unfortunately, toward the end of the product's life cycle, parents were starting to get a little suspicious about the product's ingredients. And rightfully so. Turns out Heinz had chemically re-engineered their ketchup to the point where they legally could not call the product tomato ketchup. Maybe in hindsight, releasing mystery color wasn't such a good idea. Apparently TV dinners aren't so depressing when you're a kid, which is probably why kid cuisine was so popular. Just by looking at the boxes, kid cuisine appears to hold the record for having the highest amount of unidentifiable substances in its frozen meals, which is a record no food product should ever have. And apparently, the Shrek-themed dinners were no exception. Originally advertised for Shrek 2, these meals included Shrek-shaped nuggets, Shrek-shaped mac and cheese, and the ever-infamous swamp pudding, which advertised the ability to turn your tongue green. This marketing gimmick would go on to be mimicked by countless other products throughout the decade, and in my opinion, really exhausted itself by the time we got to Shrek Cheetos. Later on in 2010, Kid Cuisine would bring back the tie-in to promote Shrek Forever After, this time with a contest. That's right, if you were one of the lucky few to pull the coveted green tray from specially marked packages, you were granted the chance to win a trip to Universal Studios to meet Shrek, who, at least for a time, was still kind of a work in progress. So what's Kid Cuisine up to today? Any new products? Exciting new partnerships? Nope. From one look at their website, it barely looks like their menu's changed. In fact, the company's never even made an effort to branch out with their meal items or provide healthier alternatives. But can we really expect much from a company that once advertised color-changing dessert as an attractive selling point? I don't think so. For the entirety of the decade, Shrek's main marketing ploy was green-colored everything. Green ketchup, green tongues, green popcorn, green cream. It had kind of gotten out of hand. But when it came to this marketing tactic, no other product curdles the tongue more than Nesquik's limited edition swamp-flavored syrup. And no, that's not a joke. This Spanish label directly translates to swamp flavor, but apparently the actual taste was more akin to sour apple. From what I can tell, this product was widely sold throughout South America and Europe, but all I could really find were Eastern European commercials from 2004. So if you've ever wanted to hear a Hungarian voice actor literally moaning for swamp milk, well, look no further. As much as I want to hate this product, I very well may be in the minority, as it appears as though a petition has been created to actually bring this stuff back. Oh, and they're like super close to reaching their goal, so if any of you want to be the change you wish to see in the world, I've gone ahead and linked the petition down below. That's it. Shrek Twinkies, or Shrinkies, were a Hostess tie-in product that was released exclusively for Shrek 2 and Shrek Forever After, boasting the same great Twinkie taste but with a Shrek-colored cream filling. This is just another product in a long line of Shrek-themed foods that oddly appears to contain some sort of preserved Shrek essence, and it is a trend I am all too glad has come and gone. And it seems I'm not alone in thinking this. In a presentation to the United States Senate, Senator Tom Harkin of Iowa also voices his distaste for Shrek Twinkies in what may be one of the funniest 2 minutes in American politics.
Many, as I said, advertisements for junk food snacks use characters popular with children. Here's Shrek advertising Twinkies. I kind of like Shrek. And now using Shrek to poison our kids. Twinkies. Green Twinkies with a green filling in them. Nutritional value, 0. Shrek now becomes a bad guy. Kids see Shrek and they like Shrek. They saw the movie. Shrek has a powerful appeal to kids' minds. I kind of like Shrek.
In order to promote Shrek 4 in 2010, McDonald's would offer Shrek-themed drinking glasses for $2 a piece alongside any order. The glasses featured all the characters we knew and loved. One for Donkey, Fiona, Shrek, and Puss in Boots. And strangely enough, this glass, yes, this specific glass, ended up costing McDonald's millions. Turns out, some of the designs on the glasses contained high traces of cadmium, a chemical that, in high enough concentration, is basically poison. And thanks to an overly informative article covering the controversy, I now know way too much about cadmium. Essentially, this chemical is commonly used as a pigment for coloring glassware, and is pivotal in producing the colors orange and yellow. This is where Puss in Boots comes in. Since the color of the character was primarily orange, the cup would end up wildly exceeding the FDA's pre-approved limit for cadmium. So McDonald's took the proactive approach and recalled every single glass. In an effort to round up as many as possible, the company offered to buy back customers' glasses for $3 each, and since they were originally sold for $2, consumers could actually turn a profit. Of course, McDonald's would lose money in the process, but as far as they were concerned, it was a much better option than a class action lawsuit. In the end, the company ended up recalling over 12 million cups, losing millions of dollars in the process. Considering the events, some might actually applaud McDonald's for their proactive response, but don't be fooled. This is the same company that got excited about putting cartoon ears on minimum wage workers, and it does not get more evil than that. It seems like when it comes to Shrek marketing flops, no other sequel had it worse than Shrek Forever After. Along with the glassware scare, the film also received backlash when DreamWorks greenlit a promotional partnership with a men's fashion magazine. V-Man, the publication in question, decided to use Shrek's creative license by superimposing the film's characters into racy photo shoots alongside suggestively clothed models, resulting in one of the most tasteless and awkward marketing campaigns I have ever seen. I mean, look at this. Not even Shrek wants to be there. Of course, V-Man's attempts to market the movie to adults fell on deaf ears, and DreamWorks issued a public statement regretting the partnership. Ouch. The first honorable mention in the world of Shrek-themed marketing goes to Vidalia onions. In this day and age, there really aren't many clever ways to increase the sale of onions. There's really not much to them. But Vidalia got creative and partnered with DreamWorks in 2010 to promote just that, onions. And by God, it worked. Turns out an easy way to increase sales by over 30% is to stick a cardboard cutout of Shrek in front of your product, and that's exactly what Vidalia did. Seems like as long as Shrek was on the cover, kids were interested, and sales of Vidalia onions inevitably skyrocketed. Is this kind of a testament to the manipulative marketing power of child mascots? Probably, but at least in this case it wasn't Twinkies. Throughout Shrek's 10-year marketing run, McDonald's would produce countless Happy Meals, toys, and specialty menu items to promote Shrek movies. But no item came close to being as weird as the Shrek Ravioli Dippers. Exclusively sold in Australia, this pasta-based menu item was served as a limited-time meal to promote Shrek the Third. Of course, the reason it comes across as so bizarre is because it bears absolutely no resemblance to any specific food at all. I mean, the Shrek-shaped ravioli barely looks like pasta, and for some reason it's meant to be eaten with tongs? This Shrek Boyardee is just another of McDonald's numerous attempts at trying to put pasta on the menu, which is something they literally can't stop trying for some reason. As for me, I'll just stick with my Shrek shaken fries, thanks. In 2004, NASCAR legends Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte would make DreamWorks history when they sported custom Shrek 2 liveries on their cars in 2004. And while these paint schemes made impressive display pieces in die-cast form, nothing came quite as close to the legendary collectability of the action figures. That's right, these were actually made for some reason, and to this day the target demographic eludes me. But in a sport where sponsorships are practically ingrained into the lifeblood of the sport itself, it doesn't surprise me that people bought these things. I mean, this is the same organization that sold an entire night of racing to a children's movie.
TNT Sports presents the SpongeBob SquarePants Movie 300.
I think we can all agree that when it came to movie marketing, Shrek was an absolute force that was rivaled by very few films in terms of sheer marketing power. To this day, the level of cultural virality that the franchise still maintains is actually quite impressive, considering the last movie came out over a decade ago. And now, with rumors of a fifth Shrek installment finally in the works, there won't be much we can do when advertisers once again start seeing green. Thanks for watching.
you.